Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning and welcome back. I'm Jessica Lowman with the Commission's Office of Energy Market Regulation, and we're pleased to welcome you to the second day of the Commissioner-led Technical Conference to discuss resource adequacy issues in RTO-ISO regions. The purpose of this technical conference is to discuss generic topics related to the challenge of resource adequacy in RTO-ISO regions.
You have your mic on? Because I can't even hear you over here.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I do. Let me get a little closer. So before we begin with opening remarks from the Chairman and Commissioners, I have a few logistical items to cover today. We'll start with 4 panels today, and 2 panels will be specific to MISO. The third panel will be specific to ISO New England and New York ISO, and the final panel will be specific to California Independent System Operator and Southwest Power Pool. We'll have a break after each panel that is either 15 minutes long or an hour for lunch. Only the commissioners, panelists, and a small group of commission staff will have speaking roles during this technical conference. The conference is being webcast and transcribed, and a recording will be available for future viewings. All right, and we do not intend to discuss at this technical conference any specific proceeding before the Commission, including proceedings involving similar issues, whether they were included in the supplemental notice issued May 20th and June 2nd or not. We ask that panelists refrain from similar discussions, and if anyone does engage in these discussions, one of my colleagues from the Office of General Counsel will interrupt the discussion to ask the speaker to avoid that topic. And thank you for your attention. I'll now turn it back to Chairman Christie for his opening remarks for the day.
Okay, did you announce the names?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all very much, and welcome back. We're not having opening statements on these panels, but I'm sure I know everybody, and I'm sure you'll have plenty to say without having an opening statement. I'm going to start off with a general question, and that is, I read your statements, and it's interesting. There's a very different perspective about whether MISO is facing a imminent reliability shortfall or whether they're not. And I see Dr. Patton saying no, because that's what his testimony said. Others say yes, and others say probably. So different perspectives. These are the numbers from the last 10 years, and these came from MISO. I didn't make them up. This is the actual additions and the retirements and the additions based on MISO's accreditation methodologies. It's obviously, as we know, MISO's is different from PJM. PJM is an ELCC. MISO has a little bit a different accreditation. But based on MISO's accreditation, this is what got added in the last 10 years, and it was about 13 gigs. This is what got retired in the last 10 years, and it was 22.5 gigs. And so simple arithmetic, MISO lost 9.5 gigawatts of accredited capacity. So, I mean, that looks to me like not a good direction when we know that load driven by the ubiquitous data center cohort is bringing to MISO what we already have in PJM, particularly in Virginia, well known to me, which is the data centers are driving an incredible increasing load. So I'm just going to start. I'll start with Todd because he was here yesterday, and go down the table. We're down 9.5 gigawatts in MISO. That's not a good trend when demand is going up. So is everything okay, or it's not okay? And what needs to be done to make it to meet the load we know is coming from these data centers? So we'll start again with Todd.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Happy to be back this morning for round 2 of these discussions. If you recall in my
by the way, excuse me, staff, put this on the around the room, please, so people can see what we're talking about. Okay.
In my opening comments yesterday, I mentioned that in the 2016-2017 timeframe, we started experiencing a acceleration in the loss or net loss of accredited capacity in the MISO region. Now, fortunately, we're starting from a position of surplus planning reserves. Starting in 2016 to about 2022, what you're seeing here was this erosion of accredited capacity that brought us down to the minimum requirements. So as I said yesterday, today MISO is resource adequate. We have cleared in all 4 seasons of the current planning year sufficient capacity to meet our minimum requirements. The concern, as I tried to express yesterday, is working with stakeholders to arrest that decline, to slow it down so we can maintain reserves at minimum requirements, which is kind of what the incentives are driving to. Minimum is the new normal, I think, for the MISO region. The concern looking forward still is that there's work to do, even for next year, to make sure that we can maintain enough capacity, retain enough capacity on the system, get as much added as we can to try and keep up with load growth that we think is coming at us. But today we think we're okay, but there's work to do within the region to maintain requirements of where we need them to be.
Okay, well, just one follow-up, just to use the Wayne Gretzky cliche. Are you skating to where the puck is, or because this is a snapshot of what's been, where it was. Are you going to get where the puck's going?
I think if you look at the trend, you'll see that the loss has slowed down in recent years. Again, in about 2022, we started really slowing down the pace of decline of accredited capacity. So we're stabilizing for the last few years, and we're continuing to work hard to make sure we can maintain those going forward.
Okay. Dr. Patton.
Okay, this is absolutely not a problem, and so let me walk you through that.
Please do.
So we have to go back a little ways. All of these markets, when they started with a substantial surplus, and so they were all delivering net revenues to a new investor relative to their cost of new entry, like let's say plus or minus 50%. So we weren't providing incentives for people to build historically because we had surplus, and we had a particularly large surplus in MISO, given that it was regulated and there had been some overbuilding. But if you look back in this time frame, what's happened since 2015 is believe it or not, the peak load forecast has gone down by over 4 gigawatts. So that contributed to a larger surplus and an incentive to perhaps retire. We've gotten 4+ gigawatts of demand response and behind the meter generation. So together that's 9 gigawatts. But the biggest single issue is, and this is the one thing that I would say, FERC could reasonably do. FERC has never had a just and reasonable standard for capacity markets. When MISO refiled their capacity market after the NRG decision, we protested and said, hey, MISO hasn't presented any evidence that their capacity market is just and reasonable. And I proposed one, which is that the capacity markets should provide an efficient incentive to build capacity when you need it and to maintain capacity that is economic to maintain. And MISO clearly violated that with their vertical demand curve. And we documented that contributed to roughly 6 gigawatts of merchant capacity. There's no way for merchants to survive in MISO under that sort of market design. It was clearly uneconomic. And there are aspects of some of the other capacity markets I could point to that also violate that standard. Now, what's happened since then is the merchants retired. It caused a 1-year shortage in the Midwest, and then everybody figured out, hey, this is a real problem. Our market isn't facilitating investment. And they finally, after 15 years, adopted the reliability-based demand curve. That's what was driving this. We ran our first auction, and it cleared at 85 to 90% of the cost of new entry. If we had the vertical demand curve, it would have cleared at 10% of the cost of new entry, and we would still be providing incentives for nobody to build anything in MISO. So we finally gotten to a point this year where we satisfy that standard, and I think the market is not the issue. If anything, MISO's market is efficient, and it supports the decisions that are being made by the states. It doesn't interfere with IRPs; it facilitates them. So I'm not concerned about this. The one thing that I would say, the last thing that is critically important for all the RTOs, and we've been campaigning on this, is the marginal accreditation, because that provides absolutely critical information to the folks who are doing IRPs, like what do we actually need, how much reliability does it provide, and once you implement the marginal accreditation, I think you can have a high degree of confidence that both the markets and the planning processes in regulated states will will adjust to conform to the reliability attributes that drive what we need and facilitate the investment that we need.
And I would just note PJM's ELCC is marginal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ms. Beauchamp of Entergy.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioner. No, I would agree with Dr. Patton, and I think when you look at these numbers at first glance, they are concerning. But I would agree with the perspective that that is not really reflective of the current state of the MISO market. Certainly, the reforms that MISO has made from an accreditation perspective and the change has been very helpful. What we are seeing in the most recent PRA would show that we are on the cusp of I think it's an indication of what could come without appropriate planning, and that's where I think it's incumbent on the states and the load serving entities to make sure that you are adequately planning, that you're looking at how you're doing your load forecasting, and in particular, you brought up the fact around data centers and what that could mean to the market, and making sure that as you're bringing on these large loads, that you're also appropriately bringing on the generation to match these large loads. And having the responsible planning, and I think that really does fall to the load serving entities and to the states. And I know in Louisiana, our commission has made significant policy changes to ensure that MISO South continues to stay resource adequate in bringing physical generation to match the load that we have to serve. So.
Okay, that's one more positive, I thought, than your statement you filed.
I think it all comes down to making sure, again, I use the word responsible, but making sure that all load serving entities are planning appropriately and bringing the generation. And that comes down to the states making sure that they're enforcing all of the load serving entities to bring that generation. And you certainly don't want to see significant retirements without the appropriate replacement generation. And we certainly do not want to see very large load added to the system without generation to match that load. We have a significant customer that we're bringing online, and we're bringing over 2 gigawatts of generation to serve that customer.
Okay. All right, Mr. Meyer from Ameren. Your statement was a little bit more negative than what we heard.
Yeah, good morning. So I guess I'd like to thank you for facilitating this panel and inviting us here today, and for your own individual service. I think the state of resource adequacy in MISO, from Ameren's perspective, and again, Ameren with 2 operating companies, one in Missouri, fully regulated state, one in Illinois, which is restructured. So while we're saying that MISO has adequate capacity, we're looking at it from a local perspective. Local downstate Illinois, eastern Missouri, and these numbers tell a slightly different story. So I guess our perspective here is that we still have concerns that there's adequate incentives, and Dr. Patton hit it, that we're starting to see the right price incentives to incentivize generation in both of these locations, right? Very drastically different in that Missouri has a regulated, very sort of proactive replacement approach. They recently passed new legislation, which essentially requires even more robust IRP planning than what we already did, and proactive replacement of retired units. We don't see that in Illinois at the current moment. I know there's legislation that's being discussed, but I don't know exactly what that's going to bring or if it's going to make it through or not. And so we do have concerns that that adequate generation is getting built in the right spots.
Well, if you look at the Illinois numbers, I mean, that's a pretty big reduction. Is that due to their law that's calling for the retirement of gas and coal?
Due to the CJA law, Climate and Equitable Jobs Act.
I mean, the Illinois numbers here stand out. It's almost 4 gigawatts.
I don't know that it's due to
net loss of
CJA. I
generation.
think the CJA sunset dates are probably a little bit further out in the horizon. So Ameren, Missouri, some of that generation in Illinois is actually owned by Ameren, Missouri, and sited in Illinois.
Okay.
And the first retirement dates that we would see for any of our gas-fired units there would be 2029, with other retirement dates out to 2039. So that the driver of that reduction in accredited capacity may be different.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lieberman.
Yeah, good morning. Yes, these are concerning. Seems to be the minority position on the panel so far. You look at these in a snapshot, and it's hard to make heads or tails of if there's net retirements. What does that mean? At the moment, we're fine. MISO is fine. They cleared their planning reserve target plus a little extra, so that's good. But when you look a little farther out, this goes to 2024. We're in delivery year 2025-26. We look out, load is growing. We expect that, not just in MISO, PJM all over. Like you said, the data centers are there. We're $9,500 net 9,500 megawatts net retirement with forecasted growth. It's unsustainable. We're here to talk about resource adequacy. We could talk about pricing signals and all these good things, but where MISO is right now, it takes they are now in the point of their queue backlog where they will begin studying. I think it's the 2023 queue. And that'll take until sometime next year to complete. So we could talk about pricing signals, but MISO's queue is backlogged. Retirements are outpacing additions, and load is growing. So if somebody could explain to me how those things all add up, and we shouldn't be concerned, I'm all ears. But these are concerning trends.
Well, that's exactly, I'd have the same reaction. The happy talk, the numbers are just the trends don't look good. This is a NERC red line territory.
And as I'm sure everybody knows, NERC flagged MISO as being at a high risk. And
Yeah, that's what I mean by the red zone, which again, in the NFL, that's good, but not in NERC.
Agreed.
Todd Schnitzler, EPSA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the invitation. I would like to also comment, thank you for your service here at FERC and what you've done. So appreciate that. Appreciate the timely discussion. I'm going to take a step back and kind of do a broader view of how this looks, because the chart that you focused on yesterday in PJM looks substantially similar to the chart that you're showing us today, which is MISO, which suggests that this is a systemic issue. It's not unique to markets or vertically integrated portions of the country. And I do lawyer math, I don't do economist math, and that lawyer math says that that's not good, because we cannot continue to see reductions in resources without adequate replacement of similarly situated resources. And that's not to suggest that if plant X retires, it needs to be replaced with exactly the same type of unit, type of fuel source, what have you, but the performance characteristics of the things that are coming on the system have to ensure reliability and do so cost effectively. And one of the things that I observed from yesterday's conversation was everyone agrees that there is a lot to be done. There are a lot of new resources to be added, whether it's transmission, distribution, or generation. All of that is going to have a consumer impact. So whether you're in a territory like MISO, or you're in PJM or New York or New England, all of those are going to have to countenance what the customer is willing to be able to accommodate while we try and meet the moment. And so the math here suggests that we need to keep every resource that we have, and we need to be accelerating things getting added to the system. And I think PJM mentioned it yesterday. I know it was in their testimony, and I think it's also in MISO's testimony. They're clearing the queue, and there are things that are through that have signed ISAs that are not yet constructed. That is a problem. We can clear the queue, but if things are not being added to the system, we're not solving the math problem that's been identified here and in yesterday's chart that you showed. And so how we can help accelerate the deployment and actual construction of those resources is going to be critical, as well as how do we accelerate those resources that are needed. MISO had a proceeding that I'm not going to mention because it's probably coming back before you, but the RRI case in PJM that resulted in an additional set of resources. I view the situation in 3 blocks, really. We have a 1 to 5 year short term that if we don't solve that, we're going to have real cost and reliability concerns. Then there's the 5 to 10 year window where you've got time to get things constructed and on the system and be able to get them permitted and sited. And then beyond 10 years, it's really hard to forecast. But if we can meet the objectives for the first block and the second block, I think the third block becomes far less concerning. And so as we look at these numbers and how we're going to meet this short and medium term obligation to get resources on the system, I think that's where the focus needs to be from all parts of the value chain.
I like all your math and Economist math. I haven't heard that. So I'll use that in the future. I might
Please
footnote
do.
to you, or I might not. But I like it. That's good. Well, what what needs to be done? I mean, you're on the side of these numbers ain't good under all your math.
Yeah, no, they're bad no matter how you slice it.
So what do you see needs to be done?
I think in the end, you're starting to see people respond to a situation. And to be fair, as David noted in his comments, we were long in virtually every market for a long time in a period of flat to declining load growth. Demand response and energy efficiency, the eye wasn't on how do we add new resources. It was how do we effectuate economic retirements and kind of get where we are. And then 18 months ago, everyone figured out what a data center was. And that has become the topic du jour. You can't go to a cocktail party or come to a FERC meeting and not talk about it. Well, the time to catch up and respond has been accelerated. We're dealing with significant retirements, significant load addition that is required but not happening, as well as a permitting and siting construct that has not been especially helpful at the state and federal level, all of which needs to be solved at the same time. That's pretty difficult. So I think these incremental wins, whether it's RRI or some of the other approaches to try and clean out the queue, to move things out of the queue that clearly weren't prepared. I mean, PJM's data says that almost 90 gigawatts of projects in their queue got flushed out when they forced them to show up and say that we're ready to go. That tells me that there's a lot in the queue that maybe needs to be moved aside so projects that are ready to go can then get added and meet that 1 to 5 year and even the 5 to 10 year window. And then as those projects have financing or they have their permits and they're ready to go, then they should be added regardless of fuel source. But at the end of the day, if we want to solve the problem, you've got to accelerate the projects that are ready to go in order to make sure that they can deliver the electrons that are needed to power the country.
Well, I would also add, in a lot of ways, MISO's in PJM's position. For most of my first 15 years on the Virginia Commission, PJM was really long, and it started really long. It started in like 40% long. So, and the load was flat. So it's sort of the same as here. But, the world changed about 2 years ago, as we all know, but we got to change with it and build for what's coming. Kelly Joseph.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. So I largely agree that this is an indication of a challenge, of a problem. I think that, part of what needs to happen is states, while they have resource adequacy responsibilities, they don't have system-wide insight into what's needed for operating reliability or, as we move into the future, thinking about energy adequacy. I think not just figuring out, how to give recognizing that states have resource adequacy, but thinking about how can states be a part of solving this operating reliability, system-wide reliability challenges. When you get to the point where you're looking at declining reserve margins, that's an indication that operating reliability is potentially at risk, where you may not have sufficient operating reserves needed to manage system reliability. I think recognizing that there is a role for states to think about how to solve these challenges, how to coordinate, but they need information. I'll talk about this a little bit later, but I think there are ways for states to take information that the RTOs are putting out, potentially something like this. A lot of the RTOs are doing longer term assessments. I think states can take those assessments and do something with them. I think that's what's kind of missing here. I think relying solely on markets to be the solution, I think misses the need for policy coordination, especially across the critical gas and electric sectors, right? As we talked about yesterday, skating to where the puck is going, thinking about energy adequacy concerns, fuel security, and how states can address those concerns on a system-wide basis, I think is part of what needs to happen.
Well, let me follow up. I read your statement, and this thing about, the states don't have the big picture, so to speak. I don't understand that. I mean, the states are perfectly aware of what's going on in MISO, and what do you mean by that?
I mean,
and what's the implication of that in terms of, the states shouldn't be doing it through IRPs? What's the
No,
point?
I'm not. So while states have, I'll back up kind of like everybody else is doing. As we talk about resource adequacy, states maintain, that's their authority. However, some states have given, not in MISO, but in many states have given up resource adequacy because they have turned solely to markets.
Right.
Markets are actually, energy-only markets alone, relying solely on energy and ancillary services markets, we all know is limited. It's not possible to actually maintain system reliability solely on energy-only markets. You have to have some kind of a fix, whether that's an additional adder like they do in Texas or a capacity market. when it comes to thinking about the types of resources that actually enable system-wide reliability, part of what we do is in that reserve margin was an attempt to capture the need for operating reserves. But as you go forward and as you have not just ensuring that you have the types of resources that can actually enable the reliable delivery of electricity, ancillary services do that, essential reliability services, this is part of the gap in the types of technologies that are needed. Making sure that you actually recognize that it's not just resource adequacy, but a very specific technical mix that provide and enable system operators to meet operating reliability. And as we move forward, recognizing that it's not just making sure that you have the sufficient total amount of resources, potentially the types through marginal accreditation, but actually making sure that those resources have the fuel that they need to perform. And that's the piece that needs some policy coordination, and that's the piece that I think states need to rely on reliability entities to help inform their choices about how to do that.
What do you mean? Okay, so you're saying that when the states do their IRP, they're supposed to what? You say rely on reliability.
Well, potentially. So the
what are they supposed to
process
do differently?
Yeah, the process that I'm thinking about is the states would actually use the RTOs in different ways to sort of reimagine their role to actually help inform their policy and planning choices. And the first step in that planning process would be for the states to potentially give their information to the RTOs to do an analysis. Now, again, I say the RTOs are already doing a lot of this. This would be a more systematic process because what's missing, as I said, is states actually taking the information that the RTOs are putting out there and actually using that. So I would see a state in their IRP potentially give those plans to the RTO to assess whatever state targets are, potentially if there's any EPA regulations. But there would be a convening process where the states would determine, similar to what potentially could be done through 1920, but thinking about this from a generation perspective as well. But the states would be the ones driving a lot of what happens there, and the RTOs would be assessing in that 1 to 5 year short-term time period, the medium-term 5 to 10 period, and then the longer 10 plus years to actually give the RTO or give the states information on not just what's needed for resource adequacy, but also what's needed for operating reliability and energy adequacy, so that states can then determine how to solve the system-wide challenges that they cannot solve on their own.
So it almost sounds like you're saying the states ought to turn their IRP process over to the RTO.
No. I want the states to make decisions. I want the states to be the entities that decide what needs to happen, but I don't think that the states can do that on their own. They need the information about what is happening on the system because states cannot determine system-wide operating reliability needs. That can only be done by a reliability coordinator.
Okay. Let's go on to Commissioner Rosner.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, panelists, for coming today and filing your statements. Really excited to continue this discussion from yesterday with you today. One of the takeaways I had from yesterday, which I'll get to my question in a second, it's sort of in the same direction, is like, on one hand, we need to promote stability and predictability in the places where we have markets to be able to create the environment that incents long-term investment decisions and avoids rate shocks and avoids all the problems that come with prices moving around rapidly. And on the other hand, we're in this moment and where we have a lot of new demand on the system, and the system's changed a lot, and so we need to think about what, if any, additional changes we need to meet the current moment. I believe that ideally, we can have market rules that are both stable and also getting better at the same time. But that's a really tough tightrope to balance on. I think the conversations yesterday helped paint that picture, and I'm hoping we can do that here today. And so my question is this. I mean, Dr. Patton, I read your statement, and I'll paraphrase, and you can tell me I got this wrong if I did, but what I heard was essentially, we've made a lot of changes to the MISO market. You don't see any major market design issues needing to be addressed at the moment. But you flagged this issue of state regulatory alignment, and so I wanted to ask you more about what that meant, and then Mr. Meyer, in your statement, you came at it in a slightly different direction, but I wanted to ask you, you said that federal requirements should not prevent Ameren, Missouri from meeting state requirements. And so, and I agree with that. And so I wanted to ask you, can you explain that? Is there some new thinking? How do we make sure that you all are set up, that MISO's set up to succeed in the next 1 to 10 years to meet all this demand and manage the system through that transition? So, either Dr. Patton, I guess, go ahead.
Okay. Well, let me answer one question about the table. You were asking why the numbers are so big in Illinois and Indiana. Those are our merchants that we drove into retirement. Those happen to be competitive retail areas where you're not going to have IRPs, so you really need merchant generators to be participating to sell power to competitive retailers. And so that was one of the worst symptoms of having an unreasonable capacity market.
But it's been changed.
It has been changed
so,
as of
so back to your
a
statement.
month ago.
you mentioned that you don't see major market design issues, but you highlited state regulatory alignment.
Let me highlight kind of some of the problems that you're referring to. So the couple of things that didn't come up yesterday, but are part of like what would a just and reasonable capacity market look like. I think we're all going to realize a prompt seasonal market is the only market that will be functional. And for that reason, PJM's got big problems. There are problems that New England has recognized, and New England is moving in that direction. We can talk a little bit about that if you're interested, about why that's necessary. But as far as the state alignment goes, like a good, well-structured market facilitates state planning, and when the RTOs either have market rules or their planning function is sending out misinformation, then you have problems with the decisions that the states are going to make. And so you may remember in my comments that I think the commission said, MISO says 17 gigawatts of new capacity are going to be needed every year for the next 20 years. Well, that's a result of a clearly flawed planning process that ran a capacity expansion model that was structured to only build intermittent renewables because MISO was thinking, well, this is what the states want to build. And the states were saying they want to build that. They said a number of the states had the idea that, well, we can replace our fossil generation with solar because MISO was giving 50% accreditation to solar. So it sounded like that might make sense. So a ton of solar is in the queue. Now, the problem is solar is going to approach zero pretty soon in MISO in terms of accreditation. The reliability value of solar is getting lower and lower and lower. And the reason it is because as you build more solar, you move the reliability risk out of the summertime afternoons to things like the evening time when the sun's gone down in the wintertime. And solar has no contribution to helping in that regard. And so if you tell the states, hey, solar is worth 50% of a gas peaker, they're going to want to build solar. And then you're going to have a misalignment between reliability and what the states are planning to do. And the reason that you have that 17 gigawatt for the next 20 years number is MISO produced a plan based on old accreditation after it had already done a tremendous amount of attribute work, pursued marginal accreditation, filed the marginal accreditation, and then produced a plan that was based on the old accreditation, which is a plan that's completely infeasible for reliability. So it's very important. I mean, people think of planning and markets as being distinct. They're really not. The planning is incredibly important because it results in investments that are happening outside the market, the transmission investment that has to be coordinated with generation, and poor transmission investment undermines the decisions that generators are going to be making. So getting the market accreditation and the market parameters right will help the states in their planning process, and it will greatly help the states that have IRPs. Now, why is that the case? the priority in states that have IRPs for their utilities is to build to meet their requirements. And what we know is that they never plan to a razor thin margin. They always plan and they have a little surplus. Now, who has to pay for that surplus in states that are running IRPs? It's the retail customers. Now, if you have a market operating in the background and the state next door, this goes to the chairman's concern about free riding, you have a state next door that's short, or you have data centers that are coming and they don't have resources, then what happens is you have a efficient market mechanism to force those short entities to pay the utilities that are running IRPs and have a surplus, to buy that surplus to meet the requirements, and it takes the economic load off the retail customers in that state. And so that's why, like when I hear about like cost of service or IRPs or regulated state retail regimes and markets being somehow at odds, I view it exactly the opposite. Like if I'm a state that's regulated and running IRPs, I want the market in the background so that my retail customers aren't stuck with the cost of the generation that's effectively powering the data center next door that doesn't have resources. So that alignment can be achieved through marginal accreditation, through improvements we've identified in MISO's planning process. And I've talked a lot to the states about this, and I think they understand that this is a synergistic relationship, the market to the regulated decision making. Does that all make sense? I was talking really fast.
No, that does.
Okay.
Mr. Meyer.
Yeah, so I guess when Ameren thinks about capacity markets, what we need, again, because of this, alternative approach that we see in our two operating companies, Missouri and Illinois, we need a flexible framework for this residual market to operate. Mm-hmm. And so when you talk about federal rules should not mandate a strategy for how people will meet their capacity obligations. Yesterday, there was a lot of talk about potentially requiring resource planning or, i.e., hedging from that perspective. And that's not something that's currently done in the state of Illinois. And I mean, it may be a great strategy to employ, but I don't know that needs to be a federal requirement, right? And so from the Missouri perspective, that resource planning is happening, and we view the MISO capacity auction, really, it's like an optimization model that sits on top of our own planning. It gives us some price transparency. It creates another vehicle for us to monetize any excess capacity and give that money back to our customers. So it kind of serves different purposes for the different operating companies. But the same thing for Missouri. If there's, like federal perspectives about how Missouri wants it to operate, Missouri wants to plan. Missouri has plans to build. I'll share with you, Ameren Missouri's IRP, by the end of this decade, we're looking to add 5.3 gigawatts, 50% of which is dispatchable, and another 3.6 gigawatts of combined cycle in the 2030 decade. And what we need is, quick interconnection studies. We need robust transmission planning, which is something that MISO does a really good job of, because transmission planning and capacity markets are related. You need to be able to see an efficient transfer of capacity across a pretty geographically diverse MISO market. And so that's what both sides are looking for in that regard.
Thank you. Appreciate those responses. I want to ask another question for Todd, MISO Todd, yesterday we talked a lot about load forecasting and the importance of high certainty there, and I just wanted to ask, what does MISO do to integrate the load forecasts that you get from your LSEs? How do you hold those together as apples to apples, and how do you make sure it's this high certainty that we talked about, to make sure that we're neither underbuilding nor overbuilding, but getting it just about right to be real?
Yep, Commissioner, that's a great question. Lots of load forecasts are involved in the various processes we administer at MISO. As a practical matter, any forecast that is for a term beyond about 4 or 5 days out, we consider a medium or long-term forecast. I say that because the short-term load forecasting, which is used for our energy market operations and our reliability coordination operations, those are MISO forecasts. As we get into longer, medium, and longer-term forecasts, the basis for those load forecasts that we use in our processes comes from the forecasts that are provided by our load-serving entities. That served us well. Our LSEs are in the best position to have the best information that's available to project what forecasts might be going forward. You mentioned it's important to have high accuracy. I think that's setting the bar a little too high. You really need to think about ranges of possible outcomes when you're looking out to longer term forecasts. Now that said, we do use loads in many of our processes, including our capacity market process. And again, that's a longer term forecast. The basis of where we start to build that up that we use in our capacity market is LSE level forecast. It's a prompt market, as Dr. Patton mentioned, so clarity over the next 12 months tends to be higher than longer term forecasts that the LSEs have. They have a pretty good idea of the load they're facing over the next 12 months. We do have subject matter experts internally at MISO that do check, since those are loads that are used in a process that creates financially binding capacity positions. We do check and validate independently, periodically, a subset of those LSE forecasts that we receive each year. We collect information on the methodologies that the LSEs themselves are using to produce those load forecasts. So we do have processes and controls in place to make sure that we're getting what we believe to be good, valid forecasts for those longer term studies. Now, I think you were alluding to the question of, we know we've got this issue, data centers are coming somewhere. We don't always know where they're going to show up. So how does that affect our thinking around longer term forecasts? Last year, we did begin a process internally at MISO to start thinking region-wide, probabilistically, what those impacts might be, and we produced our MISO's updated long-range load forecast at the end of 2024 that, for the first time, brought in some of those probabilistic analytic techniques to start thinking about where loads for the region may be headed.
Thank you. And Mr. Lieber?
Thank you. Just wanted to pick up on something you mentioned in your preamble to your question about promoting predictability and stability and long-term investment decisions. And I think if I could pick that apart just a bit, I think Dr. Patton in his testimony said he doesn't see a need for many rule changes in the MISO construct. So I'm hopeful that he's correct, and if so, that would lend itself to the predictability and stability. But the last part, the long-term investment decisions, I think that's something that all these resource adequacy constructs don't provide. So you build whether it's a CT, a simple cycle combustion turbine, or a combined cycle, you're looking at investments in the 15, 20, 30-year horizon. These capacity constructs provide, at most, a one-year price signal. Nobody's building generation for a one-year price signal. And if it's a seasonal design, you're not building it because the price in the summer was high. You're building because you have a long-term view. And these capacity constructs do not provide that. In the comments that I filed, I point that out, that as far as I know, there's no RTO that has a multi-year ability to lock in for existing generation. I know there are some rules, or there were rules for new generation to come in and get a multi-year price, but in general, that is a flaw amongst all the resource adequacy constructs that exist today. So I just wanted to pick on that because you mentioned that long-term investment decision. Thank you.
Thanks. I see Dr. Patton has his card.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. I don't think it's actually true. If you look at the massive amount of investment in Texas, you might look at that and say, well, the most you can get out of Texas is, is some hourly energy contracts. They don't provide anything beyond the day-ahead market, right? And yet people are still investing. They're investing because they understand the market design and they can forecast market revenues of different types of units going out 20, 30 years in the future. And that's why it's important for the capacity constructs to be efficient, like with a well-structured demand that reflects reliability and the ability to forecast load. You can forecast what capacity prices are going to be 10 years from now, 20 years from now. I think that what I pointed to as far as regulatory uncertainty being a problem is I think there are investors who there's enough uncertainty about the capacity markets and whether they'll exist and what they'll look like that they apply massive discount rates to the revenues 10 years from now. But if we get to the point where we have well-structured capacity markets that are robust and durable, where we're not creating the concern that maybe they'll go away or maybe they'll fundamentally change, then I think investors can rely on their expectations, and those expectations will fuel bilateral contracts. The contracts don't have to be issued by RTOs to be effective. And sometimes that's the other flaw in people's thinking is like, well, if the RTO doesn't settle it or provide the transaction, then it doesn't exist, and that's not true. There are lots of market parties out there that are willing to bilaterally contract forward, and those contracts are informed by the spot, the prompt capacity market, and the spot energy and ancillary service markets.
All right, thank you. That's it for me. Back to you, Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner C.
Well, good morning, everyone. I know there's been so many thank yous, so I know it can get old, but I do want to thank everyone for coming back to day 2, especially as we're moving on to other parts of the country. There's a lot more travel involved. We don't take for granted the amount of time that you've taken for your written preparation and for being here with us today, so appreciate that. Dr. Patton, I'm going to start with you. I think your written testimony gave us a lot of things to think about, so thank you for a provocative way to start this conversation. So I was interested in one of the things that you mentioned when you were disagreeing with NERC's assessment about MISO's future. One of the things, among several reasons, and I appreciate you teasing those out earlier, is the way that MISO has tremendous import capacity and how in some extreme weather events, MISO has historically relied on imports. And we've seen clearly, especially from some of the reporting from some extreme events like Winter Storms Uri and Elliott, that sharing powers among neighbors can be critical. So certainly recognizing that importance. But I'm really curious about how we should be thinking about that from a planning perspective, especially in light of a lot of these systemic issues that we've been talking about in MISO and around the country. It's one thing to say that historically there has been a lot of interregional sharing and how critical that is, and to recognize that as one of the important tools we have in the toolbox. But I'm wondering how, in light of the trends that we're seeing among MISO's neighbors and otherwise, how realistic is that moving forward? How should we be thinking about that? What are the pros and cons and pitfalls? I'm just hoping you can share more on that, and I'm interested in others' perspectives as well, so feel free to put your cards up if you want to add to that conversation.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Yeah, as an aside, I'd love to work with NERC to figure out like where they got their numbers from, because I don't think they're accurate. And I've read their report cover to cover. But yeah, the import thing is really important when you're in our position where we monitor Texas and then we monitor MISO. Like, there couldn't be two bigger differences. Texas is essentially an island, and MISO has something like 10 interfaces with massive transfer capability. And so when you watch what happens in emergencies, it's completely different. MISO is far more robust as far as being able to keep the lights on than ERCOT is, facing similar contingencies. Now, it's important to recognize that all of where this really crops up is all the RTOs make some sort of assumption in their capacity market and their reliability modeling regarding the value of their interfaces. And so this is a big controversy in New England and New York, is how much emergency assistance can you assume if you don't pay for it, can you assume you'll get from your neighbors? And it directly reduces the capacity requirements in places like New England and New York. And same thing with MISO. So the best thing you can do is to be really deliberate and careful in how you structure your planning model, so that when you come up with the planning reserve margin that you need, let's say 17%, that it's influenced by what you have historically seen happen. And you should be conservative. Like, you shouldn't assume like you're going to get exactly what you got before. You maybe should assume you'll get less than what you got before, because your neighbor may be having a problem at the same time. But that assumption will determine whether MISO's capacity requirement goes from 18 to 16% or 18 to 20%. So that's really where it plays into the analysis, is in setting the capacity requirements. And now the interesting thing about MISO and the NERC study is, I would say of all of our clients, and I know I'm going to get flack for saying this, MISO is the most reliable of any of them. Like, if I was concerned about the lights going out somewhere, it would not be in MISO. Like, if you look at Winter Storm Uri, we did not have a problem in Winter Storm Uri. Massive amounts of power going to SPP, and their lights were going off. We shed some load, but it was related to transmission emergencies caused by shipping all that power. Winter Storm Elliott, massive amounts of power going to TVA. TVA's losing load, and to PJM. We were having massive transmission problems again, facilitating that. We weren't at risk of losing power. In the latest winter storm, again, massive amounts of power going to SPP, and SPP's struggling. And so it's, and I think part of that just goes to the NERC accounting. But the interfaces are incredibly important, and I think there is an important policy decision to be made on, like, how do you model the interfaces, because it affects the requirements to buy capacity in the native market, and how much do you want to rely on the ability of these markets to ship power back and forth. What we've seen is it's incredibly powerful, as you said, and the one place where you can get in trouble is, what if everybody's having a problem at the same time? Now with MISO, that's really unlikely, because we have interfaces with people who are, like, 800,000 miles apart, north and south and east and west. So it's really hard for all of MISO's neighbors to be having a problem at the same time, but it is something to think about.
I appreciate that. I think Todd Snitchler, I think you were up first.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think I'll qualify as flack, but gently intended flack to David's comment. I think at the end of the day, we've identified a couple of things that we have to think about, because each region, if the chart were still up and the PJM chart were next to it, all are showing red numbers, which means the rely on your neighbor with a 40% reserve margin is not where we are today. In fact, that number is creeping down rather quickly, and that's true in multiple regions. And so as we look at accounting on your neighbors, I think that's great, but it's kind of like not having sufficient generation. I can have all the transmission and distribution wires in the world, but if I don't have a plant that's producing electrons, it doesn't matter. If my neighbor doesn't have sufficient resources to be able to share across all the interconnects, it doesn't matter. So how are we thinking about that on a more holistic level? Because I agree with David in that it makes perfect sense. Those are tools that are utilized. And in fact, PJM, which was yesterday's subject of discussion, has been a dramatic exporter of power in a number of the winter events that have happened over the last several years. In fact, for all its foibles, it's actually supported the system across large parts of the country. So they need to be commended for the work that they've done to be able to do that. But as their reserve margin shrinks, and as MISO's got load growth and declining amounts of supply that are available, we have to think a little more holistically about how those outcomes can be maintained. Because if you're going to count on one state to deliver all your power, and then you don't like what that state's doing, well, that becomes a problem in your own region, RTO or ISO, but then it also crosses the seams when you're dealing with multiple RTOs or ISOs that are having maybe competing policies or insufficient reserves, or who do you take care of first? I'm planning on you showing up with 10,000 megawatts, but we've had an unplanned outage, and now we can't send you what you're counting on. Even the best forecasts and the best models are going to result in outages when you don't have enough supply. And so it's really both ends of the equation to make sure that we're getting sufficient supply in each region, but then also ensuring that the tools to be able to move that power across the seams are available so that when called on, it can actually be delivered. So I think your question was focused on one, but it really broadens the spectrum a bit, in that we have to be focusing on both of those issues. Back to our original conversation, this is a multifaceted issue that affects T, D, and G all the same time in circumstances that we haven't seen in probably 50 or 60 years, with load growing, supply still shrinking, but hopefully that's plateaued and going to go the other direction. That complicates these questions about sharing resources across seams. Everyone is for it. We think it makes sense. It's the right way for us to solve reliability concerns when they happen. But what do you do when you pick up the phone and nobody's available to answer? And I don't think we have a good handle on that question yet.
I appreciate that. Kelly and then Stephen.
Yeah, I think a lot of the same ideas, but just again stressing that there's a need for planning coordination in addition to thinking about resource adequacy. When you get into situations like we're talking about in terms of extreme stress, especially in the winter, you're talking about situations where you're stressed on both the gas and the electric system. So it's not just planning around transmission infrastructure and planning around what's needed to ensure the sharing of resources, but also the infrastructure that's needed to ensure that resources are capable of delivering, especially during those times of system stress.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I lead a group of Cub Scouts, and I take them on hikes. We go camping. We do all kinds of fun stuff. And the one thing, if they were here, they would say they've heard me say countless times is hope for the best and plan for the worst. And your comment there about planning, I think, is spot on, that we can't ignore the fact that there are capacity benefits of ties, which is what PJM uses for their modeling, and other RTOs as well. But if we're talking resource adequacy within an RTO, I think we have to do better than hope for the best. We have to plan for the worst. So that would be my response to your question or your comment, that it is true megawatts can zip around and go from New England to New York to PJM to MISO, and that's a great thing. But if we want to do our best to ensure that we have sufficient resources to maintain an LOLE of 1 in 10 or whatever the metric is, we need to plan for the fact that those megawatts may not be available.
Thank you. All right. Todd, Ramey. So I have a question for you as well. I was looking through kind of the 5 focus areas for MISO going forward, and the last one talks about being more prepared for more frequent instances of targeted load shed. And that doesn't sound great, right? We don't love load shed. So I'm curious if you can talk some more about this. Is this a recognition that even with the best we can do with the 4 measures, that this is going to become more common and we have to be more prepared? Is it recognizing that we don't think we're going to get there, but let's be more prepared if and when it does? Can you shed some more light on that? Is this kind of something that needs to be a broader part of the conversation with where we're at right now and where we think we may be going in the future?
Yeah, I think so. Great question, Commissioner. And timely as well. We actually did have a targeted load shed event in the footprint within the last couple of months in the MISO South region. So local events can arise on a well-planned system that drives the need for on rare occasions, hopefully, targeted load sheds to support interregional, regional reliability, which was the case for the event I mentioned a couple of weeks ago during the holiday weekend. I think that point that I made in my comments is really focusing on the issue we were talking about earlier. As you are reducing your infrastructure, moving from a position of surplus capacity down to minimum requirements, those surplus reserves do provide benefits, right? The more flexibility you have to draw on assets to address operating requirements gives you more flexibility to avoid situations like a targeted load shed. But I just wanted to make that comment that as we're getting towards minimum infrastructure on the supply side, combined with the large network that MISO oversees, and parts of the footprint are more robust than other parts in terms of the quantity of total infrastructure transmission and generation, that it might be the case that going forward and thinking about load growth and more extreme weather events, you could run into more occasions going forward as compared to the past where you do have local transmission events that our reliability coordinators will exhaust all available resources to address, leaving the last step of directing targeted load shed. Now, if you are in an area that's directed for a load shed, that's never pleasant for anyone involved. But again, that's kind of the day one front of the brochure of the justification for a regional entity to oversee reliability at the local level with an eye on taking actions at the local level to protect the larger network. So those events will arise from time to time. SPP had a couple of events earlier this year as well. So hopefully those remain infrequent, but from time to time, those steps may be necessary.
I don't know if anyone else wants to add to that conversation.
Yeah, I'll add. I talk a lot about operating reliability, but one of the pieces that I focus a lot on is the need for ancillary services and the need for quick start, fast ramping resources that can respond at any time when grid operators need them and can respond for as long as needed. And, thinking about going into the future is looking at a resource mix that's very different from the one that we've been used to, and making sure that you have sufficient amounts of resources that can very quickly come on and provide energy is how you prevent those kinds of situations, right? So there's various emergency alerts that grid operators use when the system is stressed, and, calling on all generation, calling on demand response, and then deploying operating reserves. And if operating reserves have been deployed, a load shed potentially is imminent. So making sure that system operators have access to the resources that are needed to prevent those kinds of events, in addition to preventing these larger, potential cascading outages. A load shed is an event that takes place in an anticipation to prevent a larger network collapse, right? Mm-hmm. I also talk about the fact that what grid operators are doing, especially when they're taking actions to prevent some kind of a cascading outages that could lead to a blackout, that's a critical public good. And so making sure, this is why I talk about states needing to have information in order to ensure that system operators can perform that really critical role.
Great, thank you. Dr. Patton.
Yeah. I guess I did want to mention we spend a lot of our time evaluating the operator actions and procedures and so forth, because in the case of like this event that Todd was talking about, looking at, did we exhaust every reasonable step that we could have taken to avoid the load shed? There have been times in the past where the answer to that was no. There were things that MISO could do. There were gaps in their procedures, and we identified them. And they've always been extremely collaborative at improving their operations, so that is literally the last thing that happens is in the case of a local transmission emergency. I will say, I will confess, maybe I'm slightly overly optimistic when I say that MISO has achieved this just and reasonable capacity market. There is one outstanding recommendation that bears on this question, which is that RTOs should define local capacity zones that reflect the electrical realities of their systems, and so that the capacity requirements in those zones can properly reflect the local reliability needs. And this is one of the problems in the South, is we have a giant zone in the South that encompasses all of MISO's territory in Texas and Louisiana. And those are the areas where you need quick start generation, particularly in East Texas, where we've shed load a number of times. But there's no way for the capacity market to send a targeted signal to that area that it would be profitable for people to build gas turbines. It'd be enormously helpful for reliability. And so that's a pending recommendation that hasn't yet been responded to, but would bear on trying to avoid these sorts of local load shed situations.
Thank you. Stephen.
Yeah, thank you. One thing I wanted to pick up on is what I included in my testimony, is that these capacity constructs look at megawatts, and you can apply whether it's ELCC or a DLOL or whatever we want to call it, a way to derate the accredited capacity, and that's all good and well. But what the operators need is attributes. They need, and I think that's along the lines of what Dr. Patton was just mentioning, perhaps not. But what we need is not just a resource adequacy construct that says go out and get megawatts. We need, in the future, and probably as soon as possible, a construct that says we need quick start capability, we need generators with fuel security, we need ramping capability within some parameters. And that's what we need in order to ensure that things remain reliable, and keeping those EUEs and LOLEs as infrequent as possible. So pivot away from just looking at megawatts and derating those megawatts through accreditation and focusing instead on what does the grid need, and that's the attributes. And right now, as far as I know, there's no capacity construct and there's no great market mechanism out there for RTOs to signal exactly what they need based on the resource mix that they have at that time.
Thank you. Looks like you hit a couple of nerves. So Kelly and then Laura.
Yeah, so that's a lot of what I'm talking about when I'm talking about ancillary services and essential reliability services. I think initially, before we moved to marginal accreditation and ELLC, the attempt was to make sure that LSCs procured a certain amount of total megawatts. You just had to make sure you had a total amount, because as long as, when the system was mostly fossil assets, if you lost a resource in real-time system operations, you very quickly could have somebody else who could respond, provided they had fuel available. As we move forward, those assumptions are no longer true. And marginal accreditation is an attempt to put that in the market construct to say these are the kinds of megawatts that we need. But this is why I keep coming back to, it has to go further than that. We need something else. It's not just the signal that these are the kinds of resources that we need, and potentially new ancillary services products like ramping and uncertainty that may also procure those in real-time power system operations. But making sure that states understand what's needed to make sure that those resources are actually deliverable. It's not just making sure that you have, megawatts. They have to actually be able to produce when called upon for as long as needed. And this is why I keep coming back to, we can price certain aspects, but there needs to be something outside of that. It can't just be markets alone. We need to have planning coordination that enables the infrastructure that's needed for those resources to be quick start and fast ramping. And, as we move into the future, for states that have various decarbonization targets, you also need associated infrastructure for some of those other resources to scale. For example, things like pipelines for sequestration or storage for spent fuel rods, right? We need associated infrastructure, and that's where I want to see states understanding what system needs are so that they can think about how to shape their policy and planning choices.
Yeah, I want to touch on a couple different things that really have been said over the course of the past several questions in my response. And that is, first, to not underscore the importance of the IRP planning that happens at the states and how that provides a good view of multiple futures that enables the ISO, enables the state and the load serving entity to provide a varying range of futures to meet that load. And so that is critically important. Second is the independent certification proceedings that happens at the state level before any resource, both generation and transmission, before that's added to the system, to make sure it is the right resource at the right time to meet the need at the time on the system. And so that also is critically important and is enabling the appropriate levels of resource adequacy. And then also, as we think about, load forecasting, and, Dr. Patton talked about the very large load zone in East Texas and Louisiana. That is where our company operates. We have a very different load profile. Almost 60% of our energy sales are to our large energy intensive industry. So we have a very different load profile to serve those customers than maybe someone else in other parts of MISO. So as we think about how do we serve that load, it is important to make sure that we're bringing the right resources on. And so queue reform is certainly very important, but I know a comment that has been made over the course of the past 2 days was, clearing the queue. And I think more importantly, it's clearing the right resources out of the queue, not just clearing the queue. Because if you look at the current queue, it's overwhelmingly renewables, and that is not going to serve the large load. It's certainly not going to serve the data centers. And so it's how do you bring the right resource to the front of the queue to make sure that those are coming online expeditiously to meet the demand, to meet the moment of today, not to meet the moment that was 15 months ago, 2 years ago, right? Because looking at where we were 18 months ago or even 12 months ago, it is not what's going to be adequate to serve our customers based on what we know today.
Thank you. All right. Todd.
Commissioner, I'll just add quickly. I think I just heard a great commercial for the value of RTOs and ISOs because states are going to bring different resource preferences. They're going to bring different characteristics that they think are important to their jurisdiction. But the emphasis, as I say everywhere I go, has to be on cooperative federalism, emphasis on cooperative. When you elect to participate in an RTO or an ISO, there are concessions that have to be made in order for you to be an active and effective participant as part of that. And I think what I've heard a lot of in the last day and a half is the aspirational policy goals are now coming into direct conflict with operational realities of the system, and how do we shrink the delta between those two in order to deliver reliability and do so cost effectively? States have a role, you all have a role, but we have a role, our vertically integrated utility cousins have a role. Everybody's trying to solve the same set of issues, but the different fuel mix and the states need more information, or the states need to participate and collaborate. If we spent more time on the collaboration and the cooperation portion and less on the my state policies are better than your state policies, I think we would advance the ball, because we're in that 1 to 5 year window that I talked about in my comment in response to the chair. And if we don't get that first 5 year portion right, the rest of this is academic. It's not going to matter, because the public won't support it and we won't be able to succeed in ways that we want to succeed. So I think if we lean into how we can capture even more value of the diversity of states that participate in RTOs and ISOs, how their markets are structured, because they're not identical. They're all different in their own way. The way they calculate resources are different in their own way, but we are seeing some systemization with a little bit of regional flavor that I think is answering some of the questions. That'll help us solve that 1 to 5 year window that is so critical for us to get to the next step, because without that 1 to 5 year window, I'm concerned that we're not going to be successful in the 2 succeeding windows that come after it.
Great, thank you. All right, back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Chang.
Well, great. Finally it gets to me, and I thank you again for being here. Very excited to talk more about MISO. I want to start by picking up some of the themes already Commissioner C had brought up, and Todd, you mentioned, and Dr. Patton, you talked about the interface as being incredibly powerful and how it supports the resource adequacy and the diversity, I would call, diversity of resources across not only MISO, but with its neighbors. I noticed that, I think, Andrew, in your submitted comments, you talked about artificial limitations of the contract path between MISO North and MISO South. And Todd, you know, I was at the MISO board meeting, and I was actually completely surprised at how many public entities showed up at your board meeting to talk about the, I'll say, inadequacy of the transmission in MISO South, and I would interpret that as sort of like the interface between MISO North and MISO South. So I was just wondering, in the context of resource adequacy, I see transmission as also a support for resource adequacy, particularly between MISO North and MISO South, given that MISO is already well integrated or interfaced or integrated with other regions nearby. So I'm just wondering, what is the future for, I understand there's some tranches coming up, but I'm just wondering what your vision is, and I'm curious about this contract path limitations at the same time. So if you could, all of you can talk more about how this sort of MISO North, MISO South issue contributes or hinders resource adequacy issue, particularly in the context of the recent event. So maybe we can start with you, Todd.
Yeah, so today and historically, we've kind of bifurcated. You look at MISO's footprint, and there is limited contract path connection between MISO North Central regions and MISO South. As a result, we've kind of evolved our planning process where we look at the Central and the North collectively and look at the MISO South region kind of as another entity separately. So we are going through, as you mentioned, our tranches, our annual MTEP process and our long-range transmission planning process, and some of the later tranches will focus on the MISO South region. So to the extent that there are, and we know that there are some needs within that MISO South region where additional transmission would be a benefit, we'll study those and make recommendations, work through the stakeholder process, and perhaps come up with some recommendations for some projects there. So that's in front of us. The question about the limitations of between the South region and the North and the Central affecting resource adequacy. It is true that there is more transfer capability, broadly speaking, between the regions in the southern part of the interconnect and the north and central part. So some of that is taken into consideration in assumptions on how we model transfer capability and adequacy planning. So there, like we were talking about earlier, we do make some assumptions about availability of support from other external resources outside of MISO. So those assumptions are included in that. And as a practical matter, even with the contract path limitations, if you look at the economic flows in the operations time frame, power will move back and forth generally based on economics. 85% of the time, I'm thinking probably within those limits. So the economics generally support the amount of contract path that we're monitoring our operations to. I think it's true that power flows tend to typically move on average from north to south, but the south also tends to have more capacity from a resource adequacy perspective. So it's typical that the south is exporting capacity in the annual capacity market to the north and central regions. So we're utilizing the transfer capability that's there. We think we're getting a lot of good value from that. And in terms of incremental investment and additions of transmission, we're looking at those opportunities through our transmission planning process.
So just a quick follow-up on that. So is this a contract path limitation, meaning, because I'm familiar with this in other regions where there's some contract limitations, but really there's more flows than possible, and you're using that such that there's no additional transmission that might be needed between MISO South and MISO North, meaning there won't be additional benefit with additional projects, or is this, or is the opposite true, which is you actually could use more, or it would be more beneficial to have more transmission between North and South for resource adequacy purposes?
So we integrated the MISO South region in 2013, and since that time we've looked at the economics, cost benefit studies of increasing that contract path transfer capability through adding infrastructure there. And as I was mentioning, the flows typically are not constrained often in the dispatch, so the cost benefit of adding more contract path is not sufficient to cover the expense of adding that infrastructure. So it's not a limitation economically. In terms of the physics of the flow and constraints on the system, we have processes in place with our neighbors who monitor their facilities. And if there are physical constraints that are being driven, even at flows below the contract path limits, we have operating procedures to address managing those constraints together. Should there be a need in operations to exceed those contract path limits, similarly, we can work with our neighbors, and if there's transfer capability, we can access that.
Yes, Dr. Patton.
Yeah, this is a great question because it's this may be a completely unique arrangement, this path between north and south in the whole industry. I mean, normally what happens in an area, if you're interconnected and you have contract path between balancing areas, then you just dispatch your system. You can use, it doesn't matter whether that connection is 500 megawatts, you could transfer 10,000 megawatts. It's within your system, and that creates loop flows perhaps around your system. Now that when the South interconnected with the Midwest, the South has about a gigawatt tie connecting the North and the South, and the neighbors all around MISO got really nervous because they looked at the MISO system and said, well, yeah, there might be times when they're moving 10 gigawatts between and putting a gigantic amount of loop flow on SPP and TVA. So FERC said, okay, you guys need to work it out. And so they negotiated a true contract path, which is a contract agreement on how much MISO can use, which is about 3 gigawatts, 2,500 in one direction, 3,000. So that's different than the gigawatt contract path, but it does limit MISO's ability to use the system, and there's nothing physical about it, so you can't expand it by building transmission. You can only expand it by negotiating a new deal with the neighbors, and it would be valuable for MISO to be able to utilize more. It grates on us when we evaluate the performance of the market because where the transfers really impact are truly limited is when constraints start binding on neighboring systems, but we have mechanisms in place to help them relieve those constraints. We don't have to do it by limiting the transfers between the areas. So that constraint does generate inefficient cost in our opinion, but it's a requirement under the tariff.
Okay. Laura, did you want to comment about any of this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly an important question to think about the north-south transfer, but also, I'll acknowledge that MISO South tends to have more capacity. I think the transmission capability is an important part of the conversation when we think about resource adequacy, but at the end of the day, we're thinking about the addition of new load and the retirement of assets or what type of assets you're bringing on. So transmission can't help with the need that we need to build more generation. I will say, working with MISO, we have significant transmission that we are planning to build out. We have over $2 billion of transmission pending before the Louisiana Public Service Commission for certification to help the import-export capability within the load pockets in Louisiana. It'll also that'll help with the power flows. It helps with the siting of new generation, and it helps enable our load serving capability to drive more growth. So transmission is important, but I think it's just one part of the puzzle, right? So.
Okay.
So when Amron's looking at how to solve this resource adequacy crunch, I think we're looking at an all of the above, type approach. We want to see resource planning in every state jurisdiction, including Illinois. We would like to see a return to some form of resource planning in that jurisdiction as well, whatever that may look like. But because somebody has to build the resources before you can transfer them and share them around, right? But transmission is a solution for resource adequacy. If somebody has excess capacity and it's trapped in that zone, then we need to explore ways that it can be shared across the entire pool, right? And so if that, I think Todd was alluding to the cost-benefit analysis of building new transmission, but it's something we need to keep on our radar. And so if we're looking at Tranche 4, which is to bolster the transmission ties between MISO North and MISO South, you can look at historic PRA results and see price separation between these two regions pretty consistently, right? And so it's something that we definitely need to keep on our radar.
Okay, thank you. One last question is, MISO is the first region that went to 4-season capacity markets, and I'm just wondering if there are lessons learned that you would have maybe done differently, or maybe what other regions should learn about having 4 seasons, not just summer and winter, but actually having 4-season capacity market, and has that improved resource adequacy? How have the utilities planned around that? Or is that unique to MISO because it's mostly, aside from Illinois, vertically integrated? So all of those things. So.
Sure. This is one of my favorite topics. I said a minute ago that prompt seasonal markets are an inevitable end for all these capacity markets. And that's increasingly so for a variety of reasons. One is sort of at the mundane end. Having seasonal capacity markets provides important information on when people should be scheduling their outages, because if you overschedule, you might think you want to schedule all your outages in the spring, but if you overschedule in the spring, and by the way, May is still in the spring and it gets really hot, and September's in the fall and it can be really hot, then you end up with resource adequacy problems that surprise people. So the seasonal market helps people make decisions and clear their capacity so that they can schedule their planning outages more intelligently. But more important than that, you heard a lot of talk about attributes, and I don't agree that we need separate markets for attributes or separate requirements for attributes, because I think people don't understand how powerful accreditation is. Accreditation is the process by which you model all of the attributes and you determine what the marginal value of different resources are. And what you would learn when you look at that is, what we have learned is that there are some things that are incredibly differentiated by season. And I'll mention a couple of them. Batteries. Everyone loves storage. Storage is incredibly valuable in the summertime as long as you don't rely excessively on it, because the resource adequacy problems you tend to have are very peaky. The problems you have in the winter are not peaky. They are due to extended cold spells, and batteries aren't very valuable. And if you don't accredit resources seasonally, then you don't acknowledge that, like, if we're shifting, and I believe we are, especially in the Northeast, reliability risk from summer to winter, then you're not going to be building the resources that you need. You may be building batteries and then have a major outage, and everybody wonders why. Gas-only resources. In New England, gas-only resources are worth almost nothing in the winter because we only have enough pipeline capacity to power about half of them after you meet the LDC load in New England. So if somebody can build a new gas turbine and have no fuel supply that's firm, how much is that worth? It's worth virtually nothing. And so marginal accreditation combined with a seasonal market sends a very clear signal. And the reason prompt is important is that gas turbine in New England, if they can buy LNG and firm their supplies up, now they're worth a lot. And they only make that decision a few months ahead of the season. So if you have a seasonal prompt market, then you can send the right incentives for people to bring resources with the fuel supplies they need to keep the lights on in the wintertime. So there's a whole array of issues that I think a seasonal market, but it has to be prompt, solve that historically the capacity markets have not addressed.
In terms of the design, we completely agree with Dr. Patton. We think we've arrived at what is getting close to probably the best available market design, prompt seasonal. In terms of lessons learned, I think that they were more practical in implementation. I think we got an order in December and we switched from annual to seasonal market in a very short amount of time. Everything is becoming more complex, going from an annual to a seasonal times 4, all the data burden on MISO and our members as well. So doing it in that short amount of time was a bit of a crunch. When I look back now, there were days where I was, crossing my fingers to make sure that we dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. And I think we had one hiccup that slowed us down for a few days. But a lot of work was required to get that compressed schedule completed and in place for the timeline we put upon ourselves. So maybe in hindsight, taking another season might have been beneficial. We decided to do that with implementation of the full updated accreditation practices. We put that fully in place in a few years out. So that does give us time to work with members and members to start learning the implications of the effects on their portfolio of resources on the new DLOL accreditation methodology. So post-dating some of these significant changes is probably my biggest takeaway in terms of lessons learned from cutting over to seasonal.
Great, thank you. Kelly. Oh, Stephen, I didn't see your card. Maybe Kelly, you first, and then Stephen.
I just wanted to make a couple of comments. So in the process that I put forth, I always say that's just a starting point. That's just an idea. It's just a way to get something on the page that we can talk about. I think one of the things that's interesting about what MISO's done is in their accreditation process, they outline these very specific RA hours, right? So there's a focus on exactly where reliability challenges are expected to occur. You're actually looking at, previous history, looking at actual performance, and I think that might be one mechanism where you can actually take the information that's coming from the RTOs, potentially influencing the markets, and that's somewhere where the states can actually pay attention and say, are the resources who are providing critical services during these hours actually available, and what will it take to make sure that they can be? That's the kind of information that I was looking to have states engage with. The process that I outlined is one way to do it, but there may be information that RTOs are already putting out that could do something like that, and I think in the seasonal accreditation process and in the specific attention to RA hours, that might be something in MISO that states can look at.
Commissioner, I must have not heard you quite right, because on your prior question, I thought we were going to go down the line, and
oh, okay, yeah,
so
sorry.
I was looking forward, and then we moved on, but I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that I did include in my testimony a few sentences about the artificial contract limitations on the transmission grid between the South and the North. And those should be removed to the extent we can ensure reliability of the grid, but a pure advocate for reducing and ideally eliminating those artificial contracts. To your question on seasonality, seasonal is certainly superior to the PJM annual construct, but I think the ideal is something subannual. It irks me when we talk seasonal because we made up seasons. We said this month is spring and that month is fall. It's really in the grid. The shoulder months, the shoulder seasons, have and may continue to show increased risk of unserved energy and those sorts of things. So should we model spring separate from fall, or should we just call them a shoulder season or shoulder? The first month of summer, June, is typically not, at least in PJM when things peak, it's towards the end of July. Same thing for winter. There's always just like a few weeks when you look in the history of when the systems peak. It's like they peak around this time, not the whole season. So looking at it in a more granular way, and I don't know if that's prompt, I'm not quite sure how to do all that, but the long and short of it is seasonal is better than annual, but something that is, in my opinion, subannual, which is maybe it's monthly or something else that we define is a better way to go. And then in terms of attributes, I think I'm just going to have to agree to disagree with Dr. Patton, because he talked about earlier how initially solar had like a 50% accreditation value, and that's going to be trending to zero. But the reality is those solar resources are on the grid, and the operators put out, they look at a forecast of how much sun is going to shine tomorrow, and they have to plan the grid around the reality that those solar resources, whether they're accredited at 0 or 100, it doesn't matter. They're going to be putting out power into the grid. But if a cloud comes over or the solar forecast is wrong, that's where the attributes come in, because you'll need something that can ramp up rather quickly and keep the lights on until the cloud moves away. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That's all I have for this panel.
Okay, we got actually we're right smack dab on time. In fact, it's good. I got a couple follow-up questions on this very topic of accreditation. Except I'm going to move to Dr. Patton. You mentioned solar being accredited at 50%, and it's interesting contrast with PJM. I just looked. They're in PJM's ELCC, which is marginal. Solar is 8 to 11. Gas CC is 74. And could you talk more about the absolute importance of getting accreditation right? Because we're not buying nameplate numbers, okay? The nameplate number days are gone. We have to be buying, I say we, I mean, people who are responsible for buying resources have got to know exactly what they're buying. And if you're accrediting solar at 50, then that's a better deal than gas CC, but PJM now has it at 8 to 11. Gas CC is at 74. That's a very different quantification when you get to the market. So could you talk more about the absolute importance of and it's got to be marginal. I see Dr. Bowering back there. He was one of the advocates to make PJMs marginal. They did it. Thank you. And we approved it. And marginal got to be key. But could you elaborate more on that accreditation?
Yeah, I viewed this as one of the most important things that any of the RTOs have done in 20 years is go to marginal accreditation. And you probably saw in every filing by any of the RTOs we work with had an affidavit from us describing why that's the case. And the reason I'm so happy it got done is because doing the right thing when it is going to have big economic impacts on a lot of market participants is super hard. And I was actually pessimistic we'd get to the finish line of marginal accreditation because it hurts a lot of the resources that have been under development. Now, the solar at 50%, I would just note that is pre-marginal accreditation. Their DLOL doesn't kick in until 2028, and they had basically an average ELCC for wind in place because there was a ton of wind coming in, and for some reason I think MISO just decided, because we don't have any solar and we don't have a way to calculate ELCC, maybe we'll just designate it at 50% as a starting point. But once marginal accreditation is in place, it's going to trend to zero.
Especially in the winter.
Yeah, in the winter, and especially in the winter, and eventually in the summer. The solar has been coming in at a very, very rapid clip. Like we have new solar peaks every month, it seems like.
Well, one more follow-up on that question, and then go to Commissioner Rosner. I've read several articles that in MISO you're having a problem with when you send curtailment orders to wind and solar, they don't respond. And how does that mess with the operation of the grid? Because if they're not responding to curtailment and you've got overproduction, that has an operational issue, doesn't it?
David, maybe you know what the chairman's referring to better than I do. Wind as a resource that's dispatchable tends to be very responsive to dispatch instructions, and they're very responsive, meaning they can control their output very closely, which means that they can also take advantage of market rules that are designed to kind of allow for the give and take and the slowness of some of the legacy resources that were in place when we designed the markets. So for example, they can overproduce slightly to avoid uninstructed deviation penalties. Sometimes they'll do that during a situation where they're contributing to a transmission constraint, and that overproduction is harming the constraint, and getting the signals right to make sure that they understand where they need to be from a dispatch perspective when they're contributing constraints has been a challenge that we've been working on. We're working towards any day now implementing an improvement where they'll get a signal that says you are contributing to a transmission constraint and you need to adhere to these dispatch instructions for reliability purposes. So we think that'll be an improvement, but perhaps that's what you were referring to in terms of the trade press you were reading about.
Yeah, but this is a big problem.
Yeah, I think that's a politically correct response, frankly.
Well,
Let's hear from Dr. Patton.
Well, you can rely on me not to be politically
operating
correct.
a fleet of 120,000 gigawatts of resources over a 15-state network, there are challenges and decisions that operators are making every moment of every day to make sure that it works well together. So David says this is a huge problem. MISO operations folks roll with what they have before them, and we find ways to make it work. Now, David's role is to come in and say, here are structural changes that they recommend that we take to alleviate those challenges on operators, and we fully support that and work with that as well. But
Okay. Well, let me
his view of big changes or
Well, I'd like to hear
challenges
his
are different
view
from ours. Sure.
right now.
Okay, so let me tell you why this happens. And in fairness, like we're completely on the same page with MISO operations. There are views of what the intermittent renewables are doing that they don't have in the control room. So we're going back and forth and working with them to inform their operating responses to resources that aren't following dispatch. Let me tell you why this happens, why I think it happens as an economist. If I'm a wind unit or I'm a solar unit and I'm getting a $30 production tax credit, all of these problems are transmission related. This doesn't have anything to do with serving load. It has to do with their effect on transmission, because we can always make up their deviations, like from an aggregate footprint standpoint. So you have a renewable that is sitting on top of a constraint, and we need them to curtail to unload the constraint. Now, if they're the marginal resource and they have a production tax credit of $30, they're going to be offering it negative $30 per megawatt hour because they want to produce until it's uneconomic given the $30 tax credit they're going to get. And if they're marginal, the LMP at their location is going to be negative $30. So think about that. Like if I'm a renewable, I say, well, if I respond to the curtailment, I lose my $30 tax credit. If I don't respond to the curtailment, if I do respond to the curtailment, then I save myself a $30 bill from the RTO because the price is negative $30. I'm indifferent between responding and not responding. And that's a horrible place to be. Like we need them to have the incentive to respond, because that LMP that says negative $30 is assuming they're responding. The dispatch model is always going to set prices, assuming people actually follow the dispatch instruction. And so if the dispatch model knew that this renewable was not going to follow the curtailment, the price at that location might be negative $1,000 or negative $500 because it sends the transmission constraint into violation. So one of our recommendations is for MISO to implement congestion-related dispatch deviation penalties so that that resource is unambiguously has an incentive to follow the curtailment, that it no longer is like, well, if I do or if I don't, it really doesn't affect me economically. And this is becoming a big problem because the proliferation of these resources and the number of constraints that they impact.
Commissioner Rosner.
I just want to follow on the conversation on accreditation you had with Commissioner Chang and Chairman Christie. We talked a lot about this yesterday and talking about it again today about how accreditation is an important reform because it sends the signal to invest in the right types of resources with the right attributes in the right places. One of the comments you made was I just wanted to ask your opinion while we have you here on this topic, and anyone else too, but you mentioned that in New England, natural gas combined cycle has a value that's very low in the winter because they can't get fuel. You mentioned that batteries have a value that's equally very low in the winter, and that's why seasonal accreditation is important. Don't dispute any of that. My question is, and again, just a thought exercise, not saying I think any of these things need to be done, but just interested in the conversation here. Do we have the right, are we accrediting a granular enough set of resources? And by that I mean, while the typical battery that's built today might be 2 or 4 hours, I see Chairman Bartlett over there, he's building one that's got 100 hours of storage. Do we need to accredit a 100-hour storage battery, and what are the pros and cons of getting more granular and versus being more complex? Noting Mr. Ramey's experience with complexity of the workload of doing all this. On the other hand, do we need to accredit, combined cycle plants and with respect to their fuel arrangements? Like, do we need to have a different category of combined cycle that reflects firm fuel of some type? Just curious, what's your opinion on questions about like that?
Yes, absolutely. We need to be more granular, and I think actually one of the biggest challenges is like the accreditation is a product of the planning models, and these new technologies that have very different attributes. Like I think it's been a struggle to update the planning models fast enough to really model how they're going to be operated. Like we don't even model renewables great. Like we do model them, and some of the work with EPRIs and the RTOs have been focused on how do we get more granular weather and profile information into these planning models so that we can do an even better job with renewables. But batteries, like it's been a struggle for RTOs to model batteries well, because like from an operational standpoint, the RTOs are still learning how to operate the batteries and how to optimize them. Texas is struggling, and they're getting a bigger influx of batteries than anybody. How do you model state of charge? And so you have to figure out how you're going to operate them before you can then say, okay, then how do we reflect that operation in the planning model? Because the operations is how you access those technologies determines what the likelihood that they're going to be there when you're having an emergency and that they're going to have the capability. So this is a work in progress, but and a challenge, but it is essential, and we need to continue to be more granular. Like we know that the duration of the battery has a huge impact on its value. So yes, that needs to be modeled. The fuel supply arrangements, hugely important in the wintertime. So yes, that needs to be modeled. I know it creates like a big workload for the RTOs and the vendors of these planning models to work through, but it's essential.
Thanks so much. I see Mr. Schnitzler.
Commissioner, if I could respond,
Please.
I will stipulate that we share the concern that accreditation be correct. I get a little uncomfortable when we make blanket statements that say that certain resources in certain regions are worth zero because they don't have the preferred type of contract or what have you, when historic performance actually shows that they show up, that they do deliver, and that they are functionally supporting the system and delivering the outcomes for reliability that we say that we want. And so that is where the rubber meets the road and where the difficult conversations around proper accreditation may lie. Because if we take a silver bullet approach and say, well, it's only going to be X, and then you'll qualify as a 74% resource or a 0% resource, but the historical performance over time is that they show up 95 or 100% of the time, rating them at a 0 seems to miss the mark fairly broadly. And so we need to be thinking a little more holistically. I hate to overuse the word granularly, but sometimes it's a plant by plant evaluation, because if you've got access to multiple pipelines and you have a loop that allows you to get gas, whether you have firm or interruptible supply, may not affect your performance at all. And you can be sitting right on top of a pipeline that you have a firm supply contract on, and if force majeure is called, it's worth 0. But that doesn't happen all the time. So how do we arrive at the right number gets a little bit sticky, and I just caution that we get too prescriptive in how we evaluate resources based on certain criteria while failing to recognize their performance over a period of time.
100% agree with you.
Well, I'd say doing every plant's going to be very granular. That's about as granular as you can get.
And maybe just to clarify, I think the way in practice these tools have been used is to look at historical performance and then make an assumption about the future. And I don't know that we have an accreditation of 0 for anything. And my question was more, theoretical exercise about the future, but how do we need to be more granular? And I think you and I are on the same
we
page.
agree 100% on that. I will stipulate to that.
Yeah, thank you. Good point.
Done with me?
Please.
I was just going to say that as a practical matter, we are already down to every resource having a process to assign an accreditation. To meet that balance between average class level accreditation performance and individual unit characteristics, MISO has adopted a hybrid model where both parameters impact a resource's accreditation. So higher performing individual units have the opportunity to get accredited values that are above that class average. So that's kind of the balance we've achieved so far, and I think that you will continue to see more granular analysis of reliability attributes and the vectors that affect those showing up in our analysis in the accreditation processes going forward. Good thing is the LCC framework facilitates accommodating that kind of analysis and adjustments going forward.
Yeah, it's sort of like, this is maybe a crazy analogy, but I mean, it's like a brand new Toyota Camry is going to have a better performance than my 17-year-old Toyota Camry, although it's been doing pretty good. But it's the same category, but the age just makes a difference and other attributes. Okay. Anybody else? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to add back. So this is, again, that discussion about the way that MISO is doing the accreditation is a little bit unique in that they actually identify these hours, right? So maybe resources actually can perform, but if states are intending that these are assets that are meeting particular targets or meeting, ensuring that these are assets that they're putting in rate base in order to provide certain services, making sure that they are able to produce, right? It could be a way to identify, resources that are needed and give states a little bit of a focus.
Well, thank you all. We are right on time. So we thank this panel. That was very informative and interesting. So we thank all of you again for all the work you did to get ready for this and coming today. Thank you. Back at 11. It's perfect. To the minute.
Welcome back, everybody. For those of you who are just tuning in, I'm Jessica Lowman with the Commission's Office of Energy Market Regulation. The sixth panel today will explore approaches to address MISO's resource adequacy challenge and the benefits of and improvements to MISO's resource adequacy construct to ensure that MISO and its states achieve resource adequacy. Each panelist submitted in advance a statement that includes their position on questions in the conference agenda. In the interest of time, we'll be foregoing opening remarks from the panelists and go directly to the questions from the chairman and the commissioners. As a friendly reminder, we ask for the discussion to avoid any specific proceeding before the Commission. If discussion veers towards any specific proceeding, my colleagues from the Office of General Counsel will interrupt the discussion and ask the speaker to avoid that topic. And panelists, please try to keep your mics parallel to the table to preserve audio quality. Thank you. I'd like to start by introducing our panel 6 panelists. We have Marcus Hawkins, Chair of the OMS Resource Adequacy Committee and Commissioner of the Wisconsin Public Service Commission. We have Doug Scott, Chairman of the Illinois Commerce Commission. We have Jim Houston, Chairman of the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. We have Eric Skrmetta, Commissioner with the Louisiana Public Service Commission. Carrie Zaleski, Vice President of Transmission and Electricity Markets for the America Clean Power Association. And Jennifer Aisler, Attorney with the Iowa Department of Justice and the Iowa Office of the Consumer Advocate. Welcome, panelists. And I'll now turn it over to Chairman Christie to begin the discussion.
And we're going to start the questioning with Commissioner Chang.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I know it's a long travel from the Midwest and from the South, and welcome to DC, and very much looking forward to having this dialogue with you, and thank you for all the prepared statements. Just to kick us off, I am curious about, I'm very familiar with the IRP processes, but I also know that each state probably has a slightly different process. And I'm just wondering if each state and each utilities within the state or load serving entities within each state plans to some kind of an average or average predicted future. I'm just wondering whether I have this concern that if everybody plans to the average, but then the growth is actually greater than potentially greater than the average, there could be a sort of leaning on neighbors that are also planning to the average, and we all kind of like short in the end. Dr. Patton on the last panel suggests that that's probably looking, at least in the summer, it's not an issue, and I'm wondering if that's an issue in the future. So I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit about your own state's perspective on this, and also whether this is a concern that I should not be concerned about, or is this something that you think about in your IRP process, and what are your instructions to the utilities as far as planning, both historically and also planning into the future as we see this load coming? Yeah, sure. Yes, Commissioner Hawkins, start with you.
Thank you. Great question. And we're actually grappling with this at the Wisconsin Commission right now, recognizing that our guidance to our utilities as to what they should plan for is really out of date with a lot of the changes that Dr. Patton and Todd Ramey were talking about on the last panel. So what that is leading to is utilities bringing applications to us with things like installed capacity instead of accredited capacity, like the chairman was talking about, is what's actually important. So we need to modernize our requirements that we are telling our utilities to plan towards. And so we're in the middle of that process. They're doing their best to grapple with all of these changes. And so I think where our efforts are best spent are understanding how those changes will impact what they're planning towards.
Okay.
Because right now we have changes coming on accreditation in the next couple of years, and there's going to be a ton of benefit on that. And we're seeing some of that trickle down into planning decisions today. We've already seen changes from the seasonal accreditation that we've done, so that we have zero value of solar in the winter, but we have that 50% in the summer as like an interim step. But in the future, when the risks are moving around, like Dr. Patton was talking about, people aren't understanding or recognizing that the requirements are going to go down because the risk will appear at lower load level periods. So we have utilities which have all the incentive in the world to build things, so don't worry about that. So in the MISO vertically integrated structure, that's why we all have day jobs, is to make sure that that incentive doesn't run rampant on our ratepayers. So we have a situation when the risks move, we need to have a planning structure at the states that understand, okay, now that the risk period is in a winter morning when you're at like 60% of your actual peak load, and your requirement might be 1% or negative 1% on a DLOL accreditation. no one understands what that means. There's threes of people that get that. And I'm afraid I might be one of them, and like 2 of them are at MISO. And so like we need to have this like trickle down into the industry and into the footprint to understand what we're planning towards, because it's going to be extremely different. And so I agree with a lot of what was said on the prior panel, and I don't know if I fully answered your question, but it is kind of going towards my point in my statement, which was our effort should be spent on implementing the very important changes that we've made and making sure it gets to our utility planners, it gets to the commissions that are reviewing IRPs, whatever their process is. There's a ton of homework to do there. And that's why I chair the OMS Resource Adequacy Committee, is we're trying to educate ourselves and make sure that that's making it to all of the disparate state planning processes.
Great, thank you. You did answer my question.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. We're in a little different situation in Illinois because we're
That's right.
restructured. So we haven't done IRPs in 30 years since that happened. But we've started to think about planning for the future. And so instead of doing an IRP process, which would be really difficult with the LSEs who don't own generation anymore, we started working on trying to provide for different resources to either come online or stay online. So, for example, we had 2 different frameworks to help keep some of the nuclear facilities open in Illinois. We worked a lot on trying to do incentives so that we could bring more solar, more wind on. There's a legislative proposal, didn't get across the finish line this year, to do the same thing for storage in fairly large quantities. And there's also, but we're recognizing the need for that. So we actually, in the legislative proposal this year, there was a whole planning section that kind of an IRP-ish kind of proposal that we could then use to work with the utilities, work with the RTOs, and try to understand better not just our own load and what planning for the facilities in Illinois, but also understand better and I know we'll talk about it more, but the load from the data centers, because we see that as a huge issue in any of these planning scenarios.
Great, thank you. Chairman Austin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you for the question. Indiana is obviously a vertically integrated state, and we've had integrated resource planning process in place now for about 16 years. It took us 13 years to get actual rule passed to make that happen, but it's a non-docketed proceeding. It looks out over the 3-year, 5-year, 10-year, 20-year horizon. And every 3 years, the utilities are required to submit an update. So they're in an ongoing, perpetual state of resource planning. There's a, the number one instruction is that they meet their obligation to serve customers. That is to serve peak load plus fulfill the reserve margins assessed to them. And that is our expectation. Our General Assembly last year, or it was 2 years ago, passed House Bill 1520, which requires and almost instills in statute a rugged individualism kind of statute that says we want you to take care of yourself and not overly rely on the markets. So most of them, just as Marcus said, they have an incentive to build. They have an incentive to sell to customers as well. So that's why, in part, regulators are there to police that kind of activity to make sure that that obligation to serve customers is fulfilled. But in addition to that, we meet with the ISOs and the RTOs. We have both a MISO and PJM in Indiana on a summer reliability and winter reliability as checkpoints to make sure that our regulated utilities are not only satisfying that obligation to serve on a short term, but it gives us an opportunity to do check-ins with them on a very regular basis as what the horizon looks like. And just as Chairman Scott mentioned about the data centers as well, that's an extraordinary circumstance, and our process allows for additional flexibility so that if something does come up, a black swan event, a hyperscaler proposal, something of that nature, the IRP process has to be updated in some way or another to be able to adjust to that. That stakeholder engagement process continues between the utilities and all their stakeholders as we work through the integrated resource planning process. But a big thing is the expectation on reserve margins plus meeting peak load is our ongoing expectation. And we have so many checkpoints that we're very confident that routine and robust engagement that's statutorily mandated will make sure that our customers are taken care of. The Hoosiers are.
Thank you.
And good morning, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman. Louisiana is sort of unique in the United States as we are constitutionally independent as a commission. We are a legislative, executive, and judicial body, and so we make them, we administrate them, and we enforce them. The actual 3 investor-owned utilities in the state of Louisiana manage their own IRP. We have 10 rural electric cooperatives who do not generate, although one of them is about to engage in a pseudo-generation capacity. I believe it'll go switch on in October, which will be a 700 megawatt combined cycle gas turbine plant. The goal of Louisiana, as you can imagine, with an industrial base that consumes near 58% of our electric load of the state, is predominantly always providing a sufficient electricity in our state. But we always have that extra capacity allowed for export, which provides a value to our consumers through the MISO marketplace in helping to reduce our fuel costs on their monthly bills. We are looking at, obviously, the need for an additional generation right now, because in some cases people are looking at AI. But AI in Louisiana is maybe 10% of our industrial growth that's coming over the next few years. We are having a state that is heavily petrochemical, heavily manufacturing now, steel mills, et cetera. We are moving forward with having the industrial customers that are coming in work with us to provide capital to build out new generation and to make a seamless transition to providing not only the power necessary, but the power also to make a substantial reserve margin to where we don't get into any squeaky not being able to deliver power to our consumers.
That's interesting.
Good morning, Commissioners. I want to start by saying, Chair Christie, thank you for your 20 plus years of service, both to the state of Virginia and to FERC. Public service is not for the faint of heart, and you did it with vigor and integrity and wit. So congratulations on your legacy.
Yeah, write those down too.
I think you should get a tattoo for sure.
I asked Manu to write his down.
Yeah. I've been listening to the last day and a half about how we should and are thinking about resource adequacy. And I'm hearing a lot about 2 themes I think everyone agrees upon is this conversation about type of resources and the speed upon which we can build, interconnect, energize resources. So I want to talk a little bit more about how I'm thinking about these things. So first, a lot of conversation about diversity of resources. I think everyone is in agreement that we need diversity of resources. And there was a lot of conversation about different attributes. And as we all know, the sun doesn't always shine, the wind doesn't always blow, gas pipelines freeze, there needs to be refueling for nuclear power. So all types of resources have different weaknesses. The good news is that these weaknesses come in different flavors and different times. So in using these weaknesses together in an area like MISO, we can really build the most superior grid. I really enjoy in my job the ability to look at how other markets are operating and what is the current state of play. Commissioner Chang, you asked a really great question yesterday about PJM and noting how 93% is conventional, and there's a lot of conversation how the queue is all solar and some storage, and how are we going to manage that? I don't think anyone is suggesting that we should shut everything down that is currently energized and replace it with everything that's in the queue. But what we're talking about is a slow transition to a higher penetration of a diversity of resources. And we're seeing that in ERCOT, where things are getting connected quickly. The last 2 years, they put 14.9 gigawatts of solar, 8.8 gigawatts of storage, 3 gigawatts of wind on the grid, and they're not a strong policy state. They're doing this because of economics, and the outcome really is incredible. They're meeting new peak loads. The reliability is strong. And then when you look at the affordability, the costs in some of these events, that cold snap that happened in January that engulfed the entire country, their prices didn't peak as high because gas obviously could be offset by storage. So storage has a really important role. And in that vein, in the last day and a half on my bingo card, I didn't see storage mentioned a lot until the last panel. I started hearing the word storage some more. And I think we just need to pause for a second and recognize the powerhouse, the Swiss Army knife that storage is. It's fast, it's flexible, it's dispatchable. It allows for frequency regulation, grid stability, virtual inertia, black start. The technology continues to get better. It gets more efficient. There's different types of storage. We briefly talked about long duration, but there's what I'm seeing from our members is a lot of really incredible technology, and grid operators are starting to figure this out of how to operate. It's super important. I agreed with a lot of things that Dr. Patton said, but his point about the storage in winter and how the value goes down, I would push back a little bit. We did kind of a deep dive in what more storage in PJM could have done in Winter Storm Elliott with that gas-electric coordination, and how batteries could have probably allowed them to sidestep major issues. And because of the lag between all of the bidding and the operating, we think the 4-hour storage could have really helped in situations like that. And then just the point on speed, there are a lot of things that are currently in the queue that are ready to be built. They have engineering plans. They've gone through the processes of penciling out how much they can build the thing for and get the financing. Those projects are in much better much better place than starting over from scratch and building something new. So there's a lot of good things in the queue, and if we want to build things fast, and then just going back to the storage point, we can likely build things like storage quicker compared to things like we're all aware of the supply chain issues with gas turbines that has to come into play when we're thinking about what can we build in the next 5 years.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Christie, for your service and your the attention of all the commissioners to achieving resource adequacy at a just and reasonable cost for consumers. I think you're right. I appreciate the question asking about what the states are doing to make sure that we do indeed live up to our obligation to deliver adequate resources to serve our states. I think there is a variety of approaches that states take to this. Some have formal IRPs, some do not. I come from a state that does not have a formal process, but I think you saw on the screen from the previous panel that we are living up to our obligation to meet our capacity needs and then some. And I was interested by the discussion yesterday in PJM about, well, how do you get the capacity you need to meet the load demand? And I would say, from our perspective, about 20 years ago, utilities were not so interested in building new resources. And we adopted a state policy that gives advanced rate-making treatment to these resources. And along with that, there's an important responsibility to make sure that you're developing the right set of resources. So along the way, even as we're looking at the resource reliability, the resource adequacy and improvements that MISO has been making quickly over the last few years, that interacts directly with the way we do resource planning. We're having to look at different scenarios of load growth. We like to see the utilities having financially committed data load centers in their forecast versus more speculative assumptions. We like them to be looking at how are you going to meet a marginal cost approach for resource accreditation that is driving down lower accreditation for the solar and wind resources that we've been building heavily recently. And, it doesn't make sense to still build those resources under that type of construct. And, is the construct sending the right signals for the utilities and the citizens in our state? So we are very much working with those policy guidances from MISO and trying to come up with reasonable solutions for our state.
Great, thank you. My follow-up question actually is that, which is, I'm interested in hearing from the last panel that, they feel like MISO and Dr. Patton feel like the market design is now at some optimal level, and the ELCC or the accreditation process has improved over time. And Dr. Patton made a comment about, you don't realize how big of a deal ELCC is going to drive resource development. And I completely hear that. I completely appreciate that. And I'm just wondering from the state or really developers' perspective or LSC's perspective, is that if I were one of you, if I were either a utility or a state, I would be quite concerned if my resources that I've been building, as you said, all of a sudden see a change, whether it's up or down, but mostly down, accreditation. And how has that transpired in the way you're thinking and the future planning? And is there enough sort of back and forth, or is there enough feedback to MISO? It sounds like there's some room for evolution, meaning like they set the new accreditation and then there are several years to plan according to that new accreditation. But how has that affected the different states and utilities or developers? Maybe we can start with you. Yeah, thank you.
That would be great. Since I kind of started heading that way with my comments, we are greatly impacted by the DLOL, the marginal accreditation methodology. And it does reduce the accreditation for almost all resources, but more so the solar and wind resources. And I think the concern among in our stakeholders, our state stakeholders, is making sure that that methodology is reflecting the reality of those resources at times when supply is tight in the marketplace, and making sure that those, the method is giving a proper signal to utilities who are planning. I think we're concerned with the rather low capacity accreditation for solar and wind, and wanting to make sure that we're getting the best signals possible for a long-term plan, because once you invest in a gas plant or other type of resource, that displaces your opportunity to some extent to invest in other capacity resources. So having that proper signal is just very important.
Carrie?
I would probably echo Jennifer as well. Modeling is super important for storage, and then a plug for hybrid too. There's so much work that could be done for better modeling for a variety of hybrid configurations. That could be super important. We know that storage plus anything else, and I'm not just here to promote only storage, but when you put storage next to solar or gas, it brings this a whole new value that can really be important to getting this right, and making sure that it's more granular and zonal can be a really important point. But absolutely, accreditation drives where people invest, but not to harp on it, more than that, the ability to interconnect is a really important point to decide where developers are going to be building their things.
Right.
When we've looked at MISO's approach to changing accreditation for solar, like for winter capacity before and the shift there. So it's not an unusual moment to see this sort of change. And that we have to look at sort of and I've been looking at this with some of the other folks in our world about the sort of accreditation of the megawatt, of the value of it, of base load or passive, how is it going to be distributed? And we've seen this in sort of contract amelioration between some of our co-ops that have had to shift their gear on their winter contracts for solar to move over to gas contracts because the ability to ensure the deliverability and the reliability of the contract. So I think we are looking at it from our perspective with the full flexibility of the utilities themselves to do the analysis and interact with we're in 2 RTO systems in our state, to look at them and to bring it back to the commission. And if they demonstrate to us that it's in the best need, the best interest of our consumers, that we'll go ahead and go along with it. But we do always investigate and make a determination based on that. Looking at, the prospectus of how MISO performs on these things, I'm not a big believer in prospective modeling. I look at empirical data for modeling. And as we've seen in the recent blackout load shedding event in New Orleans, a lot of that was, I believe, and also in the SPP event in the Shreveport area the week before, it was poor modeling in a great sense, and also a poor reactive plan. So I think that I don't put a lot of super faith in the information that's delivered to us from outside our state without check, double check from our people and how we look at it, with the ultimate goal of us making our own decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I had 3 things that I wanted to cover real quickly.
Absolutely.
I would count myself as an evangelist for attributes. And even though I know that there was some disagreement on the last panel as to whether or not dispatchable and controllable characteristics were priced, I'm one of those who does believe that from a reliability standpoint. Whether it's in ancillary services, it's just an additional signal. 3 or 4 years ago, and I think it was 4 years ago, our commission passed a general administrative order to everybody that comes before us for a CPCN that they get direct feedback from our RTOs as to how that particular filing fits into the bulk electric system. Now, I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit dismayed because I think that all the RTOs get caught up in the Federal Power Act language when they use the word discrimination. Our intent was to get an affirmation from the RTOs as to exactly how it fits inside their job to service the bulk electric system. And so I think that there's an over-reliance on some of the language, not necessarily the intent in the Federal Power Act as to what the job is, because the number one job for the RTOs is to move electrons and to do so reliably. So
Could you elaborate a little bit more on that? I'm not sure.
I don't mean to tell you your job, so I apologize if it's sounding like that, but that is my interpretation of why we have a federal-state collaborative compact on resource adequacy. We provide the basic underpinnings for that production of electricity. The vertically integrated states do it a little bit differently, well, quite a bit differently than the competitive states, but that's our job. And your job, or the federal job, is to make sure that that moves seamlessly as possible. And I think that interface requires a two-way conversation. And that was our intent at our commission, was to try and elicit input from the RTOs as to exactly how these CPCNs, and that didn't matter if it was coming from a vertically integrated petition CPCN, which has a higher propensity for actually becoming reality, or if it comes from somebody who is an independent power producer. We would want that understanding of how it fits in there. We also support accelerated queue processes as well, and I probably am going to drive your general counsel nuts by saying that, but we do support that because we are living in a different day and age that may require that kind of modification. So I think that's all I probably should say before I let.
Oh, Okay, I thought you had 3 things.
Well, I was going to mention load forecasting too, but maybe that come up sometime later. So
Okay, all right.
I just want to say one thing, Jim. When you hear about discriminatory in the Federal Power Act, remind them there's an adverb in front of it, unduly.
Yeah.
I have seen that word. Thank you.
I appreciate the question. I think it's really important, and it's so important for us in terms of the investments we've already made as a state, as well as the investments going forward. I think the more granularity, the better. I know that was Commissioner Rosner and Dr. Patton were having that discussion in the earlier panel, and it came up yesterday. I think it matters how things perform at different times, in what kinds of conditions, and the more information that we know about that, and realizing that that's a huge workload to try to establish that. But if the goal is to make sure that we're matching up and we've got enough power for all of our needs at all times, it seems to be necessary to do that. Because if we don't do it and we get it wrong, the amount of money that's involved and the serious other ramifications to the grid are really too much. So it seems like on the front end, the more time we spend trying to figure out what the different capacity is and what the different services they can provide are as well, and not just on coal and gas and renewables, but and storage, but also things like what happens if we do demand response and peak shaving. What are those attributes that can also play a role in here? Because all of that fits into the same. It's all part of the same matrix that we're looking at to try to determine the reliability. So I think the more information, the better.
Okay, great.
Thanks for the question, because I think you're spot on. There are winners and losers when you make these changes, and it's really important to recognize that the state saw that a long time ago and pushed MISO towards a seasonal auction. We started asking for that in 2015. We recognized there was winter risk events that were not being captured in the very simplified annual construct, and we started pushing for that and finally got it in 2022. So that's how effective we are.
Well, that's pretty quick in our
yeah, it's pretty quick. So, we recognize that accuracy is really important for how you're valuing and setting the requirements. And so as we talk about this accreditation conversation, it's my dream that no one will ever mention an accreditation value without also mentioning the requirements associated with that. Because we talk all the time about accreditation values going down without talking about the impact on the requirement, which will also go down. And so you can't separate those two. It drives me crazy when it happens. No offense. And so, a zero marginal value solar unit gets you zero value in the capacity, the PRA that MISO may run. But it's valuing everyone by having the requirement get pushed to a lower requirement period. And so there's some problems there in making sure you're not benefiting somebody else for your investments. And so that's something that we are still needing to incorporate into our planning. And that is why I am the opposite of Chairman Houston on the attributes conversation. I agree wholeheartedly with Dr. Patton that we've done a ton in accreditation, and in order for that to be implementable at a state planning proceeding, we can't add more things and more complexity and more modeling. We've put a ton into the accreditation already, and we just need to find the new appropriate level of simplification to allow that planning to play out. We had the one summer peak day that lasted us for forever, and we've made a huge change. We can't overcomplicate that. We've put a ton in that basket, and the industry as a whole is trying to understand that. And so that is why I'm not that excited about attributes, because I agree that we've put a lot in accreditation, and I think that will get us very far.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. C.
Well, Chair Houston, thank you for the setup here, because I was going to talk about load forecasting, so we can blame you for bringing us back to this recurring topic. But I think there is more to say here, and I really appreciate, Chair Scott, also your comments as well, and agree with the need for transparency and high-quality forecasting. And I think it is important to emphasize that this is an issue that continues to come up in resource adequacy for both our vertically integrated and reorganized states. I do want to focus on it a little bit different this time. We've been talking a lot about kind of what we can be doing to get better and better practices. I'm really interested in thinking how important in that conversation uniformity is, because this is an area where we have so much development and change in what best practices look like, but sometimes there is value in understanding that you and your LSEs or other states in the region or other RTO regions are using the same assumptions, you know, not to be too facetious about it, but maybe there's some value sometimes in being wrong together in the same way. So I'm interested in your thoughts on that, is where we do have so much change in how we can become more accurate here in a really tricky area, how valuable uniformity is. And then also, as I'm thinking through potential action items for us, you know, there's potential uniformity on a number of different levels, right? It's Commissioner Scametta, like you said, your LSEs who are all doing their planning. Are they using the same modeling? It's our states within MISO are doing their own modeling. It's our RTOs doing similar, operating similar ways. And so when I think kind of what FERC can do, you know, I'm interested in the state perspective as well. How are you thinking about that, kind of from a mandating perspective? I will say I'm not there yet, that I know that FERC has that authority, given that this is a developing area and what's just and reasonable is fairly broad. But I'm interested in your thoughts on how compelling or not that the case might be that we do need common data assumptions when it comes to how we're all approaching this problem. So I know there's a lot there, so I'll throw it out there, and I don't know who wants to start on that issue.
Since I brought it up, I'll just. It is such a complicated, hot mess. There's just no other way to say it.
Yeah.
Technical. The scientists and the economists, the engineers, everybody that's involved in load forecasting, doing econometric modeling, probabilistic outcomes, scenario analysis, optimization, you name it, are going through thousands of variables all the time. And frankly, the one biggest variable that we really don't understand from a predictive standpoint is this hyperscaling. And so that's kind of why I mentioned our nimbleness in our IRP process and frankly our filing process. We have an alt-reg statute that allows our utilities to come before us should circumstances warrant, and they can design different kinds of solutions as a result. But nobody, except for potentially the state of Virginia and California, has experienced, and now Texas, has experienced this kind of incredible growth in the hyperscaling. But how much of it do you put in a predictive modeling when there's significant risk attached to that as well? One hyperscaler pulling out that was a 1 gigawatt prediction is more than our Honda plant, our Toyota plants, our General Motor plants combined in Indiana. Just to give, for example. So, I mean, it comes with a lot of risk. And so I think the best answers are the constant communication and the availability of accessing the regulatory process, and then, if needed, an accelerated process for build-out as well. So I apologize, that's not all load forecasting because so much of this is interrelated. The load forecasting is a part of the process to try and look out over the 20-year horizon. But that horizon past 3 years is almost virtually unpredictable if a hyperscaler is involved in it. So that's my long-winded answer for, I'm not sure if a common set of data, that might help in the gamesmanship that hyperscalers do. If they're actually leveraging one LSE versus another, they're looking at different states within a certain RTO sphere, you might be able to figure out, whether or not the non-disclosure agreements allowed you to find out if there was double counting going on. So the universe of economic development leading to actual actionable outcomes is very wide and needs to be handled in a very thoughtful process. And I think from a regulatory standpoint, you need to try and be as nimble as possible to try and do the best for your state and the country at the same time.
I appreciate that. We can just go this way and then circle back.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the question, Commissioner. And I've actually suggested to a lot of different people that some kind of uniformity, some kind of template, something so that we're all working off of at least the same set of assumptions, let alone the same information. The problem that we have with the hyperscalers now, and Jim's exactly correct. Unlike what we have with other load growth, is both the size of it and the fact that almost all of it's developed under NDAs. I'm a lawyer. I get why the NDA is important, and I understand that, but it leaves us in the position, and frankly, the utility that they're working with that's also behind the NDA also doesn't know who else they're working with and what other utilities they're also talking to. And we've talked to all the hyperscalers. They're pretty honest about saying, yeah, we may shop around for several sites and only pick one. And we were always only going to pick one, but it might show up in 3 or 4 different load forecasts, just depending on how the utilities actually react to that. So we've got 2 utilities in our state. They handle things, actually we have more, but 2 major LSEs in our state. They handle it differently. Their threshold of what they think is real at some point is different. I'm sure if you brought in the rest of the utilities and MISO and PJM, they would tell you the same thing. They all have a different way of doing that. Now, then the load forecasts go to the RTOs, who each have a different process about how they decide. And Todd Ramey did a nice job this morning telling you how MISO does that and how they factor in different things. It's different than if PJM would describe to you. So we're left with a position where we really don't know what the actual load growth is going to be. And so something where there's either some kind of uniformity in how we're considering when something becomes real or needs to go into the load forecast, or some way to get maybe the RTOs behind the NDA at some point. That would even satisfy me too, because then at least they would have, and I know they talk to the developers, but that's different than making the same kind of calculation. And if you're in 2 RTOs, like my colleagues to my left are, it becomes even more critical, because now I've got 2 different sets of assumptions, 2 different ways to discount or account for load growth in my own state. And so yes, I think what exactly that looks like, I've got some thoughts, but not a concrete suggestion, but I think it could be really important for all of us.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Mr. Hawkins.
Thanks. Uniformity in load forecasting terrifies me a little bit. I used to have a chart that had every, following the process that Todd Ramey talked about, all the LSCs submit load forecasts and aggregate it up, and there's all these great checks in it. And going back to 2014, it was up, and 15 it was up, and 16 while it was dropping, but still going up. And so I think you mentioned like all being right or wrong in the wrong direction. Like we had offsetting, levels of correct and incorrect in those. And in the situation, if MISO would have been in control there, it would have stayed up for a long time. And then once we realized load, it would have dropped all of a sudden in year 7 to flat. And we're like, oh, it's flat now. And so I don't think that would have been helpful for anybody. And then it also causes some fear, because in this resource adequacy conversation, and I've been hearing about near-term resource adequacy crises in MISO since 2015, and I was on a tech conference panel sitting over there in 2016 on the very same topic. We just have to recognize that the RTOs and NERC don't have the lever on resource adequacy. We do at this table. And so, projections and blood red maps that we get from NERC, and I agree with Dr. Patton again that is not accurate, are their tools. And we have to recognize that if we give them a load forecast tool, it will be the first lever that is grabbed. The load forecast will go up because their job gets easier when there's a lot more resources on the grid. And so we have to recognize the dangers of getting that uniformity.
Thank you.
Thank you. I agree there is a risk of inviting too much speculation in your load forecast. And I appreciated the comments from the Google representative yesterday. I think that's how we're trying to make sure that our plans and load forecasts are well grounded, is making sure that the interconnecting large load has a financial commitment, a stringent financial commitment for the interconnection costs. We think that's a fair way of making sure that that load will show up and that it's reasonable to incorporate them in our load forecast.
All right, Carrie.
Kind of echoing what's already been said, I think this load growth and the speculative nature of it is what makes being a state commissioner and a federal commissioner harder than any other time in history. This is a very, very difficult problem. And I do appreciate Google's testimony yesterday. Brian George talked a lot about some suggestions about getting away from more speculation, financial commitments, site control. I think there's more to be done too on really how flexible these resources are. I mean, I think we're all talking about that study about the ability for some of these resources to be to be flexible, and how that really could bypass a lot of overbuild of infrastructure. I think digging down into that topic and to the ability that these data centers, hyperscalers, are willing to share what type of resource they are. I don't know how they'd react to that, but I think that's a really important space to look into and really figure out how flexible they are.
As a commissioner, I'm used to having companies come to me and say, Commissioner, we have demand for more power. We need to build another device. I don't think I've ever heard a commissioner in my state or other place go, I think we need more power. We need to tell the utilities to build more power plants. It's always coming from the people who serve the customers, the people who engage in the value. So we have a direct source of knowledge of we're going to need more power. And it comes from the people who want to build the power plants. So we understand that. But we do know what we're going to be approaching, short power, and we do know that that's going to be there. I think what we're looking at with, we're looking at the hyperscalers. I mean, look, we've got one, which is an obvious one in Louisiana, but it's not the biggest thing we're going to be doing, right? And we look at them and go that they should apply with their commitment for the purchase component of what we're going to do on the cost sharing element, that there should be security devices in place that should commit to them that whether they're there for 20 years or 30 years or 5 years, if they drop out, that all sources of capital come from the bond world, the pension fund world, or the insurance world, and maybe one day from the sovereign wealth fund world. But that can be the backup for whatever is necessary and how we do our forecasting on this. I'm a little bit different than a lot of people in the sense that I believe that we should be nudging on the edge of creating more power than that's necessary, because I do think that the most addictive substance in the world is electricity, and the demand for it is not going to go down. No matter how much we do in energy efficiency, no matter what we do in any type of technical aspect we do, the demand for electricity is going to continue to grow. And so we might as well bet on the edge of, we want to forecast something, we should be forecasting if they say they need X, it's going to be X plus 3. We should always understand that we know where that's going to go. But these companies are not going to invest in something that they think they don't need. And so I think we have to look at it and then provide the analysis after they ask, and then make the movement as quickly as possible to get it through our own regulatory process at the state. Because the federal government does not build power plants, it does not build transmission lines, it does not build pipelines, it builds permits. And so, we want to make sure that we accommodate the marriage of the two.
Great. Thank you. I was hoping for some interesting and thoughtful and diverse reactions to that, and I definitely got that. Thanks for giving us a lot to think about. Commissioner Rosner?
Thank you. Fascinating discussion and honor to be with chairs, commissioners, consumer advocates, and Carrie today. I asked a similar question yesterday, and I just want to ask it to you all here today as well. And the question I asked the state panel yesterday was on the premise that you all are a lot closer to this economic development than we are here at the commission. And I know some of you have written to us in the docket, various dockets that we've had, but while we can talk face to face, I just want to ask this question. As you contemplate that growth, and those opportunities. Are there things under FERC's purview that are working? Are there things that are barriers to you realizing your growth objectives or any of the other objectives that your states have for the power sector that we can remove? That, like, how do we work better together to meet this moment? Would love to have your perspectives on that.
I'll go ahead.
Just jump in. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I already kind of mentioned the queue process.
Yeah.
Please don't mention any specific proceedings, though.
What? That's it. That's all I was going to say. I think in terms of economic development, and you're asking specifically on kinds of things, that's an area of interest and concern. And then on the communication front, and I kind of mentioned that already too. When state commissions are trying to get direct feedback from the RTOs on how certificates of public necessity and convenience are approached to us, I think candid feedback from the RTOs that is not limited by language. Commissioner Christie already mentioned one caveat, but I think that embracing the needs of understanding at both the RTO level and state commissions are incredibly important that we speak candidly. So anything that you could do with the RTOs to help advance common language.
Thank you. We'll go. We'll I think we had cards this way, so we'll go this way, and then we'll come back. But really, just jump in if you have anything. I don't think. All right, Chairman Scott, go for it.
Thanks, Commissioner. I appreciate the question. I'm going to bring up a couple of things maybe we haven't talked about a little bit. One, the interregional transmission, I think, is really important. We talked about it a little bit in the last panel. We thought it was important, both OMS and OPSI states, to ask PJM and MISO to look between the seam and see if there are some things that could help in terms of easing some congestion, going back to thinking about what Dr. Patton said and all the megawatts that were moving during the big events, and the fact that SPP and MISO did a great job of working together on their JTIQ projects to help alleviate some of that congestion so that things could move even better. And so asking PJM and MISO to look at that as well. I know you've got an order on that. We really appreciate that. That's the kind of thing that I think is really important to us, as well as planning, as well as the long-term planning. And so those are also things that you've ruled on that we appreciate. And then I won't talk about anything expedited, but just making sure that the queues themselves are working within the RTOs. I mean, I hear all the time, you've got 6 gigawatts in Illinois that got through to the signed agreement that hasn't been built yet, but they were in the queue for somewhere between 3 and 5 years. There aren't a lot of projects that survive, especially during the economic times that we had, and supply chains and economics changing during that time. And so making sure that the queues function properly and that they're moving things through on an expedited basis, not an expedited queue, but moving quickly through the process, I think is really important. And I think that's somewhere else where FERC could play a major role.
A quick follow up on just one thing you said, and we'll keep going around. And yesterday we heard various RTOs say, hey, we're targeting 2 years to get you a generator interconnection agreement, which would have some certainty on how much it costs to connect at a specific place. We heard other RTOs say we're shooting for 1 year, and that's too long. Is there a length of time? When you're talking with people who want to build things in your states, is there a length of time that's needed to realize those opportunities right now? And do you have a sense for that?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the project. Clearly it depends on the project, because if they're trying to promote 2 or 3 different projects, and where does is the financing set on all of them? Is the financing going to, there's a lot of different things. Can they get the materials through the supply chain as quickly as they need to? So it's going to depend on the project. But when people are talking, I don't hear a lot of complaining about when people are talking about a year going through the process. And I appreciated your letter, on the steps that MISO had taken, in terms of the, being able to study more quickly and things like that. I think other RTOs looking at that becomes important too. But yeah, I don't know that there's a magic number to that, but I don't hear a lot of complaining about a year.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yet on that topic, I think one thing that FERC might look at is how long you can linger in after getting your GIA. And so that is, I think, the bigger problem, because I do think the Commission has already acted. I don't see any barriers to the problem that you were talking at. I don't see them, because we've made a lot of improvements. And just to preview the OMS MISO survey that's coming out later this week, Todd got to do it yesterday, so I'll take the liberty as well. You can see that the amount of resources that we're interconnecting in MISO is going up year over year in a very sizable way. And we're also utilizing generator replacement in several gigawatts a year. And those are huge quantities. And so we've, working with the Commission, working with MISO, have made a lot of improvements to get resources on really quickly. And so I think we've already done a lot of that. There is still some problems, as I said, on the exit side of the queue that need to be addressed, I believe, because I think you can hang out for 6 years right now, and that isn't really healthy for the timeframes that we're talking about. And then one other important piece is that if we do have this uncertainty in load forecasting, and some utilities or some states go long, they're now able to protect their consumers using the well-designed capacity market and recoup a meaningful price for that excess capacity and have that flow back to their ratepayers. So that's another huge change on this planning and uncertainty and load forecast that I think will help protect the MISO region from either going too long or being caught short.
Thank you. And let's see. Why don't we do commissioners first? So Commissioner Sciretta.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Rosner. I would say that issues directly related to the FERC are probably not as critical as issues that sort of in and out with the FERC. I think that what Commissioner Scott was referring to as the issues on the queue flooding is that the queues are effectively single line queues, and there doesn't seem to be any requirement for a queue to be a single line prospect, and that there should be litmus tests applied for things that are real and things that are not real, and that there should be aspects of moving forward, because there is some thought that queue flooding is done so to cause an impediment, and it is done to cause a non-activation of a particular device by causing potential, I would say, competition in the marketplace to impede the device from being completed. So I think that there should be an aspect of creating a litmus test of reality, and also a queue designation of a broad queue where they can all be identified, because certainly they're paying a sizable amount of money to get in the queue. That should allow for opportunities to move through that queue. I think we've looked at some of the other cabinet level departments are identifying 18-month periods to process paperwork. There should not be a problem of a queue process taking longer than 18 months on something from an agent or a contract agent that cannot do it quicker than the federal government can do it under an order to do it. So I think that's an issue. And the other thing is, under the similar thing, is to look at the rules associative of what would qualify someone to be an intervener in a matter. And that would be to have someone who would have a adjustable interest in moving forward, that was something that could be provable and adequate due process rights. Because what we want to have is something that has something very much to make sure that we have, adequate justice provided. But what we don't want to do is have one to misuse the system to provide delay tactics associated with completing the task. And I would leave it at that.
Thank you. Let's do Ms. Eastler, and then last but not least.
Thank you. I think all of the resource adequacy policy components are largely in place. They've, some of them have been a little bit more rushed than we would prefer, and if we had some more time to get better information for our long-term planning, I think that would be helpful. But, a lot of it the success will depend on a good level of coordination between MISO and the states. And I think this type of technical conference has, been helpful to check in with how things are going. I think long-term resource planning is an iterative process, and things can change quickly. The assumptions that went into long-term transmission planning, for example, have changed dramatically. I think it's useful to have, periodic check-ins to make sure that, this cooperative effort is working well, and that the state's perspectives are feeding into the planning processes at MISO.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Zaluski, please.
Yeah, I'm just, thank you for the question. I am going to pick up on what Chair Scott said, but I am going to bring in some of the perspective that I've gained in being in this role. When I was a commissioner in Illinois, I heard the same thing from the RTOs, like, we're getting things through the queue, but they're not getting built. So, like, what's the deal? And it was really hard to figure out that answer. And on this side of things, I've had the opportunity to talk to developers and get more of the story of why. And I can't say I'm speaking for every single scenario and every single developer, but I have gotten a little bit of feel of the pulse of what's happening. And you might not always hear about it at FERC. They might not file for a variety of reasons. They don't want to slow things down more. There's a lot of considerations. But a lot of it is about definitely timing, the length, and the cost. But worse than that is the uncertainty. So your question of how long is the right length of time to be in the queue, I don't know if there's a perfect answer, but I think more importantly is if it's a number, it stays that number so they can plan. I mean, I've heard stories about, permits that expire at different times with the Army Corps and local and siting, and even projects that were penciled out and planned for a particular area and sat in a queue for 5 years, and the local laws changed and they cannot build it anymore. And then obviously the cost of money and supply chain is really an issue, but all of it comes down to uncertainty. So if you told a developer that it was 5 years, they could plan for that. If it's 7 years, not good news, but they could plan for that, right? If you say you sit in the queue, wait till it happens, it could be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is a whole different scenario. And then the other thing I want to pick up on the interregional point, super important, high value that interregional lines bring to the RTO areas. But since we're here talking about RA, I want to mention interregional RA values and how they could be potentially accredited better. In MISO, when you bring in an RA value, it's accredited for the internal resources. So obviously, different regions have whole different scenarios and different, peaking in the sunsets at a different time. And so if you could take into account the differentiation, you could get a lot more out of these interregional lines.
Great. Thank you all very much, and I look forward to working with you all on these issues and with my colleagues here. Back to you, Chair.
I want to pursue back to the load forecasting issue. We one of the themes we've heard all day yesterday and again today is we're building to a load forecast. So if these load forecasts are wacky, and they are now because of the load centers, okay? The Virginia Commissioner yesterday talked about Dominion's telling us the load forecast now is to double load in Virginia by 20 39, which is not that far away. If you build to double, I mean, I thought about that as a consumer of Dominion, thinking, what am I going to pay? What are we all going to pay if the load forecast is real? Because you have to build to that, right? Somebody's got to build to it. So getting the load forecast. So another thing was, well, make the load centers put some money up. Before you put them in a load forecast, make them put some money on the table. So let me ask you all as state regulators. We have 4 state regulators here. Okay, 3 vertically integrated and 1 deregulated. So they come in the door, the load center comes in the door to a regulated utility, and it says, we want to plug in. Well, in Virginia, they got to put some money up right then. So, you know, there's and that's under your regulation, because that would be under the interconnection charge. That's a retail charge. So, but, presumably in all 4 of your states, if a load center comes to the utility and says, I want to plug in, money changes hands right there. I would assume. Then, now later on, you're going to set the class cost of service, because the rates they pay are going to be retail rates under state regulation. And you are going to set the class cost of service. So my question when I heard like Brian George at Google say, well, make them pay some money up front. Is that not enough? I mean, they're paying for an interconnection charge, presumptively. I mean, I know in Virginia, and by God, we got enough data centers. So there's money put on the table right at the point of when they come in and file an application with the utility and say we want to interconnect, because that's when the utility starts to do the studies on upgrades. How does that translate into a load forecast? Okay, it seems to me money is being put on the table right then. That's communicated to PJM, and maybe this gets to Jim's point, Chairman Hughes' point. Money's being put on the table at the moment they walk in the door and fill out the paperwork to the utility saying we want to interconnect. But how does that going to extrapolate into a 15-year load forecast? I mean, I don't know what other money has to be put up to drive a 15-year load forecast. It seems there's a disconnect between, well, make them put some money up, because I thought they're putting money up now when they come in and ask to interconnect. I know they are in Virginia. Does that lead to a 15-year load forecast? How do you connect those two concepts?
And I won't talk about everything that you're asking, because we have some of those cases open right before us. Our first sort of big data center tariffs are in front of our commission.
Yeah, but you're at FERC now. You're not in Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's right.
So
That's right. Nobody's paying. Tell my general counsel, the chairman.
Assume you were subpoenaed.
Yeah, there we go. Love it. Thank you. So a couple things. We found, just like you were saying, agreements between the utility and the customer are being struck to protect their customers without the commission's involvement at all. So those things are eventually showing up for us on generation cases, for example.
Well, you approved the waiver. I mean, the tariff.
No, that haven't happened yet. We are having applications for new generation to serve new load, and that customer of the utility has signed an agreement with the utility without our involvement to help get some things ordered, get the ball rolling, and protect their customers. The commission is not involved in that. Then so that's like an incremental, high certainty generator decision that we then make. Then bigger costs and more certainty working into the load forecast like you're talking about. We're currently have an application to get a tariff approved. So there's a couple steps there and a couple layers of protection. What keeps me up at night is that in the MISO transmission planning process, all of the substations and transmission to serve the entirety of this load has already been approved by MISO to the tune of $1.2 billion. And the state commission doesn't have a role in any of that. So the transmission is happening. There may be an agreement to protect customers or not. That wasn't jurisdictional to our commission. It went through the RTO process as an other project for load growth. And transmission takes longer, so maybe that's the right approach. But we have all of these different levels of certainty and timing in these processes that will eventually sync up somewhere. But there's different levels of risk in all of them that are being taken, and we have different levels of control at our commission. And I don't see a silver bullet, but I'm just now, peeling back the layers of that onion and find it slightly concerning.
So we have two different utilities who pursue this very differently. So one says when you come in the door and you want us to start the ball rolling on this, we need to start our engineering work. We're going to charge you $1 million, and you need to show that you have site control. But site control is only an option on the land. I'm not sure when we're talking about multi-billion-dollar projects that $1 million and options on land scare anyone off. So I'm not sure that we can look at that, and even the utility that does that doesn't automatically put that into the real bucket. So they've got some other things they want to keep going down the line. They want to start doing the engineering, see how feasible that is. What are the costs going to be down the road? Because that will make a determination, to the developer as well as the utility, whether it's going to work or not. The other utility in our state charges something shy of $100,000 and asks for the options as well. I'm not sure that's, I'm not sure that on the level of the hyperscalers that's telling us anything. So every week, we talk to utilities pretty much every week, and get what they're looking at right now. And the number of projects changes every week. It changed, and fairly dramatically. So the numbers that we're dealing with in each of those two utilities is fairly large. But to our earlier point, we don't know how real any of that is. One of the utilities says we've got X in the we think very likely to happen. They kind of rank it by how it's going to happen. The other utility doesn't really do that. It's just kind of either we think it's going to happen or not. Doesn't leave us in a really good position to try to understand it. So I'm not sure it's just the idea of putting some money up that would make a difference, unless you're talking about a substantial amount of money where you get into the things like take or pay contracts like we've seen in some places.
Well, is the answer then that the states need to put, when they come into to the utility and say, hey, we want to hook in, the states need to ask for some major bucks?
I think we're gonna see at least one of our utilities. I haven't filed it yet, but I think they're gonna come in with a tariff change, and I think we're gonna be looking at that from that aspect going forward. Yes.
Okay, Chairman Houston.
Well, I'm having flashbacks of my general counsel sending Darth Vader signals to me to not say anything because we've got active petitions in front of us.
Okay, well, you're subpoenaed right now.
I don't know if Nathan looks at you guys this same way, but I can see Beth Helene doing that to me right now. But we've had petitions that, and our utilities are, I will say, generally speaking, trying to protect the consumers. How that relates or translates into your larger question of load forecasting is highly problematic in my mind. And to make your question even worse is the energy efficiency that is potentially accompanying these hyperscalers. If the design of the hyperscalers improves, the chips improve, they'll use less energy. They may in fact grow their business model over time, but that's another complicating factor to load forecasting as well, as how do you take into account significant industry improvement on energy efficiency that replaces the technology that they're promising for, a long-term commitment, but it may change in 5 years. So I apologize. I don't know the answer. I wish I knew what the answer was on translating it to load forecasting, because you would be taking what has typically been a histrionic model for load forecasting, which takes history into account, active projections, and then a view of the economy where you get your business school to actually put together what they see over the horizon. And now you're adding this data center, and I don't know what the answer is.
Well, my point is that the state can play a huge role, because, let's say if Dominion's telling PJM that they have 25 applications for interconnection from data centers, and that's 25 gigs if they get interconnected, well, then PJM's going to take that information, 25 applications for 25 gigs, that's going to go into Dominion's load forecast for DOM zone and ultimately build out PJM's. Same in MISO, I assume. So if this information is coming up from the utility level, this question about, well, we need to make them put real money on the table before that gets counted, is a huge issue, but it's also a state issue because you all decide through tariff what the interconnection fee is going to be.
And typically a signed contract is as good as money.
So that seems like a huge role for the states in addressing this. Mr. Sherman.
Thought you got enough from them, Chairman. So
I'm going to give you a chance to add on.
Well, there you go. I'll pile on. In our state, the utilities are actively always engaging to get new customers, obviously. When we're looking at this concept of hyperscalers, and I'm just going to say large industrial customers because it's more than that, that when we see ones that come in that require power, like massive power, anything over 1,000 megawatts, that there is now, with this new concept that we've been introduced to in our states of cost sharing, we are telling them, well, let's see the commitment, let's see the how this is going to work, because right now all of the hyperscalers are effectively, they're the big seven, right? They're the top five, the 7 largest companies in the world. They got more money than everybody, and they can buy all of us each a nuclear plant with not even a blink. So I mean, and that's not joking, right? So the issue about this is it's about size of commitment of power. So if we have a small company comes into one of our utilities and goes, I'm going to need 1,000 megawatts, and I'm going to be making widgets, and this is going to be great, and the utility's under a due diligence moment to say, well, what's the real durability of your company, and what are you going to do? And because if they come to me and say, well, this guy's going to make widgets, but we don't really know if they're going to be around very long, I'm going to tell them, well, if it's going to cost, $1 million to do an interconnect, tell them to put the $1 million up first. We look at each one with that type of engagement because it's necessary to do that. But if we're going to see somebody come in and say they want, in the case of one of the cases we're on now, like 2,250 megawatts, and they're going to say they're going to pay the lion's share of it, and I say, well, ask them where they want it, and then figure out how they're going to provide the security on this type thing. Because what we want, I look at it as saying, we get a value of them paying for it in the dollar today, and the ratepayer, if they get any component of participation down towards the end, is paying for it in reduced value dollars at the end, and they're getting a benefit. So for me, I would welcome any power plants in my state where my ratepayers are getting to buy in a power plant for 20, 30, 40% of the cost of a power plant if you're going to have a large industrial system. But if it's somebody else that's just playing it and not being what I would call economically viable, then they've got to put up what we would call infrastructure costs associated with the tariff and make sure that they put that up first before they engage into the grid without any new power plants being built. Because we have enough power now for our residential, commercial, and existing industrial customers. So everybody's coming now, until we get a population bloom in our state, everybody coming now wanting to add industry is going to be in that cost sharing for the development of new industrial generation. And the other aspect is what Commissioner Hudson was saying is, and I've talked to these data companies, and all of them have said, what about the future associated with improvement in chip design? And to everyone's credit, they said, oh, we're just going to stick more better quality chips in and burn the electricity up. They're going to increase the capacity of their calculating position. I don't think any of them are going to go, well, we don't need that stuff anymore. So I think, we're in a growth element as a country on the utilization of electricity by these guys. And as improvement in technology goes, they're going to use even more power, which goes back to what I said earlier.
Because it seems like to me there's two ways to make, if you want to get into cost causation here. They're both under state control, it seems to me. Number one is you control the interconnection fee. If you don't think they're putting enough money up, and Eric, sounds like you all negotiate on a case-by-case basis, but you control the interconnection fee, and if you don't think they're putting enough money up, you could raise the fee to make sure that they're paying for the real cost. The longer-term cost impact, of course, is in the rates they pay, because they're paying retail rates, and you all determine the retail, again, through the class cost of service, which can be, that's why you do class cost of service, is you set each class based on its real impact, and you don't treat a residential customer like you treat a large industrial. Okay, so it seems like they're both under state jurisdiction. and it feeds into the load forecast because the RTOs are going to get it from the utility, what's in the line and what they're seeing. So anyway, I think I just want to get that clear so you'll understand that the states play a big role here on this question we heard about yesterday was, well, just make these hyperscalers put real money on the table. Okay, you all can make them do it. Okay, that's it. I think we are pretty close. We were only 5 minutes late. So, did you all have something tonight?
Real quickly, I just wanted to thank you, everyone. I wanted to reiterate Commissioner Hawkins' point that the expedited review process for new load interconnection doesn't have any threshold showing or financial commitment. It's not heavily vetted, and if you're working with a company coming in at the transmission level, the state's not necessarily overseeing that interconnection cost. So
I'll have to ask more about that, but it's lunchtime.
Yeah.
Because I think they have the jurisdiction. Yeah. They may not be choosing to use it, but they have the jurisdiction, I think. Okay. But anyway, all right. Yep. Back at 1:15. Thank you all. Great panel. We'll actually get lunch today.
Thank you.
Everyone. Hi, my name is Matt Butner. I'm with the Commission's Office of Energy Policy and Innovation. We have 2 panels to close out this afternoon, and we're going to cover 4 RTO ISO regions. We're going to start with this panel here on the Northeast. That's going to focus on New York, Independent System Operator, and ISO New England, and then we'll close with a panel on the RTO ISO regions without capacity markets, which are Southwest Power Pool and California Independent System Operator. So panelists, thank you for being here. We received your statements in advance, so we're just going to go straight to questions from the chairman and commissioners. A few reminders. The gray button in front of you is to unmute, and if you want to answer a question, you can tilt your name tag to the side. And we don't intend to discuss any specific proceedings at this technical conference, and if anyone does, we'll have Veronica Norman from the Office of General Counsel step in. And with that, I think I'll go ahead and introduce the panelists we have here and turn it over to the chairman.
Go ahead.
Got Emily Nelson, Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at New York Independent System Operator. Stephen George, Vice President of System Operations and Market Administration at ISO New England. Adam Evans, Chief of Wholesale and Clean Energy Markets at the New York State Department of Public Service. Phil Bartlett, Chairman of the Maine Public Utilities Commission. Katie S. Dykes, Commissioner at the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Michelle Gardner, Executive Director of the Northeast Region at NextEra Energy Resources. Sarah Bresselin Silver, Chair of the New England Power Pool Participants Committee, and Palace Lievenskike, Vice President at Potomac Economics, the external market monitor for ISO New England and market monitoring unit for New York ISO. Well, welcome. Then I'll turn it over to the chair.
All right, thank you, Matt. First of all, let me make a notice. We're putting out a notice to allow for post-hearing comment, post-conference comment, and that is open not only to everybody who was here and filed comment, but it's also open to the public as well. So just to make that note, there's going to be an opportunity to react to what you heard or to get in what you forgot to get in the first time. So that's going to be posted. Again, what we've always said, thank you all for coming. You put a lot of work into this. I mean, we've all read your submissions, and they're all very informative and obviously reflect a lot of effort went into them and a lot of work. And you're here. You made the effort to come down. And I know, like Emily probably wrote Amtrak. I just got my notice on Amtrak. They're 6 hours late in Hartford, the one I want to get on. But not unusual. But so it's tough to get down here, I know. But let's start with New York. And we have New York and New England on here. And I know once we get to New England, it's probably the rest of the session. but let's start with New York, because Rich said it's pretty good shape. Emily, why don't you tell us if it is, and I'm sure you can agree with Rich, but and Adam. So let's do New York first, and you all tell us what your situation is in New York as far as resource adequacy.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the opportunity for the discussion today. I think one of the themes that's coming across yesterday's conversation, continuing into today, is we are bringing forward some of the challenges that we're trying to manage through on the grid, because we're trying to get ahead of these issues before they manifest in very real impacts as far as reliability concerns that we must avoid in order to make sure that the electric system is maintained in a fashion that continues to serve society from a health and an economy perspective. So when we're talking about narrowing reliability margins, it is not that we have insufficient reserves today, but it's projecting based off of our planning scenarios over the next 5 to 10 years that we see a number of challenges that we must solve. Many panelists have raised the concern about large loads combined with load increases due to electrification, and we're seeing very real constraints on the supply side. Some of that goes beyond what an ISO can control. Issues associated with the supply chain, the timeline to bring new resources onto the system. But we're also seeing a shift in what we must solve to continue to provide that reliable electric grid. One of the significant changes we're preparing for in New York is to move from a summer peaking to a winter peaking system. That means we need to prepare for peak loads that are going to increase 14,000 megawatts between what we see in the winter peak now relative to 2039, 2040. When you consider the constraints on the gas system, which is very acute in both New York and New England, we need to be prepared and bring forward solutions to manage and improve gas-electric coordination in order to continue to provide a reliable grid going forward. So it's important that we engage on these topics and we start identifying challenges and solutions before they manifest and have a real impact on the grids that we manage. Thank you.
Adam?
Yes, thanks very much, Chairman, for the opportunity to speak here today. I think Emily hit a lot of the issues on the head. I mean, certainly we're seeing, a lot of the same issues, although not maybe to the extent that some of the other regions are dealing with. We are seeing, some additional load coming in on the system, and I think that we're, in a good way, we're becoming a lot more proactive with some of the conversations that we're having in New York in terms of anticipating what that load looks like. Certainly on the state side, we continue to have clean energy procurements, and we just recently had a biennial review there where we did make some changes in terms of the amount of Tier 1 resources that we're procuring, and included in that review was also there's going to be a examination of the CES program more generally in terms of the procurements that are out there. And so I think those will be extremely important in terms of looking forward. And, the clean energy procurements in the state really started in 2017, I believe, so relatively new. And, the state, like any other markets, is continuing to look for ways to improve, those procurements, and will continue to do so. So to the extent that we, see a need for, certain types or, other resources on the system, I think the state will continue to look for ways to improve. Thank you.
So you all essentially share what we heard from Rich in his testimony, that things are probably, you got it under control?
We try to make sure things are under control in New York, but that requires...
Literally.
Yes, that requires
quite a bit of hard work. So certainly don't want to gloss over that there are things that we need to do to make sure that things continue to perform well. There's been a lot of discussion on markets. We see markets as a critical tool to support reliability. That means that they need to continue to evolve to meet and solve the challenges that are in place and expected in the changing grid in the future. So, for example, we're working through right now with our stakeholders a capacity market structural review, seeing what adjustments are needed beyond accreditation, which has already been implemented, beyond recognizing firm and non-firm fuel supplies for winter. These are things that we've already put in place. But how do we further represent reliability needs directly in the capacity market? What other adjustments are needed? So we have to keep plugging away and make sure we're anticipating issues and solving them before they manifest. So, but yes, we do try to keep things under control.
Okay. Let me move to New England. And I'm going to start with the two state reps, Phil and Katie, Chairman Bartlett, Commissioner Dykes. More complicated situation in New England. We were up there in Portland, Maine, East Coast Portland, not too long ago, and won't reiterate all the issues, but why don't you ask you in general, it's an ongoing challenge in New England. Obviously, let you all elaborate on it and raise what you think needs to be emphasized, in a resource adequacy conference, and what you think needs to be done, and just start with you two.
So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And I want to thank you for your service and your, we've been big fans of your recognition of the equities of states and the important roles that states are playing. I think that if I spin the clock from Portland, the conversation in Portland to today, there are some reasons for a little bit of optimism, perhaps, although the challenges are daunting. And you've heard all of the challenges already over the last day and a half, so I don't need to recite them.
What are you doing for New England? I mean, you're different, so.
Well, our challenge in terms of winter reliability, which was the focus of the Portland conversation, is not solved by any means. In some regards, we have the analysis that was the focus of the Portland technical meeting has informed the states now that we have a little bit of time till the early 2030s to address some of the more profound reliability risks we're going to be facing. Certainly since that technical conference, we've had some very disappointing and challenging news on the offshore wind front, not just in terms of interest rates and general inflationary pressures, but now a federal executive order and tariffs and uncertainty around tax credits that's making the path for that resource, which is very valuable for addressing winter reliability, have a more uncertain path. So that has so in some ways we have a little bit more time to address that challenge than I had previously thought from the Portland meeting. But our preferred solution on the path that we were on to address it through offshore wind is more difficult to see. And so, but my reasons for optimism are in the increasingly collaborative notes coming out of the ISO New England. Our states, New England, our governors issued a vision statement in 2020 calling for more openness around governance, more proactive planning from the ISO, among other things, and we've seen a lot of progress in that regard. Certainly the recent statements from the ISO about a joint and complementary approach signals that we have a lot of more conversations that we need to have around and an openness to states taking on this role to address some of these shortfalls. So we are rolling up our sleeves to understand what that may mean. I think for the purposes of FERC's time and the time you're giving to this question today, I think one of the most important things will be to continue to have a clear path here at FERC in terms of ensuring that we don't see new barriers like a resumption of MOPR or something like that that would challenge the abilities for states and the ISO to work together on these solutions that we urgently need to deploy.
Okay, Phil?
to me, one of the great things that has come out of the last few years in terms of the winter resource adequacy discussion is the renewed use of analysis. You know, ISO New England has developed some very good tools to help us to better understand the problem. And in fact, we see we have more time than we thought we did. You know, so the good news in New England is we have some time before we have a crisis, but we can't get complacent. I mean, as hard as it is, as you've heard over the last couple of days, to build resources in other parts of the country, it's extraordinarily difficult in New England. We have the gas pipeline constraints. It'd be very difficult to get that resolved, certainly at a 5-year time frame. Bringing on new renewables, it's taking a long time to get things through the queue, through processes and developed and transmission built. You know, the states have come together and decided we want to build some transmission up into northern Maine to unlock resources that are there. That's a great benefit, particularly given the delay in offshore wind. But the earliest that's likely to come online is 2035, right? So that is a long time horizon when you're dealing with resource adequacy challenges. So what my hope going forward is that in New England, we can develop a robust and regular process to evaluate resource adequacy and explore all the tools that we have as a region. I think that should be an ISO-led process. I think the states can offer scenarios that can be analyzed to help inform the discussion. But then we need to, I think, as a group, figure out what levers each of us can pull. For example, if the states decide we want to go all in on a particular resource or a particular transmission approach, we need to figure out how to fast track that to get it moving faster through the ISO process. I think states need to think about, as we're doing some of our state procurements, how does that fit in with resource adequacy? Should we be bumping up, for example, investments in storage or in certain kinds of certain kinds of resources or demand response or other tools that could help us buy some time to deal with the problem. So my hope is that sort of coming out of this discussion and some other recent discussions in New England, that we will develop that kind of process to tackle this problem in an analytically driven way and with all of the states partnering with ISO New England.
Well, let me just ask you this, because it seems to me, New England, you're heavy on gas in the winter. You're not going to have solar providing a whole lot of value in the winter. Winter peaking is your fear, and the threat. Are you going to have enough gas? I mean, you're not. If you do the ELCC values and like you look at PJMs, you're not going to get a whole lot more out of onshore wind. It's going to be gas. So the supply issues, it really seems daunting. You're not building more pipelines. How do you meet that winter peak? That's the thing I just keep wondering about New England is how are you going to meet that winter peak? You're not going to meet it with solar, offshore wind.
Part of it depends on the time horizon we're talking about. I think we will get offshore wind on track at some point. I think it's not indefinitely, it's not permanently postponed, it's just delayed. So I think that's a long-term strategy. I do think it depends on the scope of the problem. If we're looking at sort of 2035, what is that winter problem? How many hours are we talking about? Is this something that a combination of solar storage and demand response maybe be looking at strengthening interconnections with other regions, dealing with the loss of source for the lines? So can we get, quite frankly, move more electrons between regions? Those are tools that could help bridge a gap to get till we can get more resources online further out.
You go to Chair Silber of NEPOOL. Your perspective on that very big issue.
Thank you very much, Chair and Commissioners and FERC staff. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, you may be aware that NEPOOL, of course, was created as a result of the great Northeast blackout in the 60s. So since then it's 50 years since then we have been working on resource adequacy and reliability issues. We are the independent FERC-approved stakeholder organization that represents market participants, consumer advocates, transmission owners, and we have an open and collaborative process to which the states are always invited and to which ISO New England brings all of their proposals. Over these decades, we have had to implement stopgap measures that have been out of market, but it is the NEPOOL members' preference to deal with these issues through long-term market solutions. And that is why we are knee-deep in efforts for the capacity auction reforms, which we began in earnest in January, but have been talking about for several years. While the devil is in the details about what comes out in the end, we are doing the work now proactively in a collaborative, stakeholder-driven process.
So what's your opinion about whether do you think that you can have resource adequacy in the near term, short term?
Well, yes, I mean, that's what we have heard from ISO New England, and I concur with Chair Bartlett and his comments. I think you're asking a very large policy question in which NEPOOL members, we are happy to have discussion with ISO New England, but we do need to hear from the New England states about their preferences for how to deal with some of these issues. NEPOOL traditionally is the forum for discussing those concerns.
Yeah, well, I'm not asking policy. I'm just asking you whether you think you can have enough power in the next 5 to 10 years. You're head of NEPOOL.
I represent a very diverse set of stakeholder voices.
I get it. All right.
I will rely on what we heard from our CEO yesterday, that it seems like in the into the short to mid-term, we will have adequate resources.
Okay. You got Michelle Gardner next era. What's your view on that?
First of all, like others, thank you, Chair Christie, for your leadership here, and to all the staff at FERC and everyone that has contributed to really what has been an excellent 2 days. To answer your question simply, I don't know, but one of my favorite acronyms yesterday was all available acronyms, and at this point, I think it's everything. I think we need to take advantage of every tool in our toolbox. I think we need to take advantage of every effort to move forward, whether that's transmission, and I commend the states for their efforts to come together and look at long-term transmission planning and put out an RFP for new transmission. Unlocking areas north of New England with south of New England is going to enable us to look at more sources, onshore wind, onshore solar. And while I've heard comments yesterday and today about renewables and the value of resources, the bottom line is we need every resource. They have different attributes, they contribute to the system differently. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about hybrid models, but certainly storage added to a fossil unit, adding increased capacity there, a hybrid resource, storage solar, can certainly deliver power in a way that standalone cannot. And the way we think about this market, we are investing, as we mentioned in our statement, $120 billion throughout the country in markets and in states. We can build under any market and any model as long as the right signals are there. For New England, I do share concerns. As you noted, we were in Portland. We've actually been talking about gas here for 15 years, 20 years. But I do commend ISO's efforts to move forward, continuing to support our competitive markets and continuing to support all the efforts that ISO is doing on accreditation. We've talked a lot about gas constraints, but I do think ISO has taken a nice leadership role in looking at accreditation models and how to look at a gas constraint that I think will be really helpful for New England and also for PJM in New York and other regions that also see similar constraints. So I don't know the answer to your question fully, but I am confident about this region's ability to continue to move forward.
Let me ask just one more question and we move on down the line. But I will say one thing different from when we were in Portland. There's, a lot of the narrative when we were in Portland was blaming ISO. They need to do this, they need to do that, they need to get the market fixed. They need, I'm glad we don't hear in that because I don't think it's ever been an ISO problem. I think, as I said in Portland, the states are the ones who decide what's getting built. ISO can only balance what's built. They don't tell you to build stuff. Is the market design okay now? Let me ask the independent market monitor for ISO.
Yeah, so I think they have the infrastructure that they need out to maintain resource adequacy out past 2030. I think the market design is needed to motivate resource owners to take advantage of opportunities that they have, especially for obtaining fuel. So The current process to develop prompt seasonal marginal capacity accreditation is going to be really important, because that's how you're going to make sure that resources are motivated to put fuel in their tank. That's going to be something where instead of defining a summer requirement and hoping you have enough resources for the winter, you're going to have a winter requirement, and then you can actually just procure the amount of fuel secure resources you need. And in the near future, there's certainly enough infrastructure for them to do that.
So market design's where it needs to be? Is that your opinion?
Yeah.
Okay. Go to Commissioner Rosner.
Thanks, Chairman. Welcome panelists. Thank you so much for coming to Washington, D.C. to be here with us. Quick question for you, Ms. Nelson. I understand that New York ISO has had a spot capacity auction for many years, and there's been discussions yesterday about PJM and their forward auction, and in New England there's also conversations about moving towards a more prompt auction. I just wondered if you could speak from the extensive experience you have with that construct in New York ISO. How does a generator respond to a spot price signal like that? And how is that construct working to maintain adequate resources in New York? And then a second part of that is, what role do long-term contracts play in your region outside of the market, and how? And so please, Ms. Nelson, I'd love to hear your perspective.
So I've heard a criticism of a prompt spot market being that a 1-year signal isn't sufficient to build a generator. But I've also heard that a 3-year forward 1-year signal is not sufficient. Other areas have tried locking in, for example, a 7-year price lock. That was something that was tried in New England. All of these constructs have challenges. I think one of the benefits, to get to your question, of having a prompt capacity auction is there is more clarity on the forecast that you need to solve to. There is more clarity on the actual resource base and what you can count on to meet that capacity obligation. I think it's working well. There are improvements that can be made, as always, but there's a few key elements of the capacity market that we see as essential. First of all, it's how you set it up. It's the requirements. And so now we're all collectively feeling frustrated because there are narrowing reliability margins that are getting closer and closer to requirement. If there are unanswered reliability concerns that need to be solved through the market, we need to represent them in the market and then provide a price signal in order to have that response. So that's part of the evolution we're going through as far as evolving the reliability models and what we reflect in the market. Accreditation, absolutely essential step to reflect the reliability value that resources are bringing to bear. Then when you get to the capacity market proper, making sure that there is as little uncertainty as possible in the execution of that capacity market. Transparency is critical. Predictability as far as how that capacity market is going to be administered is essential. And then I want to close by saying the performance aspects of the capacity market are also really important. That was hit upon earlier today. You can think of accreditation as reflecting the value, the marginal value of an incremental resource type. But I like to bring the example back to fossil. Fossil, you could say, if it's perfectly dispatchable, then it's 100% accredited. But if a particular generator is not investing and maintaining their particular site, and they are out for the duration of the summer, then they had very little value. And they need to take a performance hit associated with that. So when you think of setting up requirements, certainty on how you're going to administer the auction, and then performance expectations so that you're valuing those resources that are there when you need them, you really have an effective market design that then there is transparency, predictability, long-term contracting that might happen beyond that market proper can appreciate the value of reliability, which despite contracts that are happening with our New York State agency partners, we continue to be the mechanism to value that reliability contribution, which is absolutely essential to maintain resource adequacy.
Got it. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like Stephen would comment there? Or?
Sure, thanks for the question. And I would agree with pretty much everything Emily said. I think we're on a similar track to New York in terms of our capacity accreditation reforms initiative that's moving us towards that prompt seasonal market. We've talked a lot over the past day and a half of the benefits of that in terms of resource adequacy, and I think, and also not just prompt and seasonal, but the marginal accreditation piece. We see that as being a critical component to getting resource adequacy right over the long term, especially as we incorporate more of these intermittent resources and factor in other constraints like the gas constraint that was mentioned earlier. And I know yesterday Gordon talked a bit about states could consider longer term bilateral financial hedging as a way to perhaps mitigate some potential volatility as our margins get smaller over the next 10 years. I think I would echo some of the outlook that I heard from Chair Bartlett and Commissioner Dykes in terms of what our resource adequacy outlook in New England looks like over the next 5 years. We're optimistic. We've cleared adequate capacity through FCA 18, which takes us to about 2028. Beyond that, things get a little bit more uncertain for all the reasons folks have talked about over the past day and a half. Load growth, we're expecting 10% increases over the next 10 years in our annual energy consumption, with a 30% increase in our winter peak, 10% in the summer. So big changes there. I think the difference for New England is a lot of that demand growth is driven by state heating and transportation, electrification initiatives. So not as much in the data center realm as some of the other areas that have spoken over the past couple of days. So there's demand, there's the rate of new entry, a lot of questions there. The region is counting on offshore wind, and we all know very well about the delays that have taken place, and we're hopeful that the two offshore wind projects currently under construction become operational in the near term. Then you talk about retirements. We have 4 to 5 gigawatts of resources that are at risk of retirements, mostly residual fuel oil units that don't run very often, so low capacity factors, but when they run, we really need them. The energy is really critical. This feeds into the discussion we had in Portland about energy adequacy. Those types of resources are critical to energy adequacy. So we're counting on that offshore wind coming in, along with the increased interconnections we're getting with Hydro-Quebec later this year through the New England Clean Energy Connect. So energy adequacy is a big piece of resource adequacy in New England. They both go hand in hand. Yesterday we talked a bit about how the 1 in 10 standard is about a bit perhaps outdated. What we're looking to do in New England is complement that 1 in 10 standard with an energy adequacy standard that we're calling the regional energy shortfall threshold, to really have that multi-metric complementary set of metrics that help us really understand what the risks are, both during sort of normal steady state conditions, but also in these tail risk events where our winter risk really shows up. So to kind of circle back, I think we see that the capacity accreditation reform initiative is critical. In many ways, the accreditation piece is a huge part of that, and we hope that can also help to incentivize additional firm fuel, firm natural gas contracts, as well as additional dual fuel in the region, which helps us with resource adequacy and energy adequacy. So hugely important that we move that initiative forward over the next couple of years.
Great. Thank you. Please.
Thanks. I just wanted to mention, I think that the capacity market, signal is certainly extremely important, especially in terms of maintaining reliability on the system and maintaining the resources around that we need to meet reliability. I think one of the issues that we have has been the volatility in terms of, and I know you all know the demand curve process very well, but in terms of that process and potential volatility every 3 or 4 years that we think can be something that should be changed. And I know, right, Emily mentioned the capacity market project that the MISO is undertaking right now, and one of the things that is being looked at there is, should we still be setting that on the cost of a new unit, or should we be using something else? And I think that's something that we feel pretty strongly about, is that if we set that signal on something that's less volatile and more stable, that's good for everybody involved. And certainly there's going to be price changes, load's going to change, resources are going to exit and enter, but kind of having that stable baseline to work from is extremely important. In terms of the new entry, as I mentioned earlier, I think we continue to do what we can on the state side in terms of the clean energy procurements. We think that those procurements are better suited in many ways to bring in entry today. Longer term contracts, they can be a little more prescriptive in terms of locations or different resource types, or different considerations that the capacity market might not be able to get at. So we continue to think that that's an extremely important means of bringing in new resources.
Thanks so much. Commissioner Dykes, please.
Sure. I just wanted to say, from Connecticut's perspective, some of the moves that are the reforms that are being pursued in ISO New England around capacity accreditation are things that we strongly support. We've been looking for some time, and I think that they, because they do provide for a more precise and fair and equitable valuation of different generation sources' ability to serve load in the within the real constraints of our systems, for example, our gas pipeline systems ability to deliver fuels, right, to these resources where they're located. So I think in that sense, it's a positive step that we're supportive of. But I think to Chair Christie's question about whether the markets are working, I remain skeptical about whether, beyond the theory and in practice, whether the markets, even with these improvements, will succeed in attracting the investment in new generation that we need. We're saying that we're relieved that we have a little bit more time. That's only because we thought we had no time. So it's all relative. And now the time that is required to get sources online mean we have a very short window to attract the investment needed for the resources to address this reliability shortfall in the early 2030s. It seems to me that the ISO New England is taking steps to sort of lower expectations about what the market is supposed to accomplish, which is also fine with me because I've had fairly low expectations for the capacity market's ability to deliver the resources that we need to address the winter reliability challenge and meet our various public policy goals. So I think we're at a more honest place to have those candid conversations that we need to across our various jurisdictional silos about how to get investment. But we're working in an environment with extraordinary commercial uncertainty. I think that's the greatest risk that we're facing right now, is that developers, whether they're investing in fossil or clean, are facing extraordinary economic challenges. And that means that we have to entertain ratepayers taking on more risk than we have in the past, whether, I'm speaking from the experience of power purchase agreement negotiations, right, than we have in our restructured markets. And in a multi-state RTO, we also have to
find ways to address the benefit cost allocation, where a single state's investment may not pencil if the state is taking on all the costs and the benefits are shared across everyone in the market. So I think that that's where this joint and complementary conversation is timely and important. And we need direction as states around how things like Hughes, how states can help to direct investment and attract that investment that's necessary without running afoul of Hughes and just spending time in litigation that we don't have. There's a number of items that I think we would all benefit from finding consensus and clarity around across our jurisdictional spaces.
Thank you. Very insightful, a lot to unpack there, which I hope we continue to do, but my time is up, so I'm going to pass to a colleague.
Oh, I'll be coming back to that.
Yeah.
Remember that. I'm coming back to that. Okay, Commissioner Singh.
Well, thank you all for being here, especially as we're getting to the part of the year. It's the best part of the year in upstate New York and New England. Thanks for taking some time away to be here with us today. Really appreciate it. I want to start with a question, just taking advantage of the fact that we have the ISOs and state representatives here as well. Emily, I'll use your testimony as a jumping off point. You champion markets as the best way to speed investment, and I really appreciate that. And you also note how retirements are largely driven by state policies, and state policy can be driving new entrants as well, which I take, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, as sort of a diplomatic way of saying sometimes state policies make your job harder. And again, this is only weird if we make it weird, but we have representatives of a couple of the ISOs here and some of the states here as well. And I want to be really clear too, I think the state policy perspective is incredibly important and such an important role. But I think that there can be a lot of push-pull there. So I'm really curious, just kind of, how is it going when it comes to interaction and insight between both sides, when perhaps we've got state policy decisions that may not be where the markets would be leading in the absence of that. So I'm just kind of interested in what your experience has been like, kind of areas that are difficult, areas that are working well. We've also got other members who are interested observers to this process too. So I'll leave it at that. And however candid or diplomatic we need to be, I understand, but let's put that on the table.
I'm happy to start, and I always support the objective of not making things weird, so thank you for framing that up. When you're dealing with difficult issues to work through, one of the things that you included in your opening statement yesterday, Commissioner C., that you're not neutral on reliability is something that we often go back to. So when you're working through, as we are in New York, a very ambitious clean energy policy that includes elements that, quite frankly, we're not quite sure how to achieve from a reliability perspective, it's important to ground the discussions in what we know, what remains unknown, and what we cannot compromise. And reliability often serves as that North Star, that there's complete alignment between the ISO and our state partners and all stakeholders involved in this business that can't be compromised. So in 2019, within New York, the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, known as the Climate Act, was passed with ambitions to get to 70% renewable energy by 2030 and a zero emission grid by 2040. The impact of that is there has been a lot of investment in infrastructure in New York that there's quite a bit of alignment on. There is transmission being built through substantial coordination, which is really important for a continued reliable system. That's great to see. There's also investment that is being encouraged through state contracts for the clean energy attributes that we do not explicitly value in the wholesale markets. One of the things we turn back to is when that Climate Act was initially passed, there were two identified challenges that might result in adjustments to the programs or the approach. And those two challenges, my words, are reliability and affordability. And I think where we are right now in the grid transition is what are the pragmatic, practical solutions? What is the resource mix that truly will be needed to meet all of these objectives going forward? So the tools are not very sophisticated. It's communication, it's coordination, it's frank discussion of what the issues we need to meet and resolve are, and ultimately finding those opportunities for alignment to move things forward. So thank you.
Great. I don't know if Adam, if you want to talk about that more from the New York standpoint, and then we can open it up more generally.
Sorry. Sure. I think Emily hit a lot of the important parts. I mean, certainly transmission is obviously extremely important and something that we work continuously very closely with the New York ISO. Obviously, the public policy transmission process has been one really strong example of I think of a successful story of how we've been able to bring in new transmission. And I think we continue to keep that dialogue open with the New York ISO. And even though we may, I think, have different angles of looking at things, I think 100%, to Emily's point, we both have reliability at the forefront of our thinking, and I think that's something that really can't be understated. In terms of, I know it often comes up in respect to the different 0x40 and things like that. Is reliability is always paramount in terms of the state's view. So that's not something that we're willing to sacrifice. I think the only other thing that I just want to say, and I think it's just kind of how I think about things, but I often think people talked about capacity accreditation, and we agree. We supported that, supported that process, and have supported those changes. And I think it's important because it also affects how the state procures the resources that the state procures, because that value and those values affect how resources are valued in the state procurement. So I think it's just an example of how some of the market changes that happen over at the New York ISO do kind of work together with the state processes. I guess one other thing though that I just say is, I think we continue to feel that that the clean energy procurements are also markets, and I think that we continue to look for ways to improve those and refine those, but we very much see that as a functioning market and something that we'll continue to look for ways to improve. But I think sometimes we hear the capacity market and state actions or procurements, and I think in some ways the capacity market has a lot of administrative pieces to it, and whereas some of the state procurements may not. So I think that they're I think you can make an argument that they're both markets, and I think it's a fair argument, and I think that we'll continue to look for ways to improve our markets.
Great. Other thoughts? Chair Bartlett?
So I'm happy to sort of weigh in this topic, because I think it may sound critical, but I think it really is a demonstration of the success of the region. Mm-hmm. I think, there had been a frustration, I think, with the states, they had with ISO New England for a number of years. Commissioner Dykes mentioned the MOPR, which was a real impediment to development of renewable resources. And it felt like we didn't necessarily have a cooperative partner as we were trying to advance state policies. Mm-hmm. So I think we've seen a couple of big changes that I think have changed the dynamic and have led to a place where we can have a much more cooperative role going forward. I think one of that, part of that is a much more analytically driven approach. So the PEAT analysis that's being done to really understand the winter risks. So instead of being told there's a crisis, states, you need to step in and solve it, we now have a tool to really assess what is the problem and what potential, how would proposed solutions actually impact that. And then I think secondly, the dialogue has just improved a lot. I think that instead of ISO New England working for market reforms, for example, that they thought are beneficial but could have an impact on state policies, they're engaging with the states much earlier to have those discussions so that we can think about how changes at the regional level are going to impact the state's goals and the contracting that we may want to do. So I think we are now set up for a different conversation now. So that Gordon is saying there's a joint and complementary role. I think the states are now ready to come to the table because we feel like we have a partner to do that. And it's important that we recognize that it is a joint and complementary role. So if there's a problem, it can't simply be the markets aren't going to procure the resource adequacy, states, you go do it, because we've really given that up. We've been relying on the markets. So it needs to be let's come together. Let's talk about the range of solutions. What are the levers that the states can pull cooperatively? And then what are the levers that ISO New England may be able to pull? So I think I think we need to think about how to set up a framework for those kinds of discussions to move to action. But I think I give ISO New England a lot of credit for listening to what the states have said over the years and getting to a place where I think we can have much more productive conversations.
Appreciate that. Stephen?
I'll just briefly echo some of Chairman Bartlett's comments. I think what I was going to say was I think a lot of it comes down to just a frank conversation about roles at the end of the day, and that's where the joint complementary framework came about. We know that there's things that ISO New England can do in the context of resource adequacy, developing and administering the market, performing, meaningful analysis that helps inform the state's decision making. We know those are the things that we're good at, we can do. We know there's things that the states can do, whether it's improving siting and things like that. In New England, perhaps citing dual fuel as an option to help with resource adequacy, and other things like that. So I think at the end of the day, it comes down to just having that frank, open discussion about who has what responsibility and what are the roles. So I'm glad that Chairman Bartlett has that sort of similar perspective on things.
Great. Let's go to Michelle and Sarah and then come back to Commissioner Dykes.
Thank you, Commissioner C. And I do agree that the weather in New England and New York is reaching its peak. I do think it's helpful, just very quick, two kind of quick comments. In some of these discussions, I do think we conflate what it is, the goal that we're talking about. There is both resource adequacy and what it means to make sure we're meeting that standard. There is also ensuring energy security and what it means to meet expected unserved energy. And those first two can merge. But then there's also, from the state point of view, how they can meet their goals. And those are certainly three goals. And so as we kind of have these conversations, I do think the existing market today has been very successful, very much so, over 18 auctions in this region at meeting resource adequacy. I think we have done to date an excellent job at securing energy security. And I look forward to the continued discussions on accreditation so that we can make sure, particularly with the seasonal market, that we're putting incentives in place for generators to take actions to ensure better security in the winter, in particular, when it comes to gas. Because I don't necessarily, one comment that didn't come up yesterday but has been one of mine for a long time, is that we don't necessarily need every generator in the capacity market to have firm fuel. In fact, if we build to that standard, we've likely overbuilt the gas system. But by putting seasonal markets in place and putting incentives for people to contract and take different arrangements and to enhance the performance mechanism, it was very notable and I think really a pause in our history as an industry. This market, as I mentioned, it was 19 years ago, I think, that folks in this region spent 3 months flying back and forth from this building and Boston. And I think it's very notable the changes that we have made to the market since its inception, including notably an enormous performance model. And I think the accreditation will continue to enhance that. But it's not black and white to say that this market doesn't incent anything. One, we have seen new build. I think to date, ISO has been credited for its price lock. We had a 5 and a 7 year price lock. We have seen new build. We have seen investment. The performance model has sent the right signals to fossil units to make sure that they are there when needed, and we've seen competition under delist bid thresholds. We've seen resources compete. This market has delivered successfully cost-effective pricing for ratepayers in the region for its existence, and I think that's something to be very proud of. The last point, though, that I did want to make, we as a company put into operation a portfolio of utility-scale solar in New England. We about 217 megawatts, 20 megawatts, 30 megawatt units, COD of 2018, 2022. And I think to date, we still have a fair amount of the utility-scale solar in the region. We developed that portfolio, but it would not have been possible without state goals, and it would not have been possible without procurements. And I like the comment that was made that it is a market, that running an RFP, soliciting bids is still a market, and there's certainly that complementary role, and that may still exist going forward in the future. And we think it's needed in order to continue to give the right incentives for build. If our goal is to build more resources that are capital intensive, 5 years for gas, 3 years for solar, we need contracts to ensure long-term stability and pricing. And so we still see that as a complementary role that the states can take.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Silver.
Thank you, Commissioner. I did just want to emphasize that this discussion is not new in New England, and of course the states have had very strong goals for over a decade, and we've been having these discussions for a decade. And I think something that has changed over in the decade, when of course there's always been externalities that can impact the operation of the wholesale markets and the capacity markets. And I think in the last decade, perhaps some of those externalities have become stronger, and we have new externalities that are beyond the jurisdiction of FERC and ISO New England, and some are even beyond the jurisdiction of the states, beyond the FERC's jurisdiction, siting and permitting of major infrastructure in the states, and then the delays in offshore wind, I really think, are beyond the jurisdiction of us all. But I don't think that means that we're any less committed to the competitive markets and to making them work. And these, I concur with Commissioner Dykes and Chair Bartlett and what they said about the importance, especially in the last few years, of the conversations that NEPL members and the states and the ISO have had in moving us forward more quickly in the last couple of years than in the previous 5 to 10.
Thank you.
I have so many speakers. I'll be brief. I just wanted to offer the perspective of an agency that we not only do energy planning and procurement, but we also oversee 125 different environmental permitting processes, many of them federally delegated for land, air, water, and waste. And so to your question about state public policy and markets interacting, I just want to offer up the challenges that we have seen in the battle days with MOPR, for example, where state public policy resources were not valued and not credited in the market, and how that damaged our ability to secure community acceptance for hosting new fossil generation that was the result of a capacity market auction that effectively seemed to be excluding the resources that our state legislature, our state public policies were calling for. And so I think those are some of the downstream effects in a region that gets a bad name for being a tough place to build and site fossil fuel infrastructure. Some of those downstream effects when you have these jurisdictional silos and trying to wall off resource selection in the ISO markets from state public policy preferences, it makes it very difficult to have predictable siting processes. And so I just want to offer up that additional anecdote.
I appreciate that. Great. Thank you, everyone.
Commissioner Chang.
Great, welcome to DC. Thanks, and lovely to see all of you. I'm sitting here taking a whole bunch of notes because I'm trying to reflect all the things you're saying, and I love this coined thing about joint complementary roles. And I'm not sure how much of this is a question. Maybe I'm asking for your reaction. What I'm hearing is that, I hear Commissioner Dykes, you talk about maybe or maybe not, or cautionary expectation about the market delivering signals for additional investments for resource adequacy. But then I also reflect both New England and New York, actually. In some ways, I think of these two markets as sort of a hybrid market, right? Because I think what you're saying is you're optimistically expecting markets to deliver potential replacement of fossil generation in the future. For example, ones that might have to retire and then attract continual gas generation. But when I think about like the resource mix of the future or additional investments that you might need, and I'm thinking through onshore wind, you're doing the sort of state procurement of the transmission that will unlock onshore wind, offshore wind, which is completely within the state's, procurement process. End of the gas line, so unlikely to cite more gas pipelines for new gas generation. So I'm thinking perhaps only replacement of existing gas generation. And then the only thing I have left for sort of new resource, there's solar and other DR, but the only resource left is sort of like storage. And I would think as developers, you probably want storage to be procured by states as opposed to just market. So I'm actually thinking the new resources, aside from replacement, the new resources are really the jobs of the states to procure for resource adequacy and for meeting state policies. And then you're leaving the rest to the market, which is really just a replacement of fossil generation and maybe sort of incremental, right? There are resources, either it's hydro or existing facilities that might have incremental investments. Is that about an accurate description? So it's a little bit of a bifurcated market. I mean, I take your point about the procurement is also a market, but these are hybrid or bifurcated market. I was just wondering if you have a reaction to that. And related to that, I hear a lot of satisfaction about going to prompt year seasonal market and the transition to that, which sounds like everyone's supportive of that in New England, and New York's already there. Are you worried about, but I also heard that you had like this 3-year commit, like you saw 3 years. Today you see that there is enough resources 3 years because you had the procurement for capacity market, so you're feeling comfortable 3 years. So I'm wondering if you're worried about giving up that 3-year view into the future once you go into prompt seasonal market. Sorry, it's a lot of stuff, but first reaction on this bifurcated market, but also with the bifurcated market, but prompt year, is that sufficient? Is that enough to meet what the states really hope to meet on resource adequacy?
Yeah, I will be beginning from here. I would say, I think there are two things that sort of come to mind sort of as part of the discussion. That one, I think as you move to a prompt and seasonal market, that the importance of having some process for a regular analysis that's a further look out is important. So I hope that we can develop a process in New England where we are regularly looking out a minimum of 5 years so that we can see what the risks are.
In an informal way?
I would formalize, I would do it a fairly formal process through, initiated by ISO New England. I think it needs to be something that's regular, that we can count on, and that is not just sort of ad hoc when an emergency arises. So I think that would be, an important step in helping us to assess the risks and to take action in response to them. I think secondly, the challenge with the markets, right, is that they're not set up to procure high capital intensive resources. So like nuclear, right? That could well fit within the state's policy goals, but the markets aren't going to procure that either. So I think that's just a fundamental challenge, that unless we can come up with a better market design that will procure those kinds of resources, then we're stuck with the state procurement route. I don't think it's the best route, and particularly if states are doing a one-off and have to build all the transmission that's associated with each new resource, because there are going to be a lot of missed opportunities that would be beneficial for the region that one state can't undertake alone. And I think to me, that's one of the greatest risks around resource adequacy long term. It's not that there aren't resources we can procure, like offshore wind, to help, but if we can't regionalize some of those costs, it could be prohibitive for any one state to make enough of an investment to solve the problem.
I'll agree with everything that Phil said, and say I think if you're hearing anxiety around prompt, the end of the 7-year lock, I mean, I think those are some of that would be accurate. That those are some concerns that we have. So capacity accreditation, very positive step, but it's these other pieces that suggest there's an expectation of other actors, banks, financing, hedging, states, someone providing for some of that price certainty or advanced procurement ahead of the prompt market that will ensure that everything will come together in time to keep the lights on. And it's just our recent experience through our power purchase agreements and the competitive procurements we've been doing for public policy resources has opened our eyes to the extraordinary volatility that's going on out there, and the difficulty that developers are having at pricing projects, and then being able to deliver those projects at those prices through the whole development cycle in the light of all the other economic disruption, that's occurring out there. So I think that's one. I think those are things that are compounding the risks associated with of getting projects delivered. Developers can solve for that by just bidding in at very high prices, to address that risk. But then ratepayers are running a very high risk of overpaying for resources. And all of this commercial uncertainty is occurring, unfortunately, at a time that ratepayer anger about prices and intolerance for high prices and unaffordability is also peaking. And so that means that if states or other actors are expected to step in and provide for, negotiate with developers and find those resources that will deliver around this market, then just keep in mind that we're being asked to do that at a time that our customers don't want to overpay. Their expectation of what is affordable is based in a time period that I don't think we're going to be going back to, and we have to find ways to absorb more risk from developers than less. So these are serious challenges. They can be overcome. Analysis will help. Multi-state collaboration, which has been also really expanding and going in a positive direction, will also help. But more so, it's candid, honest collaboration and understanding of who's playing what role across between the ISO and the states is going to be critical.
Right, Emily?
There was a lot there, so I'm not sure I'll answer all of it perfectly, but we absolutely rely on our comprehensive planning process to provide a long-term view, which is absolutely not ad hoc. We complete every other year a reliability needs assessment that then moves into a comprehensive reliability plan, which we're working through this year, and then we have quarterly short-term assessments of reliability so that as there's any adjustments as far as the resource base, deactivation notices, et cetera, that we can review them from a reliability perspective. So that is a very important way that we augment our view to the long term, dovetailing with the prompt capacity auction. On the idea of the state's role relative to the wholesale market role, there is this collaboration, integration that is necessary. In New York, what is desired per the clean energy policy is specific technology types in specific magnitudes. And that is not how a wholesale market is designed. It certainly could be, but where we have been in New York is the state is very much interested in having market solicitations, using your terminology, Adam, to procure specific resource types. That does not mean that there isn't value in that reliability signal that is provided in the capacity market. That's also an essential element of what is needed within New York. One additional thought in this area, wholesale markets can be perfectly designed, but there are external factors that may impact resource entry. Commissioner, you mentioned the replacement of gas. One of the things we need to work through in New York is that if there is a state mandate that in 2040 we're at a zero emission grid, then that can be a signal that goes beyond anything that we can do in the wholesale market that has a chilling effect on the investment of fossil. So this is one of those areas that we really need to figure out how to meet the energy policy goals, the affordability goals, and reliability goals, which I think are all part of the basket that we need to achieve that we're going to be working through.
Great, thank you. Stephen.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to touch on a couple things. Obviously, there's trade-offs in going from a 3-year forward market to a prompt seasonal market. I think everybody understands that. I think our view is that the benefits of moving to prompt seasonal far outweigh the cons of sticking with the current construct. I think just reacting to Chair Bartlett's request for analysis, and I think I may have commented on this already, but just in case I didn't, we're open to that discussion. We don't know exactly what that looks like or when we'll do it and how we'll do it, but I know that the input of the states will be critical in terms of what our assumptions should be for those studies. And I think that process can evolve over time. We're going to be doing something similar on the energy adequacy side of the conversation using our PEAT tool and the REST metrics. So I think those two can complement each other and inform the states. I don't know that we're ready to say that shifting to prompt seasonal means that there won't be any investments in new resources outside of whatever the states decide to procure. I think we've heard from folks over the past day and a half that would say otherwise, that they can take that prompt seasonal price signal and then forecast out further into the future and use that as their signal for whether or not investment in the region makes sense. So that's our perspective on that piece of the discussion.
Okay, great. I have other questions, but I think I will yield to Chair because I think you have some follow-up on similar topics.
It is. Well, I don't know what topic it is, so I don't know whether it's similar.
Oh,
but
okay.
It probably is. But I want to follow up on two things that Katie and you and Phil both said, and I think you hit it smack dab in the middle of the target. Phil, you made the point that the capacity market is simply not going to incent the high capex units like a nuke. And you were dead solid right. We have 4 nukes in Virginia because they're rate-based. And that's the only reason they're still running. And they just got extended into mid-century. And Katie, you made the point that you're trying to incent new generation, but you're running into the Hughes v. Talon problem. Now, Travis Kavula needs to cover his ears and maybe his eyes too. So he's going to go wax indignant on Twitter. But you do have an option besides trying to do what Maryland did that got stopped in Hughes v. Talon, and that is you have rate basing. And I know you got 5 of your 6 states are deregulated. I think Vermont's the only one that doesn't, allows, but laws can be changed. And if your problem is you're not getting high capex, whether it's a nuke or even combined cycle gas, rate basing is a perfectly constitutional method. It is not barred by Hughes v. Talon. So when you're I'm just saying, if you're looking at options, and Phil, I think you nailed it. This is the problem. It's a problem in PJM. The capacity market is not going to incent a high capex unit like a nuke. It's not going to do it. We may as well stop pretending that it is. If you want a high capex unit like a nuke, which is no emissions, right? No carbon, and runs that, and in PJM, the nukes are under ELCC at 93%. That's the ELCC value in PJM of a nuke, 93%. So just saying, and you all can agree or disagree. I know you've got state laws to deal with, but you don't have Hughes v. Talon in that method.
It's true, and I think it's a rare trip that I take to FERC that I don't have a commissioner say, why don't you put the toothpaste back in the tube? But
no, you buy new toothpaste. Because I've heard that, believe me, I've heard that, and my answer is no, you buy new toothpaste.
I think we have different tubes as well, and I think, but to be honest, I mean, everything that I've been saying is that, look, the pendulum swung. We deregulated, we restructured precisely because of cost overruns on nukes. New England used to have 8 nukes. Now our market isn't even succeeding in retaining the existing nukes, let alone building new. So I don't disagree that we need a different investment paradigm. The pendulum swung to try to put all the risk on the shareholder and have the ratepayer fully insulated from the risks. And I think in this current environment, we are having to come up with new paradigms that strike a different balance. Whether that is, I'm skeptical that would be re-regulation, but I think that there's probably hybrids out there that we are working towards, and I think that's where it's great to be able to speak candidly about what those look like, so that we can find ways to move in those directions without running afoul and just prompting a bunch of lawsuits. So there are ways, if you reason from the way that we pay for transmission, there's lots of ways to provide for certainty, for deployment, and address cost, unforeseeable cost increases, and ensure that developers are incented to prevent those cost increases from occurring, and so on and so forth. We have to find those kinds of models in order to build that kind of new generation.
Can I just jump in on that? I think I wanted to point this out because you know this, but I think you're walking with open eyes into sort of a New York style and California style of resource adequacy. But New England is very unique in the sense that you're multi-state. You're not a single state ISO, RTO, or region in general. So it takes a lot of, a lot of collaboration and coordination, not only between the states and the ISO, but across the states to make these joint decisions. And I have this sort of sigh of relief of like the time you just gained because you thought it was urgent immediately, and then you have a few years, but a few years goes by really, really fast when it comes to the resource adequacy time frame, because it takes many years. You know all this, but it takes many years to build anything, particularly in New England. And I just encourage additional collaboration with the ISO and across the states, because it's not easy to walk down the path of New York or California in a multi-state region, because it's not done in other regions.
It's almost as if Commissioner Chang may have lived this before. I just wanted to add, really enjoy the conversation here, I would just say I've been really impressed in things that have come before the Commission since my time here about the level of regional collaboration in New England on some very challenging transmission cost allocation issues. And so, I would just say, and also very, very pleased to see the level of collaboration with ISO here. And that's all good and encouraging for the region moving forward. I would just say the extent that as you're thinking and contracting and however you plan to solve the problem going forward with the market change, lots of things changing, lots of lots of change here. If there's any provision in the tariff or things within the commission's jurisdiction that need to change in order for you to realize the build out that your region needs, please bring them to our attention, because I think we really do see this as a shared project and want to help make sure that the region can unlock new build. So thank you.
2 more points real quick. You can have multi-jurisdictional rate-based units. We have units that are in Ohio and West Virginia. They're jurisdictional to Virginia, and that's not a new thing. And it really depends on whether you want high capex or not. Bill?
I guess I just want to say for the record that I think I and Maine has been firmly committed to markets and trying to leverage the benefits you get from that. So I think as Katie points out that the approach at least we would like to try, I think, before we get back into ratepayers taking all the risk, is to figure out how do we leverage markets to the maximum extent possible, and then use competitive bidding through contracting to try to fill in around the edges, and that could get us some pretty significant high capex investment in the region.
Another point, it can be a hybrid system where you have some rate basing, and then you have competitive procurement. We have it in Virginia. You can do both. It doesn't have to be either or, all or nothing. Just making that point. All right. Any more from you? All right. Listen, great panel. Thank you all very much. I want to say one thing. With Commissioner Chang said, time flies when you're talking resource adequacy. I think time flies anyway in any area. So anyway, thank you all. And I think our next panel is, what is it? 2:45. 2:45. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is the last panel of the conference. Thank you for joining us. Just a few logistical details. This panel will cover CAISO and SPP. Those are the 2 RTO ISO regions without capacity markets. Panelists, thank you for submitting your statements in advance of the conference. We're just going to go straight into questions from the chairman and commissioners. The gray button in front of you at the base of the mic stand is how you unmute, and if you'd like to answer a question, you can do one of those. And at this conference, we do not intend to discuss any specific proceeding. If anyone does engage in that discussion, someone from the Office of General Counsel will step in and ask them to avoid that topic. I'll go ahead and introduce folks and then turn it back over to the chair. We have Casey Cathy, Vice President of Engineering at Southwest Power Pool; Neil Millar, Vice President of Transmission Planning and Infrastructure Development at California Independent System Operator; Patrick O'Connell, Chairman of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission; Molly Sturkle, Interim Director of the Office of Electric Supply Planning and Cost in the California Public Utility Commission's Energy Division; Stacy Berberet, Senior Vice President of Transmission Business Development and Joint Ventures at American Electric Power; Jillian Clegg, Vice President of Energy Policy and Procurement at Pacific Gas and Electric; and Travis Kavula, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs at Entergy. Well, thank you. Welcome. Then I'll turn it over to the chair.
All right, we're going to begin the questions. And by the way, last panel, but certainly not the least. I want to thank everybody for those who are still sticking around. It's been a great conference, and this is going to be a great panel. And thank you also. Again, I'll just start by thanking everybody for coming. You're the SPP in California, and you had to come from pretty far in New Mexico. So you all came from a pretty good distance. Except for Travis, who I think came from Montgomery County, but has a continental perspective. So with that, we're going to start the questions with Commissioner Chang.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate all the pre-filed statements. I want to give a shout out to Travis because that is an amazing statement that summarized California and SPP's procurement. Sort of the whole resource adequacy construct that's outside of a capacity market. When I first got involved in California resource adequacy stuff, I wish then I had this primer that you wrote, which is pretty amazing description of how it all works without a centralized capacity market. I want to start by just acknowledging first, NERC is having a conference right now about basically measurements of reliability or metrics for reliability, including accreditation and we heard yesterday from various different panels an interest in some kind of consistent or at least shared approaches on accreditation or at least measurements of ELCC, et cetera. And NERC most likely is not going to get involved in accreditation of specific resources, but having some consistency around the type of models to use and the type of data to use is something that I'm very interested in, so that we don't have to like go to every region and guess like what kind of data and resources are being used. So, but I'm interested in your view about the potential to use some kind of consistent methodology and models, not specific enough to each type of resource, because that's different in each region. But I'm just wondering, in regions that don't have centralized capacity market, how are you thinking about metrics of reliability in the resource adequacy construct, context and construct, and also what do you think about the sort of some kind of consistency across the nation approach? You want to start, Casey?
I'll start. Okay. Coming out with the big guns with the questions. That's a good question. So I believe you're talking primarily around marginal affected load carrying capability and what's been talked about as far as a consistent accreditation methodology. I believe it has a lot to do with where the risks are. And we're in a different spot in SPP. We're expanding to the west. We're becoming geographically more and more diverse. If you look at, let's say, New York or us, New England, their correlated outages are consistent with gas pipeline infrastructure and weather patterns. So I think that we need to still be open-minded on different and varying methodologies that are appropriate for capacity critical hours. At the end of the day, the accredited values need to value the capacity accreditation for that region's capacity critical hours. And the way in which you go about that could be different as long as the consistency remains at the reliability of those numbers, not necessarily the methodology behind the studies itself. And I'll give you one example. You could have the same exact combustion turbine that is running in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and you have the same exact turbine in Wyoming. Different operator, it operates with different load profiles and shapes. It may have different operational and maintenance plans. But if you develop an ELCC value for that, you may be discounting incorrectly. And so then you have to split that up from a different weather pattern perspective, different gas pipeline infrastructure perspective. I believe this was mentioned on the CEO panel that it's very sensitive to the inputs that you put into play. So I think SPP would be open to a consistent methodology as long as we allow for those varying anomalies to be folded in for specific regions.
Okay, great. Thanks. Neil.
Thank you. It's Neil here. I'll just build on, I agree with what Casey was saying, but also build on one other aspect, which for us is what the metric is actually being used for and what the program behind it that it's supporting is intended to accomplish. Obviously, in California, we put a great deal of weight on the integrated resource planning process led by the Public Utilities Commission, integrated with our own transmission planning process to really shape and drive where capital investment will occur and the type of investment that's required. We're less dependent on the RA program's metrics to send that long-term capital investment signal. It's not completely out of the picture, but it's not counted on to the same extent. It is providing more of a bridge, though, between the IRP plan, the resources that are being built, and bridging the resources that are physically exist to which ones are being contracted with and brought into the operating world through the RA program. So there, the purpose of the metric is a bit more on getting the right fleet put together out of the capital that already exists, as opposed to sending a signal for new long-term investment. And as part of that, there's also a bit of a fair cost allocation, cost recovery question about who's bringing that capacity in and how does it get vintaged and treated. So there, besides the differences that Casey referred to, there's also the question of what are you counting on the program to actually do? And I don't think it's being used the same way in all of the RTOs and ISOs. So there is a difference there, and I think that also warrants flexibility and consideration in developing metrics.
Okay, great, thanks.
Great, thank you, and appreciate the question. And before I start, I'll just have to confess that I did resource planning at a vertically integrated utility for a while, so I got lots of thoughts about this, so I'll try to stick
Excellent.
to high point. First, and we heard it today, right, when you start talking about seasonal or what's your critical hour, I'm on the collaborative where we're talking about gas electric coordination. Interesting observation from there. I think what relates to what Casey was saying is that your gas demand for electricity isn't weather driven. It's driven by what else isn't there. So that's hard to correlate with weather and other things that you usually use. So big picture, what that leads me to is the metric we shouldn't use is planning reserve margin. If you start thinking about that, you almost need a planning reserve margin for 8,760 hours of the day. So it becomes not very useful, but it is what we're using for now. So it's a transitionary measurement in a lot of places. Got to understand what it does and what it doesn't do. My biggest complaint is it's algebra being used to cover over the reality that it's a probabilistic world that we're living in. The next one that I would think is just, and I see it both in SPP, which is the organization I'm here representing today, and in the wilds of the West where we don't have an RTO, is if we understood better just what the basic planning unit was for assessing resource adequacy, that might make an improvement. Out West, it's balancing area by balancing area. SPP, it's the whole region, but the responsibility is carried by the load serving entities. And so you end up in interesting questions like the panel you just had is interregional zonal transfer, right? If you're vertically integrated and you've got a well-defined, relatively small planning unit, interregional transfer is a straw in your milkshake. So you're going to say it's zero. But on the other hand, if you're NERC or looking at it nationally, you can publish a study and say, hey, there's a lot of value if you would transfer within the regions. So those are the just two observations I offer on your question is the unit that's being used to determine whether your resource adequate is crucially important to the answer you get. And somehow we've got to move past algebra.
Thanks. Very nice to be here. Thanks for listening to us, the caboose of your wonderful conference. And it's been a great train to be able to be here. So thank you for having us. I've worked on resource adequacy and integrated resource planning at the California PUC for just about 20 years. And so I have been a part of these accreditation conversations for a long time. I appreciate your question, like, couldn't we just have some uniformity? I think my perspective from being involved in these debates for a long time is that it depends on what you're trying to accomplish and what you're using that accreditation for. And what we have seen over time is that we've had to evolve our program pretty much on an annual basis. The PUC has had some type of annual decision, and we've made incremental changes to our accreditation processes. We started out accrediting our variable renewable resources using an exceedance methodology. We didn't have very much solar, pretty much none, maybe 100, 200 megawatts on the system back in 2005 when we started the resource adequacy program. Now we have over 22,000 megawatts on the wholesale grid. And so, but at that time we had wind, we had a lot of wind. And so we used this exceedance methodology, which said, statistically, what are you most likely able to provide on the highest days? At a certain point, as solar and wind started competing with each other, there was an interest that was legislatively mandated that we move to a ELCC approach. It took us many years to do that. We debated it hotly in our proceedings, and eventually we did adopt a marginal ELCC approach, which I think wind, in some respects, looks better maybe under that. So I would say we had average ELCCs for variable renewables. Fast forward a few more years, and as we started to see a grid that, now we have 22 gigawatts of solar, we have over 13 gigawatts of storage, we're expecting another 15 gigawatts of storage, and, of course, we have more wind. What we now have actually for our resource adequacy program, which is not prompt season or prompt year, it's actually prompt month. So it's a monthly program. And so in that monthly program, we've moved from being a single peak resource adequacy requirement to being an hourly requirement. So that's in my statement. I talked a lot about slice of day. So all that means is the 24 hours of the day. So when you have a 24-hour-a-day requirement, having an ELCC accreditation value no longer makes sense. And so we have gone back to an exceedance approach for variable renewable energy, because that allows you to account for the fact that our wind resources are extremely divergent. The wind that will be coming into CAISO from New Mexico is very different than our Northern California wind, et cetera. And also even our solar resources are diverse across wherever they're located. So we are moving back to the exceedance for that particular reason for slice of day. That allows you to get to a point where solar resources can be valued at 10 p.m. at zero, right? Because that's really what they're worth, is zero. And the other thing that our 24-hour-a-day approach allows us to do is we have adopted for storage a charging sufficiency requirement. So we don't just have we don't just allow you to show the capacity. You also have to show that you have an energy sufficiency requirement. So I'll also just close by saying that's just for our resource adequacy program. For our long-term planning, we have been using a marginal ELCC approach to focus on the value that's provided from the next incremental unit. And so it does confound our stakeholders that sometimes that we're using these different accreditation approaches even within the PUC, and they say, please can't you just use one? But they're each developed, and I sympathize with them, but I think they're each used for a different purpose depending on what you're trying to accomplish. And with that, I'll just close by saying it's very hard to reach agreement on these things, even within our own PUC. And I've seen the changes over time. So can only imagine when we start talking about multi-states, how hard it would be. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Chang, and thank you, Chairman, for convening this conference and focusing on this essential issue to the industry. With respect to the question, I will echo some of the comments of my fellow panelists. I think, as Casey said, yes, it could be possible. As Molly laid out, it would be very difficult to convene. And as a utility and for RTOs, I can say, yes, that would be difficult. And what I will add is that it could be time-consuming. And given the issues in front of us as an industry, reaching consensus on these issues would be challenging. But as you mentioned at the beginning, Commissioner Chang, perhaps a basis in reliability, which is a foundation that we all agree on in every region, could be a way to get there. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Chairman Christie, for convening. It's hard when you go after this many smart people who have said all the good things already. But I think we are obviously in quite a different position in California. We've moved to an hourly requirement now, quite a bit different than what we've heard in the previous panels today and yesterday. So I think given how differently situated people are today, and just like to move from the old system to the slice of day system, the years and years of workshops that it took to even get to that, I think, the idea of expanding something to be national and getting consensus there would be a bigger challenge that may not pay the dividends.
And thank you for the kind words about the pre-filed statement. I was trying to channel Mark Christie's wit when writing it, and corporate was nice enough not only to censor a couple of the jokes that I put in.
Who censored it?
Well, corporate, you know.
We wouldn't have
Unlike
censored
you,
it
I
here.
have a leash, you know, Mark.
We wouldn't have censored it here.
But it's great to be here, and you guys have obviously done all the reading, and you're wonderfully well prepared, and thank you for all the questions and great discussion. I think there is an emerging consensus nationally, with the exception of California, that marginal ELCC is the standard methodology, and in a way, hourly exceedance methodology can be understood to kind of apply some of the learnings of that just to a slice of day framework, notwithstanding what Molly said. You could render it in even simpler English by just saying how much load can be reliably served in a given time of need by adding 1 megawatt of the resource in question. That is what the methodology is and is trying to ascertain, regardless of what you're doing. And so conversations about establishing a national methodology probably have to generalize in the way I just did, and not get into the math. But you can establish one. You can try to establish that common framework at a high level. I will say, to Neil's point, the difference in how these are used, even if you have a common methodology, that is where the rubber hits the road. And I can give a real life example where I'm aware of a couple of power plants in the state of Illinois that are subject to the kind of unit-specific ELCC that we were previously discussing. So those plants have a technology average class basis, and then they experience derates because of their performance during the last winter storm. So they're only able to sell, let's call it 20% of nameplate into the capacity market because PJM, uses ELCC to set an upper bound of their ability to sell. Those units are no longer profitable, so they're going to be decommissioned in all likelihood, and then the units are going to be brought down to ERCOT and recommissioned because that is a market where ELCC is used for the purpose of a fancy report that doesn't have any binding effect on the energy-only market. But where anyone can make a go of selling energy and be paid for it on an as-available basis because the capacity market isn't a thing. So that's a real-life consequence of the kind of competition that now exists for, in this case, weirdly existing resources between two different markets that both use a common methodology, but for very different use cases.
That's very interesting. Okay, because on a totally different topic, but I'll try to make it quick, although I have 0 minutes left. I'll make it quick. As you know, I said this yesterday, I'm interested in, at this juncture where value of capacity extremely high and load coming on, I often wonder why we're not doing more on demand side reduction or flexibility. And given there's California, I'll just include SPP into this question. But given you're California, I'm sure you're very concerned about demand side flexibility. And so what can we gain from your experience? But I'm going to start with you, NRG, Travis, what's your perspective? I know you talked about this as well in your statement. So maybe you can tell me a little bit, or tell us a little bit about the barriers, or why are we not seeing more demand flexibility, or are you expecting to see more, especially in these other markets that have price signals for,
right.
For capacity?
So California, I think, has done an admirable job on a retail level. They have, opt-out time of use pricing, so one of about half a dozen states to have adopted that, more on the way. I know Chairman Bartlett is investigating it in Maine, for example. That helps shape the load profile in order to reduce long-run capacity obligations. And then you also have kind of emergency demand response embedded on both a behavioral and device level in some of the California programs. If there was one critique of them, I suppose you could say, it's that it's very balkanized. There's like 1 million different demand response, demand flexibility programs. I'm overstating it a little bit in California, and they're probably not as well integrated into either the market's visibility by the market, CAISO's visibility or dispatch. They tend to be truly at retail, and they just show up as a demand reduction in CAISO. So it would be difficult for, I think, CAISO to become comfortable, kind of predicting around it. Meanwhile, SPP is the only market where capacity is not sort of a product available to be traded at wholesale. for the purpose of making a resource adequacy showing. I know they have a work stream to try to change that, but the result of it is that SPP on kind of a proportionate basis has less than half of the demand response that PJM has and less than a third that MISO has in, adjusting for the size of their overall market. So a lot of work to be done. And I think they're taking it seriously because, it is kind of the only resource in view for the next few years before you start getting a lot of new gas plants online. And I know we're great believers in it. We entered into a purchase agreement for a number of assets. We'll be filing a Section 203 next week with you, but including CPower, the nation's largest demand response company. So I think there is a clear need for, those ends to meet. And it has to be both housed at the retail level and at the wholesale. One of the other things we're doing in the competitive retail markets, for example, in ERCOT, is just trying to sign more and more customers up for direct load control programs for smart thermostats. And so now, we have a very robust program where NRG is simply able to, push a button when the price rises above a certain amount in Texas and flex a lot of load on our customer system. And it's visible to the customer, they get compensated for it. If they don't like it, they can fire us as their retail provider. So we have a strong incentive to make sure the customer experience is well aligned with the economic purpose of demand response.
Would that be
there.
transferable to other markets?
It's harder to do in the regulated markets for sure, markets without retail competition. The reason why it works in Texas is because it's an energy-only market. So we would have to be chasing capacity payments or avoided transmission costs in those other markets to make it pencil out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would say, some of the things Travis mentioned, we do have demand response programs at PG&E. I would say the bulk of them are not market integrated, and so they don't count for resource adequacy. And so not only does, Neil and the CAISO have to have faith that they will show up, I also have to. If it's not going to reduce my resource adequacy requirement, I'm still going to buy RA, and I would have a demand response program at the same time. So typically, we have a lot of behind the meter solar and a growing amount of storage paired with that solar in California. I think in California we have 18,000 megawatts of rooftop solar, and the CAISO peak load is 52. So with Molly's 22 of utility scale and our 18 solar, we have a lot of solar in California. And so what we are seeing is, or what we're looking to incent is the operation of the battery to go into the peak, right? We're full up on energy to serve load in the middle of the day. We don't need any more of that. So incenting to have the storage there to, dispatch into the middle, past the peak into the net peak. And we do have programs for that, virtual power plants, VPPs. It's a growing piece of things that we're interested in. But I think there's more work to do there, and there's a lot of, untapped behind the meter resources that could become more beneficial. Right now they reduce the load, and so your RA requirement is reduced because your load is reduced. But we don't see them on the supply side. We mostly see them on the demand side.
Okay, Stacy.
Demand response is certainly a tool that needs to remain in the toolbox. But given the amount of load we see coming on the system, from our perspective, we haven't seen it being able to move the needle in a way that is significant. But certainly there are improvements that could be made in that area. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. I'll just briefly add to Jillian's point that we have a lot of demand response on the demand side that lowers the resource adequacy requirements. On the supply side, I think the challenge with demand response has been the accreditation of the resource and being able to, both allow the demand response seller to sell a accredited unit of capacity in advance, and then also when you don't know what is actually going to happen. And we also don't know what's going to happen until it maybe gets called from the market and it either responds or not. So we have this delay cycle where we have this complicated system of load impact protocols. And so this is one of the areas that our resource adequacy proceeding has continuously sought, reform year after year after year based on, the incremental learnings that we've achieved. And where we are right now is a system that we call the load impact protocol system, where we work with our partner agency, the CEC, and we look at how the
demand response market provider actually performed when called in the prior year, but there's of course kind of a cyclical delay with that. It ends up, taking a long time. So we'll just leave it there. That's been the complication. Thanks.
Yeah, the bit of the SPP load story that we're seeing in New Mexico is not the hyperscaler data center, it's the Permian Basin. And so demand is responding by not showing up. They're building diesel behind the meter. And then the other side of that is going back to the algebra versus probability. If demand response, as it's traditionally defined, usually gets treated as negative capacity, and so then it's required to have accreditation value that's near perfection. So if instead it was treated as an energy resource where I can pay you to use less energy, and then with maybe an imperfect response, it might be more valuable. But that's just the way, as an industry, we've pursued it, is you've got to be a perfectly dispatchable thing. And if you're asking an aggregation of lots of meters to do something, that's hard to prove.
Just add to some of the other points you've already heard about the California situation. I think this is one area where we do see a lot of potential and that we really need to see a lot of progress made in, because we do have a very low annual load factor. Our peak loads are, especially with the amount of rooftop solar as well, the peaks that we're managing from the grid, extremely high narrow peaks. The batteries have been doing a phenomenal job at helping us shave those peaks, but especially under more emergency or tougher conditions, there's a tremendous opportunity there for demand response to play a much bigger role. We do see that needing to be involving a lot of coordination with the ISO, with the load-serving entities, with the state agencies, because of the sheer number of players involved. So we see this as a major coordination challenge as much as anything. But I do expect that over the next year or two, there will be a lot of attention in California on how to advance additional demand response.
Great.
Yeah, so for Southwest Power Pool, we have a corporate goal to file with FERC an updated accreditation methodology for demand response this year. And so we're actively, as we speak, working with our stakeholders to modernize our accreditation methodology specifically for demand response. I do agree with what Stacy mentioned, especially within SPP. We have a limited experience with demand response, and unfortunately, the limited experience that we have has not bode well for response and performance. So the limited DR that we have had has not really responded very well. However, we must use this as a tool moving forward. And we are seeing some indication from our resource adequacy workbooks and our loss of load expectation assumptions in the future for 2029 and beyond. There is already a plan for an uptick in DR. So.
Okay, great. That's all I have. Back to you.
All right.
Mr. C.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us through the last panel. Really appreciate the conversation so far and looking forward to us finishing this out over this next hour. I'm always really interested. We've had some good conversations about innovative approaches to planning and different modeling. And Casey, I'll start with you because, I know that SPP, and you talked about in your written comments, is exploring an integrated approach to planning, which brings together interconnection, transmission expansion planning, and resource adequacy. And I think, if nothing else, the conversation over the past couple of days, I don't think you'll get any pushback how interrelated all of those are, but they have a lot of really distinct challenges too. So I'm interested if you can talk a little bit more about that process, what you're hoping to see through it, kind of how you're bringing the states and other stakeholders into it. And that may be something we focus on with you and move to something else, but that could be a broader question too about, thoughts about efficiencies and consolidating a number of these really tricky and important topics we've been talking about.
Yeah, I really love this question. So I really like the Henry Ford quote. If I would have asked the people what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse. And we look at GI, generation interconnection, which we need to innovate and we need to be faster. And there's a lot of tools out there and we are looking towards those. But to me, that's a faster horse. What we really need to do is think about why these GI, generation interconnection queues, are backlogged. And a lot of that has to do with cost allocation. The transmission system's saturated, and these generators don't have the capital to fund the transmission upgrades necessary to build out the system the way in which these queues are designed. And so what SPP is particularly doing is what we're calling consolidated planning process. And we're planning on filing with FERC in August-September timeframe. It's a short timeframe. We're at the home stretch for our tariff changes. But at a high level, what it does is futurecast the transmission needs based on a 20-year study, and it calculates a generalized rate of interconnection costs upfront as an entry fee, and then allows for the generator interconnection, assuming they have all of the requirements necessary to enter the queue. There's no restudy, there's no three-phase study, there's no queue within a queue. You pay your fee, and you get to GIA within that particular cycle. And within that particular annual cycle, we actually build out the transmission system with notice to constructs like we do with our current integrated transmission plan. So it's a quite innovative approach to allow for generator customers to have price assurance while also being more equitable to load. Because effectively what's happening today is if the generator interconnection falls out and withdraws, and then the annual transmission plan hits, then the load ends up paying for the transmission anyway. So this is a more equitable way for the GI customers to pay their fair share, but also allows for them to have a pathway forward to connect.
Appreciate that. We look forward to seeing it. I don't know if there's any other thoughts on that topic.
Sure. Yeah, it's Neil. I'd like to touch on that for a minute too. In California, we introduced the concept of the coordination between the state's resource planning and our transmission planning process as part of developing policy-driven transmission back in 2010, implemented it in 2011. It became a fixture then in FERC Order 1000. And the concept of coordinating the long-term resource planning and transmission planning so that we were proactively building transmission into these key areas was something that's been well established over the last 10, 15 years. And then we really had to put the pedal down on advancing the amount of policy-driven transmission 3 or 4 years ago, where we significantly increased the annual number, the dollar value of the approvals in each year's transmission plan. But going back just a few years, that's where we also went the extra step to further integrate take steps to integrate our interconnection process, as well as the Public Utilities Commission, using that information to help send clearer procurement direction. Because when we're having to build between 5 and 7,000 megawatts of capacity a year, we need to keep all of these gears meshing together. So it's not just do one, wait until it gets picked up, move to the next. And when it comes to the local planning or the transmission that's required to support the individual generators, we've been using a cluster study process, an annual study process that took 1 year to get your first results, put some cash down, move forward to the second. Similar but not identical now to the FERC Order 2023 requirements. And that process has been working relatively well for us. But what we didn't really experience, I'll say, a backlog of people waiting for their results. What we were hit with was an overabundance of competition. And we saw that first in 2021 when we had about 155,000 megawatts of applications in a single 2-week period. That was the first time we actually had to tap the brakes and take an extra year to get those results out just because of the sheer volume. But we were able to produce reasonable study results despite the huge amount of competition that applied. In 2023, we opened the window a second time with a 1-year break, and that's when we had the 355,000 megawatts of installed capacity applications. And that's what led us to develop our new interconnection process, where we have to introduce more filtering on which projects are more viable and actually should be studied, because we can't filter out 355,000 gigawatts each year and narrow down to the 5 or 7 that's actually going to get built. So we really do appreciate the approval of that process. We've been spending the last 6 months implementing it. It's been a challenge, of course, both for us and the amount of change we introduced on the generation community. But it was absolutely necessary for us to do more winnowing down of the more viable projects earlier in the process, and then get them their study results, get them their prices, and let them win or lose on getting a power purchase agreement, because that's what was sorting out who moves forward and who doesn't. Is, are they successful in getting a power purchase agreement, giving notice to proceed, and getting connected? So, as I said, over the past few years, we've taken these additional steps to mash all 4 of those critical processes: resource planning, transmission planning, interconnection, and procurement direction to the load-serving entities to focus in the good areas where the bulk transmission is being developed and where that is their best chance of moving forward quickly.
And I'll just add to that to underscore the very last point that Neil said about your November approval of last year of this new interconnection process. I think California is probably the only RTO that's really solved the problem of the kind of gold rush rules that still predominate and cause interconnection queues to be clogged. They've basically reformed that in a way that respects the degree of restructuring and competition that exists in California by assigning sort of votes, in essence, to load-serving entities that provide customer service. So, oh, very well. Yeah, so I'll leave it at that, other than to say they've cracked the code, in my opinion. Excuse me.
Great. All right. Well, I'm going to ask what I think is probably the obvious question for this panel, which I think we called RTOs, ISOs without capacity markets. So we've been talking a lot over the past day and a half about what capacity markets can and can't do, and the intersection with the market model and also with state and regional planning and the benefits that we see there. How do we gain those benefits? And obviously we're talking about folks who have a different model. So this is kind of a setup for kind of being able to kind of flesh out that different model in terms of results and in terms of how do we, how do you work to make sure that you're still insulating ratepayers from unnecessary risk? So that there's obviously a lot here, but since this is kind of the reason that we're bringing these 2 groups together, I really wanted to tee that up with the unfair caveat of, we don't have all day on this one. So I guess, however we can keep this kind of succinct, but I did want to make sure we had a chance to talk about some of those issues that make this panel distinct. It looks like, Sterling was reaching for water, not a microphone. So I don't know who wants to start here. Chair O'Connell, great.
I could go in with my smart aleck thing, which was just ask Travis. But I mean, the observation that he has in the paper, I think, for at least as a state commissioner on the RSC, is apt. That we're setting rules like planning reserve margin for the whole region, knowing that's driving cost. And then it's on the utilities then to come back to us through in New Mexico, it's a CCN process, and they're going to have to prove it was a competitive procurement and costs were prudently incurred before it gets approved by me. A couple holes in the bucket is one, it's difficult to make sure that those utility run vertically integrated RFP processes are really competitive environments, and the other is there's vast swaths of SPP that don't have a state regulator.
Great. All right, well, since you said just ask Travis, I guess we'll go to Travis next.
Yeah, so I mean, both of these markets, have capacity purchase obligations that face the people responsible for serving load, and that creates, even though the agenda is not calling it a market in the sense of an auction, it definitely does create a market. And there's lots of bilateral trading that goes on for the capacity product in SPP and the 3 different resource adequacy products that are traded in California. And then like Chairman O'Connell said, for the long-term investment question, you kind of look to state IRP processes, and you have the market penalty and trading superstructures sort of overhang that and work together with it. And then California, because they had some of the similar issues that you heard just recently from New England and New York about why are these markets not producing long-term investments, California stepped forward and readopted integrated resource planning, but uniquely among markets decided to impose that on all LSEs. So it's caused even competitive retailers like us who have no fixed customer base to go out there and sign long-term contracts for renewables, for battery storage, for long-duration storage, and for clean, firm resources like geothermal. Whereas in the eastern markets, that's, for better or worse, it's been left to people like Commissioner Dykes to negotiate those contracts. or it's been left to state agencies or bringing the regulated utilities back into that role. So again, kind of uniquely, California has respected its original choice to engage in restructuring of some kind with some limits and has devolved that requirement for long-term contracting onto the LSEs. And I think that's diversified the risk, and it's really produced a lot of capacity in the market of late that's brought prices down off their historic highs. So I think it's worked well. The only caution I have in the paper is that absent sort of a residual auction clearing function, when the market is scarce, it becomes difficult to trade. And we've seen some very high prices for RA in California with no Joe Bowring or David Patton to kind of watch over them. That is the PUC's responsibility to some degree, but very high prices at times that are not where RA may be available, but not available on commercially reasonable terms.
Well, Molly, speaking of you, we're going back and forth whether you wanted to jump in.
Sure. Very awkward place to be mentioning that we don't have centralized capacity markets. This was a hotly debated topic in California. We spent most of the period between 2004 and 2010 debating whether or not we should have a centralized capacity market in California. The commission made a decision in 2010 to decline to adopt them, and then we tried to revisit that decision frequently for several years thereafter. Eventually, I think, maybe putting it to rest.
Sorry
recently.
To bring up a sore point. Then.
Yeah, no. But what we haven't. But what we still have is debates about the planning reserve margin and who. And you're exactly right. How do you get the investment in long-term new resources? So that has largely fallen to the CPUC and the related processes that Travis mentioned, like the integrated resource planning process. So for about 15 years, the CPUC would run a long-term planning assessment, and we would look at an outlook of loads and resources. We would take input from stakeholders, including the ISO. We'd take the load forecast from the California Energy Commission, all of the load-serving entities, including the utilities, as well as direct access providers like Entergy or community choice aggregators. They could come in and say, we disagree with your outlook. And then the bottom line would be that we would order new resources and have those new resources have cost recovery for up to 10 years from all electric distribution customers. And so that by us authorizing the cost recovery, that gave the long-term contract assurance to a utility who was then designated to make that contract. Around 2020, we shifted that model and we started ordering all of our 38 jurisdictional LSEs to procure new long-term resources. This was around the same time as a renewable portfolio standard law evolution occurred, in which also required lots of RPS contracts to be long-term contracts. And quite frankly, we weren't sure how it would go. And would we get compliance from the diverse range of load-serving entities if we ordered the responsibility to procure new long-term resources to everybody and not just the utilities, the traditional utilities? It has gone pretty well, as has been mentioned several times. I think we've gotten 25 gigawatts of nameplate of new resources. Obviously, with accreditation, it's a significantly lower number. About half of that is storage, and those have come online in the last 5 years. So I think it has been working to do what is effectively bilateral contracting driven by a planning reserve margin set based on modeling and adopted resource planning by the commission. Thanks.
All right, Casey.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to add a little bit to what Chair O'Connell mentioned around SPP's construct. So 2.5 years ago, the summer of 2022, we increased our planning reserve margin from 12% to 15% effective last summer. Mm-hmm. After that, that was a very quick turnaround to raise the PRM. And we received a lot of feedback from our load responsible entities and the states that was too fast. That was our tariff process. What we did shortly after that is spin up, we love our acronyms, so we spun up the REAL. It stands for Resource Adequacy, Energy, and Adequacy leadership team. And that was a team of board directors, as well as state commissioners and member utilities LREs. And so this was the first team of its type, and we elevated resource adequacy as our top #1 corporate risk at the start of 2023. So the last 2.5 years, we've actively worked on a number of resource adequacy changes, one of which is the separate winter planning reserve margin. That has become one of our critical seasons. And out of the last 5 winters, we've actually had 4 winter extreme conditions for SPP's region. We've also revamped our accreditation methodology, and we've identified a longer-term signal for planning reserve margins. So we collaborate closely with our states, as Chair O'Connell mentioned, and establishing really what goes into that planning reserve margin, making sure that it is accurate and sending the right signal. If you ask me, does it work? I think the last few years was a crisis, and we're now getting out of that crisis, but we still have to allow for the build to happen to be able to meet those longer-term signals. So we're actively working through, again, on the GI side, we're actively working through a 3-year GI backlog. This year we'll finish 5 clusters, but that's going to take some time to build. And so we're going to be in this mode for a little while to be able to allow LREs to be fully sufficient.
Thank you. That's it for me.
All right, thank you, panel, for being here. The last but not least, this is the best panel on RTOs, ISOs without capacity markets that we've had. I have a question for Ms. Sturkle. You mentioned 25 gigawatts added, about half of that storage, and that's all since 2020. We heard some of the other panels where they're sort of where you were a couple of years ago, thinking about how to get entry and using these kind of hybrid models. I just wonder if you could tell us, if you had a magic wand, which I think is a Commissioner Chang expression that I love. If you had a magic wand, like, would you have done anything differently? And think of that as I don't know if you were here for the last panel, but it sounds like some of them are thinking about using some of those same tools.
I really do wish I had a magic wand. As a regulator, that's it's a very would be a lovely tool to have. I think the thing that we all have to remain mindful of is, you have this long-term asset. So if it's a gas plant, and by the way, we did bring on 20 gigawatts of new gas in 15 years in California. We retired an enormous amount, an equivalent amount of aging gas plants that were all built in this, pre-1990. And so after the energy crisis, those gas plants needed to be replaced. And so those were replaced. And so now we have a much younger fleet. Having looked at those contracts, some of which were signed by PG&E, I think you have to ask yourself, is the cost of that gas plant being paid for over, are you paying 1/30 of the plant if the plant is going to have a 30-year life and you only sign a 10-year contract? What I'm trying to get to is, if I had a magic wand, I would make sure that customers didn't have to overpay for capacity. And so under a traditional cost of service regulation, you hope that when a utility builds its own power plant, right, that it negotiates the best price possible in the market, and then the regulator can kind of watch over it for 30 years and make sure that it doesn't overcharge customers for it. There's some inefficiencies with that model that are well understood, but I think if I could go back in time, the one thing that I would look for, going back 20 years ago, is I would try to make sure that we could have as long of contracts as possible for our new capacity, so that we would make sure that the annual costs that we were paying for that new capacity was not overly high. That's probably not the answer you were expecting, but that's one of the things that I worry about the most, is that are we paying the right cost for capacity, right? So what you're seeing right now in the capacity markets is these really high single year prices, right? And then people say, well, has that incentivized capacity? You obviously heard two sides of it. It's like it either does or it doesn't. And so from where I sit in the California Commission, I would want to make sure that our customers, as frequently as possible, did not have to overpay for capacity in any given year. I don't know how to do it, though, because I don't have a magic wand.
An unfair question, but also, I mean, it is notable that how much was built, right? I mean, it was successful. The most important thing is that you built to meet the need.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ways that we did it is we knew we had to allow for these retirements. So we had to pre-authorize the utilities to go out and buy that gas. And the only way they were willing to do that is if they had cost allocation to recover that from all customers, including bundled and unbundled customers. So that's what got them to do it initially. That's what got the gas built.
Got it. Thank you. Anybody else want? Doesn't seem like anyone else. Okay, great. Let me ask a different question. I've asked a variation of this to most of the panels, and one of my goals with this conference is to understand whether there are things within this commission's purview that need to change in order to allow your region to realize its resource adequacy goals, realize other goals that are important to your states like economic development. So my question for anyone who wants to answer is just, given the focus of this panel, are there things that you need from this commission to be successful on resource adequacy?
I'll just pick up some things I heard on the previous panel that I think are true for this panel too. Things like flexible or hybrid interconnections. Speed is the biggest thing, right? So, I mean, as Casey pointed out, that in the MISO story that very well, Commissioner Rosner, those are the kind of innovations that need to happen, and so timeliness is important. So anything this commission can do to help take time out of the analytical part of the process is going to be valuable, and then creating more options. So things like hybrid and flexible interconnections.
I'll be direct, but I'll also keep an eye on any signal from the General Counsel. I would say the really big thing we already asked for, I mentioned our interconnection process enhancements effort. There will be refinements that we need to work on there. And then when it comes to the resource adequacy program, we are reviewing our own backstop mechanisms and our own tariff, and that will be coming to you at one point. So I would say the things that we do need, we haven't been shy about asking for, and there will be additional requests for approvals coming in the future.
I will say resource adequacy is obviously a hot topic and invokes a lot of emotions from a lot of people. And one thing that we've seen just in recent years is that there are policies can, maybe another Henry Ford quote, you can have any color you want as long as it's black. It seems like RA policy sometimes is you can have any RA policy as long as it's the one I want you to have. And so I just encourage that we need speed, but we also need to make sure that we're creating policy that's better than the current policy, but it won't necessarily be perfect. So we need to make sure that we're being better is the goal.
Thanks. Travis, then Stacy.
Yeah, I mean, the capacity product, to the extent that the commission has jurisdiction over it, and they kind of do, kind of don't as it relates to California. But broadly speaking, it is truly an administrative construct. It's a regulatory invention, and that results in sometimes just faithlessness in the definition of that product on the part of the people who would make investments depending upon its regulatory model. And when you are constantly introducing changes to the definition of that product and the market in which it's traded, or if you're, causing there to be big methodological changes, even ones that may be necessary, like marginal ELCC, that alter the quantity of capacity that is available to be sold from resources, then, you are impairing people's faith in investments if you're relying on a restructured market model to make those investments. And you're also causing there to be less and less bilateral contracts between capacity buyers and capacity sellers, because all of those contracts contain change in law provisions. And why would you sign a bilateral contract with a change in law provision if you already expect at the outset the rules to be changed on you? So frequent changes to capacity market design do violence to some of the goals that we talked about at the outset, trying to get people more bilaterally contracted, hedged out for a longer time period rather than face exposure to a singular spot price that causes real consternation when it ends up reflecting, as it should, scarcity conditions in the present moment.
Speed and flexibility. So RTO governance processes simply were not designed to meet the pace of change that is in front of us, and that could be a hindrance to making needed changes to constructs on a going forward basis.
Thank you for that. Are there certain types of processes that require speed where the RTO governance process is hindering achieving that goal right now?
I want to be mindful of ex parte concerns. But no, I think the strength, the RTOs, have been around for over 20 years now. And the strength of the RTO model is exhibited just by the membership of this panel, right? The RSC, the Regional State Committee, and SPP, and the strength of the stakeholder process is a hallmark of an RTO and what it means to have an RTO. But reaching consensus on issues can take a very long time. And so when you have unexpected challenges in front of the industry, as we do today, those very processes that are the strength and bedrock of an RTO can become a hindrance at times.
Got it. Thank you. I had one other question. This is Travis. I read your statement, and I just wondered. You wrote about the 7-year-old cone and cost of new entry, and questions about the penalty structure and the incentive to build. And I was just curious. Just tell us more about that. Tell us how you see that needing to evolve. But also, I'm taking to heart your previous comment, which is one that we've heard throughout this conference about this tightrope we're on, where making these changes has big impacts on investor certainty and the ability to invest, the investability of the different market constructs, different contracting.
Yeah. So in SPP, the deficiency penalty that you would pay if you fail to make an adequate showing of capacity for your load responsible entity is set at cost of new entry. But that value is 7 years old. It's embedded in the SPP tariff. It clearly does not represent the modern cost of new entry. They don't undergo kind of a quadrennial review or something that PJM might do to update that value. And so it is a little bit dated. It does ratchet up to 2x that penalty depending on how tight the overall market is. But that is the device that's intended to be used to signal people to trade. And to the extent there are independent power producers, or to the extent that there are demand response sellers trying to sell to utilities in the SPP footprint, and there are, they will typically nowadays be gearing their sales toward that cone value, because everyone realizes that we're in a game, in the ninth inning of this game of musical chairs, to mix metaphors, and you want to have a chair. So it just goes to the point that it's important for whatever price or penalty you're using to actually reflect, going back to something Commissioner Chang said yesterday, the actual marginal cost of the last necessary unit of capacity on the system. There are other incentives at play in SPP because it is mostly vertically integrated utilities. I imagine there would be very little toleration on the part of state regulators if they were hit with a deficiency penalty in terms of cost recovery and retail rates. But it is your duty and SPP's duty to make sure that whatever penalty structure is in place actually reflects the correct price to the best of their ability, I would say.
Thank you. One more question actually just came to mind, and this is for, again, anyone who wants to answer it. But on a panel earlier, Commissioner Skrmeta made the point about one way that they think about large load additions in their region is not solely as a burden on ratepayers, but also as this opportunity to get entities who have the resources to pay for infrastructure, transmission or generation infrastructure, to get that at a lower value for their customers. And I think I also heard, conversation about, the ways that again, states are crafting some of these rates. They're doing it in a way that can provide benefits to other classes of customers in some cases, not, or at a minimum, avoids cross-subsidization across classes of customers. And so I'm just curious from experience on this panel. It's varied and in a lot of different parts of the country. I'm just curious if anyone else has reactions to that or experience with that you could share with us.
Yeah, I can start off. So in PG&E, in our wires service territory, we have Silicon Valley. And we have been seeing a lot of applications for data centers, not relative maybe to some of the other areas in the country, but for us, a large amount. I think what we're saying publicly now is 12.8 gigawatts of applications have been submitted. And about 1.4 gigawatts of that is already through final engineering. And so we do think about 90% of what's in final engineering will come to bear. We are seeing it, kind of as you had said, where this is load that can, potentially reduce rates for all customers because you'll have more customers paying the fixed charge of maintaining the grid. So we're definitely optimistic that it would be a benefit to all customers. I think we are in the early stages relative to somewhere like elsewhere in the country where we haven't gotten to the point of fully developing special tariffs yet or customer classes, but I'm going to definitely watch yesterday's video because I missed it and write down all the things the Google fellow said about that I should be charging him extra to interconnect. And those are some of the ideas we've already been batting around internally anyway. And so, yeah, what we're hearing from them is, speed to market is number one. There's clearly a cost cap at some point that they're beyond which they're not willing to pay, but they are willing to pay more if it means they can get connected quickly. Speed is number one. So it does seem like it could be a win-win where they could reduce overall rates by adding new load and also potentially pay a premium to connect as well.
Just to clarify, when you say more customers paying the fixed charge benefits all, this is like they're paying part of the TAC in California? Is that what you mean, or it's something else?
No,
it's your retail system?
To run the grid, many of our costs are fixed costs, and yet we have a volumetric rate.
Gotcha.
And so having more customers pay into the volumetric rate will reduce for all.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. And let's see, I'm not sure who was first, so Stacy.
Thank you. AEP's 765 kV transmission system has been an early attractor to data centers and large loads, and we have been an innovator in this area in terms of filing state retail tariffs designed to ensure that our customers are protected, because these large loads and data centers can present unique risks. And it is a developing area of technology, and those tariffs are simply designed to ensure that large loads have skin in the game and that our retail customers are protected. But we do view it as a tremendous opportunity and as a national imperative in order to move this issue forward. So how do you find the right balance between attracting data centers and supporting the development of that technology and protecting near customers? And we've taken the approach of doing that at the state retail level. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. I just wanted to tie this question about large load additions back to some of the conversations over the past 2 days about load forecasting. So what Neil mentioned earlier, that in the past few years, there have been a large number of policy-driven transmission projects triggered through the CAISO transmission planning process. Those were driven in large part by the load forecasts that the California Energy Commission issued, in particular the long-term 10 to 20-year forecast, which is showing increases in loads over the long term. And we're seeing those long-term loads driven by building electrification expectations, as well as vehicle electrification and vehicle transportation electrification, especially heavy-duty vehicle, as well as possibly potentially hydrogen becoming a fuel for a next fuel beyond natural gas. So with those three drivers, though, if I was here a few years ago, I probably would have mentioned those three drivers in driving up our load forecast. Now we also are all talking about data centers. But the nice thing is that at least for that longer term horizon, we're starting to bake in the higher loads into our forecast planning. Our year to year forecasts have gone up a little bit as well, but not as much. I think I mentioned this in my statement, not as much as our long term horizon. So I think that's one of the load forecast is always wrong, but in this case, I think we're benefiting from the fact that we started kind of planning for that uptick a few years ago for a variety of other reasons. And I hadn't heard as much talk about vehicle electrification, so I thought they should get in here to the conversation.
Thank you. And Travis, and then back to you, Chairman.
Yeah, and I'll just say, that there's a couple of big historical examples of load forecasting going badly wrong in this industry that have led us to where we are today, right? In the 1970s and 80s, where there were a lot of heroic load forecasts, and then overbuild of generation on the part of rate-based utilities. We heard in the last panel that's what precipitated the restructuring of the industry. People in the Pacific Northwest are still paying off the bonds for some of that activity, even now. And then fast forward past industry restructuring to the early 2000s, where there was this big build out of natural gas combined cycles that Molly referred to. Turns out the merchant community overshot, and they all restructured as well. So it's kind of a fool me once, fool me twice, fool me three times. I don't know what. We're on the third time of this, and enough people have been in this industry on the supply side to have lived through at least the second one. So I suspect the commercial vehicles you're going to see for competitive suppliers to data centers, at least, are going to feature long-term retail contracts, like you see out of the couple of nuclear deals that have been referenced previously, as well as for any new gas. I imagine that'll be secured by, a contract that'll have terms longer than 10 years. So you will get that kind of bilateral contracting and long-term hedging that'll provide data centers a security of supply, as well as providing a revenue stream to those people who are having to build or reinvest in the assets. I do worry on the transmission side for regional transmission planning that there are certain RTOs that are baking in these load forecasts, that are committing capital that gets spent in the build out of the transmission grid, but without having the contracts in hand that actually guarantee and pledge these customers yet to paying those costs. There's kind of a mismatch between the timing of RTO-led regional transmission planning and what Stacy was talking about, these valuable retail tariffs that put large customers under kind of take-or-pay contractual obligations to pay transmission rates.
If I could just add one comment, just building on what Travis was saying. In the transmission planning, one of the very important aspects to us is what does that long-term plan look like? That's why we introduced the 20-year outlook, because most of our transmission planning decisions for major transmission, we're looking at taking 8 to 10 years to build anyway. So a major concern for us is what we're building now the right first step, assuming that if the load growth continues, you will need to add more. But also, is that plan sustainable, that if the load growth tapers off, that what you've built was the right first step and leaves you with a reasonably operable system, as opposed to being dependent on building something else on top of it. So that staging is really important to us in our transmission planning decisions, and that's one of the reasons we actually introduced that outlook document 4 or 5 years ago, was a way just to help portray what the longer term picture could look like, but also what our off ramps are if the development doesn't move forward at that pace.
Yeah. Two questions real quick. Maybe the second one won't be quick because I'm going to ask Travis. First to Chair O'Donnell. You're the chair of the Regional State Committee in SPP, and you're a former resource planner. Do the states, in your opinion, in SPP, they have a robust role in SPP. RSC does have certainly, I think you have even filing rights. But do the states have a big enough role in SPP in terms of resource adequacy and the way that SPP reacts to the state IRPs and because you're largely a vertically integrated state or RTO? What's your view on that as chairman of the RSC?
Yeah, well, thanks for that question. First of all, I think the state's role within the RSC is powerful and well defined. It's more about are we taking advantage of the opportunity that's there,
right,
or when we get back to our day job, how are we coordinating with what's going on
right
at the RTO level, right? So, for example, we've talked about RSC changing reserve margin over the last couple of years. That's to show up in a future IRP. I'm one of 3 commissioners on the commission in New Mexico. It will be presented to them as a fact. So those are the kind of more it's on me to work within my role here at SPP on the RSC that I activate the state properly. And then the other observation that I had was, SPP, it's a lot of vertically integrated IOUs. There are state regulators that are working on things like cost and competitive procurements. But there's also a lot of public power that their cost control is really avoiding revolt from their members. So I think that's something I can do as a state regulator within RSC is try to highlight that within SPP that you may think you are not the cost controller for your utility customers, but you are doing things that are directly getting to the bills of end-use customers. Because I think broadly that's one of the things that kind of worries me about the RTO structure is at the RTO level, there's a disconnect between investments and costs and bills. And so RSC, we make that connection. Are we doing it well? Is more the way I look at it than I don't have enough say at SPP.
Right. That's been my impression of really the state role in a lot of the RTOs. You've got a more robust role than in other RTOs by the operating agreement. Anyway,
I guess I would add one thing to that. That huge portfolios of transmission projects have been approved by the board at SPP. So that's a good example of maybe where you can get this disconnect, and RSC can get involved more is in the transmission planning process, because it's kind of like you're looking at the rate case, but all you have is cost allocation. You don't have revenue requirement buildup. So, if you're trying to allocate a 30% cost increase, but you didn't have any opportunity to make that a 20% cost increase, that's
right.
An area that maybe we don't have or aren't asserting enough at SPP.
You're being handed the bill.
Right, we're handed the bill, and then we get to allocate the bill.
Well, you got a lot more power under 1920, I'll put it that way.
Oh, I agree. Thank you.
All right, Travis, fun one for you. And I think it overarches the entire tech conference in the last 2 days and all the questions about capacity markets. And I know these RTOs don't have a capacity market, but just markets in general. So microwave ovens, Toyota Camrys, bananas. We use shortage pricing because we accept price spikes and we accept shortages. With electricity, shortage means Uri in Texas, week of without power, people freeze to death. Given that, give me the case or not give me the case for why you don't need some hedging mechanism outside of your pure market approach. And Texas bills itself as a pure market approach, but doesn't even have so expound on that. Where do we get if we're not as a society willing to accept shortages, as we do with bananas, microwave ovens, and Toyota Camrys, tell me the mechanism outside of a market approach where shortage pricing produces occasional huge spikes in prices that we don't want, public doesn't like, and even worse than that, spot shortages, because you're going to get spot shortages in any market where you're using shortage pricing. So have at it.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I've always appreciated our dialogues about the advisability of restructuring, and I appreciate your service on the commission, Mr. Chairman, and our friendship over the years. I guess I would say that the scarcity pricing, the high pricing that can sometimes occur in the energy and capacity markets is itself something that screams at the market participants to get themselves hedged, because they shouldn't want to be exposed to that eventual scarcity pricing when inevitably it does arise. I know we face that incentive in a big way, and my company, for example, has a policy that we call 0-day hedging. The day we sign a retail customer contract, we make sure to fix the upstream cost of goods sold to that customer. They're fully hedged for whatever life of the contract that may exist. Now, the problem is a lot of those retail contracts in the restructured market are pretty short-term in duration. I, as a residential customer, happen to have a 5-year-long fixed-price contract because I actively shop around for retail products. So I signed one at this time last year that'll bring me through 2029. I am personally, if not professionally, totally indifferent to the PJM capacity market price. I'm hedged, and the person supplying me is hedged. So I think the question is, what is the role of regulation, either you or the state regulators, to make sure in that situations where people or actors seem to be underhedged, where retail customers are not signing up for long-term contracts as they maybe should, what is the role of regulation in either requiring them to do so or imposing some kind of longer-term hedging requirements on load-serving entities? And one of the reasons I'm delighted you put me on this panel is that California, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but kudos to California, kind of has figured this out in a way by just saying, you know what, we don't care if you have a fixed customer base, competitive retailer, we are going to make you sign long-term contracts for resource adequacy. Now, that doesn't provide a perfect hedge for our own financial exposure in the market. We still have to do private financial deals, but it is something that's subject to the regulatory requirements of the California Public Utilities Commission we do have to undertake. And those are not obligations that exist yet in any of the eastern states or in Texas.
Well, and I would say this, I think it wraps it up, I think, for this, at least for my part of this conference. Most residential consumers, in my experience, are not sophisticated. They don't know about 5-year hedging. They just want the power to be on, especially in the winter when it's cold. And they want a price they can figure out how to pay. And it's up to regulators to say, I think, that the textbook theory of markets is fine in the textbook theory, but when you get into the reality of what just consumers really want, especially unsophisticated consumers, is they want reliable power, and they want it at the least cost they can get it. Now, there's going to have to be different mechanisms to get that, and that's why the idea of a pure market approach is going to leave those customers exposed to shortages and price spikes that they can't tolerate. So I'll just leave that as a final commentary. Anyway, Molly, you want to say something?
Right. Well, just to, I'm sorry to drag this on. I just noticed the time, but it is one of my favorite topics. So thanks for obliging me here. So when we were considering capacity markets in California, the big issue that was just hammered at us over and over again is that if we're going to have retail choice and you're going to have load migration, the only way to ensure that you'll get long-term investment is if you have this centralized capacity market, because the Entergys of the world, the retail choice providers, they just don't know who their customer base is going to be, so they'll never do it. We already had at that time when the California Commission said no, we had this glimpse that it would work to order our investor-owned utilities to basically be the provider of capacity of last resort, and so we created this mechanism called the cost allocation mechanism, one of the things that changed, that made us change that model and get the kudos that Travis just got, I'm really glad this is being recorded, is that we basically we had a proliferation of additional load serving entities, and those load serving entities came into the market, the community choice aggregators, and they said, we want to sign long-term contracts for our customers with clean renewable energy. That's actually why we came into existence. And so please give us the opportunity to do that. And there was, not 100% agreement that they didn't all want to do it. So we initially let people opt out, but now we don't let them opt out. But it was a risk that we undertook. And so far the risk seems to be paying off in the fact that most load serving entities have come into compliance. So I would just say, in closing, that it's that load migration risk, and who holds that load migration risk? Is it the customer? Is it the regulator? Is it, the operator? So it's all about, who's willing to hold the risk. So anyway, I've really enjoyed the conference, and you all have been really incredible to watch as a Public Utilities Commission staffer. Thank you for your engagement and listening to all the panels.
Yeah, and we'll do closing remarks. We'll start with Commissioner Chang.
I don't have any closing remarks. Just thank you for being here.
Okay.
Same for me. Thank you,
Dave?
I'll say a few words. Noting that it's after 4 o'clock and the AC is turned off here. Thank you, which is kind of refreshing in a way. Thank you all very much for participating in this panel, for coming all the way across the country to visit with us. I found it the entire 2 days really useful and instructive as we grapple with the path forward. I'll just say a couple quick things. I mean, a couple takeaways that I had over the past 2 days. First, in pretty much all the country, we have a lot of things to build, and we need to do it fast, and we need to make sure it's getting us a system that's reliable and affordable and doing all the things that's important to your customers in your states. Second, and this one I kind of said this morning, but I really see a desire for balance between the need to make smart, targeted changes to things that are within this commission's jurisdiction, but balancing that with the destructive force of that uncertainty that has on investment and capital formation and all those things that we need to actually get this stuff worked out and built. So tightrope, and we need your help balancing on it, and the way you can do that is being pen pals with us in the dockets, this one and other ones in the specific proceedings that multiple people have talked about filing today. And then, in terms of like what those might be, my short list of things that sounded, like there was some consensus on is refining accreditation, but not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That we spent many years looking to implement those policies, but also we need to be smart in making sure that they're sending the right signals to invest in the right things in the right places to get a reliable system, meet all this demand growth, and provide affordable, reliable energy. And also just this fascinating conversation about how you do that, and how you do that in places where there are markets, where there aren't markets, and where there are things in between, and hearing all the tools that have been used successfully in some parts of the country and that other parts are thinking about using. So, really, I think this has been eye-opening for me as a new commissioner here, that, we're achieving resource adequacy in a lot of different ways in different parts of the country. But there are real challenges, and even though there are some disagreements about how dire the challenge is, I think I, at least for myself, am clear-eyed that there's a need to build for a lot of different reasons. I would just encourage you to let this commission know if there are policies within our jurisdiction that need to change. I would like to know that and work towards something that allows you to achieve build. And also that it's not just this commission. That's been really obvious, that there's a huge state role in citing, permitting, and identifying a lot of the things that we need for resource adequacy, given your unique jurisdiction there. And also, we need industry working with us to achieve that. So it's three folks working all together, and so I just look forward to continuing that with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody who participated and turned in great pre-filed comment, came out here, testified. It's been wonderful. Thanks to staff for all the hard work you did putting this together. Thanks to my colleagues for great questions. And with that, we're adjourned. Bye-bye.